learned yesterday, I would also want us to discuss in a minute what you hope to do after leaving this workshop from what you learned yesterday. Then at the end of the day today, we'll also come up with what you are going to do from what you learned today. So just summarize what you learned yesterday and what you are going to do after leaving this workshop. So I think it's open and everyone should say something. Is it clear? Okay. So who is ready to start? What did you learn yesterday? What are you going to do? Participant from Zimbabwe. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday was quite an eye-opener for me, especially as a new researcher. I learned about SRH issues intertwined with climate change, and I could relate with examples from back home, looking at issues like Cyclone Idai. When it happened, a lot was disturbed, infrastructure was disturbed. That means that maternal health was disturbed. When we have droughts, we're looking at early child forced marriages, and I've realized there are a lot of practical examples happening. We have in Menezi where we have a drought, and I could see the relationship between SRHR and climate change. And we also looked at the budget process, and I realized that there were some of the things that I wasn't doing as a researcher, but as I go back home for my committee, climate change, I'm going to advocate, help the MPs advocate for climate change and SRHR issues. And I'll also make sure that I'll provide evidence data related so that they can advocate in the parliament. Thank you very much. This has been an eye-opener for me. Thank you.
Essa sessão foi muito deslumbrante para mim.
Thank you for that. And I hope our MPs are going to swim in data and evidence so that they make informed decisions, informed contributions, informed, what do you call them, the motions in parliament. Thank you so much. We have
projetos de lei com base na informação nos parlamentos.
I think the highlight for me from yesterday's session was the importance of the budget analysis. And going back, I am thinking of utilizing the structures that we have, especially the National Working Group, because now as the researcher, I can't really say that I'm an expert on these issues. So going back, I just need to go back to the drawing board in terms of maybe identifying the critical stakeholder that will help members of parliament in terms of capacitating members of parliament on budget analysis issues so that they can be in a better position to hold the government accountable on financial decisions made by the government, especially in relation to issues of SRHR issues. And I was just thinking, in our case, it's not an easy, the way since I've done back home in Lesotho, it's not an easy thing maybe to influence the members of parliament in terms of ensuring that they can influence a decision made, especially on issues of budgeting, because the way it is done, it's such that it is done by the Ministry of Finance through the consultations with different departments and ministries. And after the consolidation, the minister will go to the parliament to present the budget. And after that, the budget will then be sent to parliamentary committees for scrutiny. And the most critical part for us is that our system does not allow members of parliament, say, to increase or to increase the budget. What happens is that they can make recommendations to decrease the budget on certain ministries. For instance, we have had a case whereby the Ministry of Social Development misused the funds at some point, and in the next year, members of parliament recommended that a certain percentage of the budget should be taken from the Ministry of Social Development. However, even though the budget for Ministry of Social Development was reduced, that budget was entirely not reallocated for other things, but the government takes it. So basically, in our case, members of parliament can only recommend for the reduction of the budget, not necessarily the increase of the budget in certain areas. Thank you.
And you have done the assignment. That was the assignment, eh?
Oh, yeah.
You all received the assignment. That was the assignment. So she also reported back on the assignment, but will ask you to provide more details. You said you learned on the importance of budget analysis, but you didn't highlight why it's important. Would you mind sharing even 1 or 2 points why budget analysis is important?
I think it's important in terms of ensuring that members of parliament, if they can undergo thorough budget analysis process, they can be in a better position to question the financial decisions that have been made by the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? Yes.
Good morning, Madam SG and colleagues. It was an eye-opening session. The budget analysis retreat session highlighted the importance of inclusive budgeting within our member states, as well as the budget cycle, the process, as to how important it is with respect to ensuring that our parliamentarians are highly capacitated on how best to interrogate issues to do with the budget, especially from where we are on SRHR issues, to enact more and SRHR policies, as well as law enactment to do with SRHR with respect to the project outcomes, especially outcome 3. And more so, the most highlight was on the case studies from the respective countries, which is South Africa, Kenya, and the other ones, with respect to how the constitutional framework respects the enactment of the PMF in relation to the SADC model law, which speaks more to the importance of financial inclusion strategy, which speaks to public outreach to do with public outreach processes or activities whereby the communities at constituency level or stakeholders can best be advised on how best to interrogate and appreciate the budget cycle. And from where I am, my take home is that as capacitated even more or empowered as a country, that we need to engage more with the chairs of chairs or chairpersons in all the portfolio committees, especially with the SDG branded portfolio committee, to act as a trainer of trainers whilst aligning our members in the importance of all the SDGs, but with specifics to health, with specifics to climate change, with specifics to education, as well as more. I thank you for that.
Thank you. So I'm just going randomly to pick 5 contributions. I'll start with my sister. What did you learn yesterday? How are you going to do things differently? What are you going to do after what you learned yesterday?
Bom dia a todos. A sessão de ontem foi muito esclarecedora, no sentido que podemos aprender a importância fundamental da análise orçamental e o nosso trabalho enquanto pesquisadores do projeto de saúde e direitos sexuais e reprodutivos para influenciar os deputados quando o orçamento chega no parlamento, e também tudo aquilo que podemos fazer para para ajudar os deputados que garantam que os orçamentos aumentem para questões relacionadas à saúde e direitos sexuais. Também foi esclarecedor, porque podemos notar como podemos melhorar o nosso trabalho enquanto pesquisadores em Angola e tudo aquilo que podemos fazer relativamente ao projeto.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Who else? Especially those who, yes.
Good morning, Madam SG. Good morning, colleagues. Yesterday was quite informative for us, especially the new researchers, and especially with regard to budget analysis process. and the importance of researchers in unpacking and critically looking at the budgets. And also, I was actually perplexed yesterday with regard to the budget office functions of, the South African Budget Office functions. Last year, late last year, we adopted, or we sort of set up a budget office in Namibia. But you know, the roles and the functions of the South African Budget Office, from what we learned yesterday and from what we are doing as the Budget Office, is completely different. We still have a long way to go. So yesterday was quite an eye-opener, and I look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say I'm looking at new researchers. Just share what you learned, what you're going to do, and let's fuse even with the old researchers, the veterans. What are we going to do differently? Who else? Yes, my brother.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you all slept well and you're in good health. I learned a lot of things, but I think one thing that really struck me was the fact that when we're doing budget analysis, it's not really just about showing where the figures are low, where they're supposed to be high, and so forth. There's a statement which SG made yesterday before we left, and I think we should focus more about the quality of health that that the citizens in our respective countries are receiving. We may provide all the evidence and the data to the members of parliament. We might even be at 15% Abuja or even more. But the question is, what is the quality of health that people are receiving, especially those who are at the very lower level in our societies and in our communities? And for us to really achieve that kind of analysis, then we should engage in really following or tracking how the money which is allocated to specific areas of SRHR is being spent, and whether or not it has been released. And if it was released, at what time or point was it released? Was it delayed? What caused the delay, and so on and so forth? So that is the aspect that I thought really struck me yesterday. And it is something that we think that when we go back, we will be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you. So what you are saying, we call it budget tracking, where you track the release of the funds. It's also different from expenditure tracking. With budget tracking, you are checking whether it has been released, when it was released, has it reached the intended beneficiaries. With expenditure tracking, now you go into detail to see whether it has been used for the intended purpose. Because budget tracking, it has been released, it has reached the intended beneficiaries. Then you may also want to do expenditure tracking just to see whether it has been used for the intended purpose and whether it has resulted in achievement of the intended outcomes. So it's another step further. So thank you very much for that. The last contribution. Yes.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Indeed, yesterday's sessions were very eye-opening. And for me, I've gained a lot of insight, more especially on budget analysis, specifically linking their budget analysis with our commitments as well as strategic goals. I've ever attended the 2 or 3 budget analysis conducted by some members of the technical working group, but the area that I've noted that it was missed a lot, it was the linking the budget analysis with the commitments and our strategic goals. So in most of the SADC countries, including Malawi, we have seen that we are failing to reach the commitments or moving towards the commitments like the Abuja Declaration, the ICPT commitments. One of the challenges that we have is the budget allocation towards SRHR so that we reach the commitments. So when I go back, I will be able to engage with our technical working group to stress much so that when we are doing our budget analysis, we should be able to link to our commitments so that members of parliament, they do have an in-depth understanding and we be able to influence their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. So in essence, budget tracking or budget analysis is not only about producing very beautiful Excel sheets, but it's also about linking with the commitments, linking with the SDGs, linking with the national development goals or national development plans, and also tracking even the outcomes, the results at the end. Thank you. I saw a hand. I had said she's the last speaker, but let me give you the opportunity to share.
Bom dia. Bom, eu vou partilhar também o que retive no dia de ontem. Para mim, o dia de ontem foi muito importante. Como pesquisadora, eu pude aprender como é que os pesquisadores devem ajudar os seus parlamentos na identificação de lacunas e também devem influenciar os deputados para que, ao votarem os orçamentos, tenham em atenção as questões sociais que têm a ver com saúde, direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, a educação e assim como outras questões que têm afetado muito as populações. Também aprendi que, para além dessas questões sociais, ao se votar os orçamentos, devem ter também atenção em relação ao orçamento a adotar para as questões as questões climáticas, né, que têm assolado os países africanos em especial. Portanto, eu vou sair daqui munida com conhecimentos para poder trabalhar no projeto, assim como vou saber como irei dar o meu apoio aos deputados nesta matéria, especialmente aqueles deputados pertencentes às comissões que lidam com a matéria com matérias sociais, né? Porque não é só HIV/SIDA, e não só, mesmo a todos os deputados, porque na altura da votação todos votam nessas leis. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. We should mainstream climate issues in our analysis. Let's check whether the budget is able to or is mainstreaming climate change issues across all the sectors. It's very important, and our members should be empowered to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the recap of yesterday and the action points that you have identified for yourself, which I hope after leaving this workshop, we are not going to do things as we were doing, but we are going to show a difference and report back to the Secretariat in terms of the actions that we have been taking and also the outcomes of this workshop in terms of demonstrating the empowerment, demonstrating the knowledge through our SADC PF Secretariat. I just hope everyone is going to come up with their own action plan with key actions on what they are going to do and demonstrate that. It's not just about you doing it and getting the satisfaction that I've done it, but share with your colleagues so that they are also inspired, they are also motivated to do probably the same or to do things differently. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence in our midst of our esteemed SG this morning in this workshop. May we also give a hand of applause as we welcome her this morning. Let me also recognize other colleagues from the Secretariat and all of you who have joined us for this second day. So I'm just going to outline how we are going to do, how we are going to conduct the business today before I leave the time to Mr. Kurasha to organize how we are going to sit. Thank you. Let me just input my password here. So yesterday we managed to cover a substantial amount of work and ended up with an assignment. And that assignment, we combined the assignment that we were supposed to do at the end of the day from 1400 to 1500, where we were supposed to identify SRHR gaps. We also combined that with an assignment on which was supposed to be done 12:30 to 1300 on budget prioritization exercise. So I'm sure you have done that. You've prepared your presentations, which we are going to receive after the presentation by Mr. Kateshi. So after I leave and after we are told on how we are going to sit, Mr. Katesh will come here and make a presentation on session 5, that's promoting outcome 3 and SRHR integration. After that, then we go into the plenary where we present what we managed to gather as an assignment that was given yesterday. After the presentations, we discuss, we identify the gaps, we assist each other on how we are going to do things differently. Then after that, we go into session 6, where Dr. Jantis will train us on how we can be able to assist MPs in the yearly budget process for SRHR integration, and emphasizing the response to or emphasis on responsive domestic budgets for SRHR. Then after that, we do an exercise. Then we finish off with a presentation on performance indicators and sustainable development goals that will be done by Mr. Kateshi. Then at the end of it, we do a Menti just to gather how you are going to use this information, and just to also gauge your understanding of everything that we have discussed in this workshop. So allow me, colleagues, to leave this time to my brother to tell us how we are going to proceed and how we are going to the sitting arrangements for today. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. You are sounding like a sleeping tablet. Good morning. That's better. What we are going to do, your task is very simple. Make sure you don't sit next to anyone you have been sitting with yesterday. I give you the next 2 minutes to organize yourselves accordingly. You are not going to sit next to anyone that you were sitting with yesterday. You're also not going to sit next to anyone from your country. Angola, is the translation coming through? Yes. Roll into action. At least one of you can stay, Angola. One of you can stay because some people will come there. No. Angola, I'm saying, oh, you are the one going. Okay, all right. Papa Lidong, you were sitting there yesterday. So, that's a good one. right, colleagues, let's I think we sorted, right? Colleagues, I will. Sure. Jabu, did you move? No, I'm asking. You can swap with Kwakwara. Come and sit where Jabu is sitting and Jabu comes this side. We start all over again. Okay, I think we good. Over to you, colleagues.
So, colleagues, what's happening is just highlighting the importance of simplifying issues to members of parliament, because he is using a complicated machine.
Who knows Fitzgerald? Say something while he's getting ready.
Is he wanting? Oh, thank you.
Doesn't Zimbabwe and Zambia always refer to the federation and their historical ties? I think we are sitting too close.
It invites you to propose a solution. What are you suggesting? But when you say one of them, we are not providing a solution. Who do you want to move?
So maybe she must
Hmm. Jeff and Mama Elang and Swap. You're sitting next to? You have good defense.
Okay, while we're still doing, but we can begin. Good morning to you all. Yeah, looks like the task today has been made much simpler from the comments we're getting from the recap. Looks like we are somewhere. Yeah, so I think it will make the work much easier. But for a start, oh, yeah. For a start, probably it's to emphasize one or two things in that we are all here representing our various parliaments, and we've got our specific roles that we play. But at the same time, there were institutions by having recognized us and given us an extra responsibility and attached us to the SADC PF project, means that we should always bear in mind that there are specific things that the project also, SADC PF also expects from us. Okay, so we need to ensure that we are always alive to what we are expected to do. And what is important also is never to take it for granted. Always take time. You know, whenever you are quoting either an act or anything, even if you are very familiar with it, it's always important to just go back and relook at it. Sometimes, you know, a human mind, you might miss one or two things from there. So what we're going to go through, and I think that's the purpose of having this topic, is to just go through what is expected of us and what SADC PF at the end of the day would want our parliaments to be doing. We should see something happening. So you may be familiar with the same, but no, it's fine. Yeah. So as a start, I think this is something that we are all familiar with, and it's in a concept note for the retreat. Everybody, I suppose, read it, okay? But maybe what interested me was consistently vote. Okay, so consistently means that should not be something that you just expect in 2025. No. It means that our parliament should adopt it as something that is a practice now. Okay, and we should be able to see it. And yesterday, I think there was an issue. We keep on saying sustainable development goals, but I think there's two specific ones that we're dealing with, okay? So this is why I say always take time to ensure that you just go back and recheck. And as researchers, you don't end here, because under SDG 3, there are also certain targets under there. So by just you picking this overall, and what you may also miss the point, because you have to relate to what is under SDG 3 and also what is under SDG 5. Their targets, they are not many. So it's something that as researchers, this should not be an issue. Now, what we are trying to do is have a cadre of staff in our parliaments that are able to assist members interrogate budget estimates. Now, the budget is not an event, it's a process. It's a process that runs from 1st of January to the end of December. That's the whole budgeting cycle. So it is important for us as people who are assisting members be familiar with the whole process, because as we go on, you will identify the points at which you make your intervention. So beyond the budget being presented by the minister, that is on a specific day. But there are other things that happen before that. And if you are not updated with what has happened before that, you may think what is in the budget is very new, and yet is something that started 2, 3, 4 months ago. So you need to be very familiar with. So here, I highlight that most of our systems, our PFM systems, have integrated planning and budgeting. So that makes our work easier in that we are able to interrogate the budget from end to end. You link it to the plan and also you link it to the estimates as they come at the end, okay? So this is why I've indicated that under our systems now, we have long-term national plans, most of us have, medium-term, and also institutional. Each ministry that is required to have an institutional plan. But as you move from the plans also, there's our systems. And I'm not so sure whether there's any that is very different, because I think we all do medium-term budget planning, okay? Which is that 3-year rolling plan. I will not labor you with, but it's something that we need to be aware. And then that medium-term budget plan leads to the annual budget. Now, in the annual budget itself also, I've highlighted the 4 key stages, because these also will become, as we go on, will become important at the point you are supposed to make interventions. Okay. So, and under plans, I've also indicated something that also is related to that and speak to the national policies and other national strategies. I'm sure if you visit a site, let's say Ministry of Education or Ministry of Health, let's stick to the ministries that we are very much connected to in this project. If you go to the Ministry of Health, you will find a number of documents, a lot of them. Policy on this, strategy on this, guidelines on this. Now, those become important because some of the things that we do are connected to those strategies or national action master plans. There are all these terms that we use in planning. So all this we have to be, but we'll get to that as we continue. So I just picked an example of our case to show that it's something that most of our countries are doing. We've got the long-term vision 2030, and I think even under SADC, we were referring to the 2019 to 2030 years. These days, there's also Agenda 2063, and so you're familiar with long-term visions. Well, but we also have a medium-term plan, which is the 8th National Development Plan, and then the law requires each government institution, as long as you get an appropriation from Parliament, you have to have an institutional strategic plan. Initially, it was just an administrative arrangement. This time, it's in the law. And what that means now is that for purposes of oversight, this becomes one of the things you have to do, compliance checks. And this is one of the things that we do in the budget office. The first thing, before we even go to the numbers, do a compliance check. Is what is before Parliament according to what is stated in the law and according to the timelines. And then we have the medium-term budget expenditure framework. In our case, we call it the medium-term budget plan. I'm sure my colleagues from Zambia should be very familiar with this. If you are not, colleagues, we can talk more at home. Since we've been advised that we should engage even before that. Also, this is provided for, but the other one is the budget approval. This is next. Probably the question here, because we need to know what is happening. The question maybe here now is, do we have any system that is planning and budgeting system that is slightly different from what has been described here? Is there any example of where it is not very, where you don't have long-term vision, medium-term vision, you practice medium-term expenditure, medium-term budgeting practice or framework, and also you have one, I think this is pretty the same, isn't it? Yeah, but for colleagues probably who may not be directly involved in the day-to-day issues that relate to budgeting, and I think among us, we have colleagues who are attending. This is something you may have to start taking interest in because you will be dealing with budgets. So it's just important that you start familiarizing yourselves beyond this. Yeah, then I deliberately put this process to just emphasize on the timelines. Now, this is, I'm using our example. So within the year, like I said, there are certain timelines that you need to take note of in the budgeting process. Because if you miss them, you will become ineffective, not very effective at the point the budget is presented. So for example, in our case, in the month of April, I'll skip January deliberately. I'll explain why. In the month of April, the Ministry of Finance should have prepared a detailed budget policy paper by April. In that policy paper, what is expected and what the law requires is that there should have been initial engagements with the public, starting from the districts, provinces, up to national, on what the priorities are for the next 3 years. So by this time should have happened. So this becomes an important exercise in that for parliaments that have constituents offices, there may be some activity that is happening at that level towards what will be presented in April. Okay? So this becomes an important point because as we go on, we have highlighted issue of collaborating with other stakeholders. For example, civil society organizations who are very active in social accountability activities. They normally have a lot of information of what is on the ground and what people may have said. Okay? Then by May, all the consultations would have been finalized on that budget policy paper and should have been ready for submission to cabinet so that we start the other processes. By July, the medium-term budget plan is supposed to be out. Now, this is another important part of our job. Now it's our job, whether you are in parliamentary budget office, whether you are a researcher, as long as you are assisting in the budget process, this becomes important. So the medium-term budget plan or the medium-term expenditure framework, whatever it can be called several names, okay? It will be ready at some point. Now, good practice demands that this should be subjected to public consultation. And most of our parliaments, but we are engaging now, you can indicate whether you've seen it in your parliament or you've seen members of parliament deliberating on it. It's normally considered by parliament. There are certain variations in the way we do it. There are countries who consider this document more or less when it's finalized, then it's brought to parliament for consideration by parliament, including in the House. There are certain parliaments like ours, Zambia, where this document is submitted before, the law says for consultation. That members have raised an issue. And these are some of the things that you notice in our various, our own members have raised an issue. They said, you cannot bring this document to parliament for consultation. Parliament is supposed to either approve it or consider it, but our law says for consultation with an appropriate, relevant committee of, a bit diluted in what happens in most parliaments. So already we've got a weakness here, which members are trying to work on. So it is our role also to join forces now in supporting them by bringing more of what is happening elsewhere and other things that are happening arising out of our work on the need that probably this medium-term budget should be considered by the House, because that is when you can make binding recommendation on what should you expect to see at the end of the period. So after the medium-term budget plan is submitted, there's also another important document, the budget core circular. And I'm sure, I don't know, do all of us know or have heard of the budget core circular? A core circular, so we just use it as a core circular, you know. But we don't want to take it for granted that everybody knows it. But because of our work, we just need to know it. And I'll show you why. Do we all know, or have we heard of the budget core circular? Huh? Correct, it can be called several names, but essentially, it's a document that the Ministry of Finance or the Treasury, whatever you call those, that is responsible for the budget, that is prepared as guidelines on how the budget should be formulated. Okay, so it gives guidelines. Now, some of those guidelines speak to what we are dealing with here. They will emphasize on ensuring that the whatever you plan for is gender responsive. They will demand other cross-cutting aspects like climate should be reflected. So it becomes important because at the time you're interrogating the estimates when they are finally presented, you may have to take note of this, whether the respective government institutions are adhering to the core circular. And then, of course, we have the budget presentation in September, then approved in by December. Now, this medium-term budget plan, when it's up for public consultation, it's called a green paper. So after budget approval, it has to be published in January as a white paper. This is why I deliberately left January in this. So the message here, colleagues, is that as we continue in our work, let us take time to study the timelines of the budgeting process. It becomes critical because the budget is not just at the time it is presented. There are all these things happening out there. I hope it's not off now permanently. Okay. On this slide, I did mention, I think in one of the end-to-end approach and also the full year approach to PFM. Under the full year PFM approach, is just that you look at the various stages of the budgeting process, that is formulation, approval, implementation, and audit, and then identify the key activities that happen, particularly where we see our parliaments active. So normally at formulation, there's the core circular, the budget core circular that I mentioned. There's the medium-term expenditure framework that I mentioned. Then we have got the approval process in which the bill is presented and debated. But at implementation, when the budget is passed, I think most of our parliaments relax at this critical time. Some may be involved when there's supplementary brought. That's when there's a bit of activity. But this also becomes critical in our work. Because most of the time we leave it up to the last stage when the Auditor General is reporting on something. But that is post, when everything has happened. So it's important at this stage of implementation that our parliaments are active. But for purposes of this training, those become points at which we are supposed to provide our support and our intervention. We will get to that. I did mention the issue about the budget core circular and why it's important. I just pick out two portions of it that are related to what we are doing today. So, for example, the core circular that was issued by our Minister of Finance to prepare the 2025 budget estimates, which were presented on Friday. On 36, it says all cross-cutting issues of gender mainstreaming, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, disability support, and control of infectious diseases, among others, should adequately be considered and clearly indicated by ministries, provinces, and agencies during the development of the 2025 to 2027 medium-term budget plan and the 2025 annual budgets. Okay? This is in the co-curriculum. And then we have issues in the other session later on which you have to monitor performance. So even there it says explaining in the net how their programs, outputs, and activities contribute to gender equality and disaggregating performance indicators by gender. Now this becomes critical. Okay? This becomes critical. If and we will do an exercise to see how we can pick out, whether we can pick out disaggregation of performance indicators by gender. This becomes critical actually. By gender, where possible, though there's some kind of discretion allowed, so that the performance tracking in their formation is easily undertaken. Okay, undertaken. And then on the sustainable development goals, the budget co-circular, this was what it guided. The SDGs resonate with the underlying principles of the Vision 2030, in which Zambia aspires. Therefore, ministries, provinces, and agencies are guided to consider their relevant in which relate to their mandate. So already as we interrogate the budget estimates as when presented, and we've got this background information, makes us in a better position to see just whether the circular was adequately adhered to, and also speaks to the things that we expect to see in our work. Okay, then we get to output 3. I also found this one very interesting, and colleagues, even if you are familiar, but probably let's look at it again. MPs demonstrate a heightened interest to advocate and interrogate for increased SRHR budgets through the yearly budget process, leading to, now this is very interesting, leading to somewhere. There's predictability there, there's sustainability, and there's also innovation. So we need to pay a little bit more attention to these requirements. Predictability here. It's not just a question of putting figures that you put an Excel, you can get an Excel sheet and put a figure and put somewhere that this is this we want to achieve SDG 3. Those things we can punch. Anybody can do that. And so those old days when we were learning budgeting, one of our lecturer was saying, you know, you can prepare a budget in Excel. Just at home, punch in figures, do this, you prepare it. But it's that question of implementation. The resources are stated. Were they released in the first place? And based on the information that you have when you are analyzing the budget, were those that were released, the resources, released on time? Because this becomes critical. I don't know what your experiences are, but we can share. There are times when releases come towards the end of the year. So no matter how brilliant you are, no matter how active, whatever it is, or ready to execute those government programs, if money comes 3-4 months before year end, it really puts all of us in a very awkward situation. these are some of the things at the time you're approving. We need to be aware, because we need to state to the members that, look, it's not just a question of meeting the, like SG mentioned yesterday. It's not just about being 15%, national health is compliant with the 15% allocation. That can be stated, but were those resources even made available at all? So you can look at what has happened at mid-year, even the previous immediate past year. You can even build a trend, okay? And see just how this turned out between what was budgeted and what the actual was. So you already have that information with you. So that is the issue with predictability. Now, it becomes important, like I was saying, it's not just a question of stating it, but it's whether you even actually are able to do it with the resources that are made available. Because when you do that, then you have confidence in the budget. And you can know that in the next cycle that at least 95, 85, 75% of the resources are normally released. So that issue of predictability, that means you start attaining it. So eventually this is what we are supposed to see. But that can only happen with a strong intervention by members of parliament, and members of parliament are supported by ourselves, okay? Sustainability, we always talk about it, but in the area of budgeting, when you see sustainability is marrying own resources with what you receive from cooperating partners. Now, as we delve into the figures, time allowing, you may pick any line in the budget estimates and see whether that line is supported by own resources or the bulk of it, 100%, is actually funded by our cooperating partners. And I think under the areas of health, education, we normally have these nice programs. But when you look at the detail, they're actually all funded by donors. Now that becomes a bit of a problem on issues of sustainability. Then innovation. Are we leveraging, for example, on technology to realize some of the objectives? Technology makes things much easier as one of the ways. Like yesterday, we had Sapepkai, when we're doing trying to get to see what we had in terms of attendance and of experiences of colleagues. He used that, which we normally take for granted, but these are some of the things that we can make easier. But the idea is, how innovative are we with Srhr on expenditures? So these are some of the things that you need to highlight. And you can marry this with what is already stated in those documents that I mentioned. There are these national action plans, what. They give all those details. Wow, this one went too fast. Let's see whether we can. Yeah, we were. Yes.
Is it possible, given the cycle, colleagues, we heard about the cycle for the budget and the various intervention issues that may be different for each country in terms of dates. But I think the methods we agree that are similar in most of our countries. Now, do you recognize this output that Mr. Katesh is talking about? You recognize it. Where is it found? I can't hear. People are whispering.
In our project document.
In your project document?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, given the cycle that you proposed and the results framing that you have, is it possible that from January to December you are so silent and there's nothing to report? I'll leave it to you.
Okay? I hope I've not spoiled your day now, SGs.
No. I've also not made a verdict. I'm just asking.
But there's a hand. Okay, let's get it, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Je pense que le problème de budget de la Zambie, tel que les collègues venaient de le présenter, la chronologie est la même chose. Au niveau, par exemple, de la RDC, le budget commence au niveau du territoire, ça arrive à la province, et à la province, ça arrive au niveau du ministère. Et au mois de septembre, effectivement, on présente au niveau du Parlement. D'ailleurs, actuellement ici, la session de mois de septembre, c'est une session budgétaire. Donc, la chronologie est la même chose, même si les appellations diffèrent et la programmation diffère, mais c'est vraiment la même chose. Et c'est déjà une très, très bonne chose. Et je pense que c'est aussi, je voudrais féliciter Madame la CG d'avoir invité les parlementaires dans ce genre d'atelier avant notre atelier ici. Puisqu'il y a eu l'atelier des parlementaires, les parlementaires de la RDC étaient venus ici, vous leur avez déjà parlé de ce problème de budget et nécessairement, je pense que vous leur avez aussi parlé du problème de SDR. Et c'est déjà vraiment très bien arrivé pour que quand nous allons rentrer, nous allons en parler, les appuyer dans cette session budgétaire, que ça ne soit pas un élément nouveau. Je suis très ravi de cela. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So, has been highlighted by, this should be very familiar with most of us, but should there be any unique setting? It's always important to share. We learn every day, okay? Now, let's go back to the specifics now. This is very key. I think here. Let's look at this one. The capacity of MPs at national level are heightened to understand and analyze national budgets, to dissect SRHR components. I'll pause a bit here. I think there was a question yesterday where, is it possible to just have, one single line SRHR in the budgets? But I think it was clarified. And by this statement, you can see that this is already recognized. It involves so many components, and this becomes our role to ensure that we know those components. If you don't know them, then we'll miss the point again. So this becomes critical. They are including budget allocation for SRHR, commodity access, recruitment of GBV, gender-based violence, enforcement personnel, reproductive health services, HIV service delivery in the public sector, and protection of key populations. Yeah. Now, here, the point that we're trying to discuss is, at what point do you come in? So that we start bringing this to a reality. Okay? It's stated, but it has to be realized. Okay? So, remember that I took a bit of time to go through the formulation and all those stages. It's deliberately for this. Okay? So at formulation, I did emphasize on the need to know how our parliaments are involved with the medium-term expenditure framework. And I'll highlight to you, colleagues, that the medium-term expenditure framework is the main document that will actually details the policy direction of the government. The annual budget just brings the figures. That is why our job, when the figures are brought, is to marry the policies as pronounced to see whether they are reflected in the numbers for actualization. Otherwise, we are going to have very beautiful policies on our desks and in our shelves, but which are not backed by resources. This becomes critical. Now, There's also an activity, I'm not so sure how many parliaments are doing it, but this is something we are doing in Zambia and probably SG. Should there be a need for where we can share practice is on this one. The law now, our national planning and budgeting law, requires the Minister of Finance to present to Parliament an annual review of the implementation of the development plan every year. That one is submitted to Parliament, and our what we call expanded budget planning and budget considers that in the details and submits a report to Parliament. That we have been doing for the past 3 years, just when the act was enacted. So other than the medium-term expenditure framework, in our case, we've added what comes out when members are reviewing or are considering the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan. So there are key lessons that come out, there's key information that comes out, which we link to the medium-term expenditure framework and until we see how the budget estimates are done. So it's something that is already we are doing, and it was also new for us. We are still perfecting it, but I think it's something that you can closely monitor and see how it happens in the Parliament and see whether it's contributing to our work. So for us colleagues from Zambia, this becomes an added job for you. If you have not found yourself in the process the past 3 years, the next time we are doing it, you have to be involved. And I think our office is open. You want to say something before, or you are just you're acknowledging that, yeah, you found some work to do now. Yeah. So next year is even critical for us on this one, because the next report that is coming is not annual, but it's mid-term review. So it even becomes more critical. Okay? Yeah. Then at approval stage, the budget is brought to Parliament for approval. Now, depending on the practice you have, this is why I've put question marks there, is to find out from colleagues whether all our parliaments subject the budget estimates for consideration by either sector committees or portfolio committees. Is that our practice everywhere? Because it makes will make our work much easier that way, because you're able to know which the relevant committees that are considering our issues. The style that we had in Zambia was not very helpful because we were just ending up at the overall budget estimates and what. It was very difficult to go into the details other than what is stated in the speech and what, but that doesn't say much. Yeah. But this time around, because we are now subjecting our estimates for detailed scrutiny by committees, this becomes much easier to make follow-up, because now you have your head, you can see it through from the development plan, what happened in the medium term, and also seeing what's up, what has been allocated. Yeah. So this becomes a possible entry, colleagues. So mark this one in order to start working towards this and report progress. I think SG requires progress, colleagues. Let's look at this. This one is ours now. It's not MPs. It's us, parliamentary staff. And I think Doc there was getting some videos, clips of us on us, what we were supposed to do. So those things what you said, I don't know what you said, but this is what it's all about. So parliamentary staff and SRHR researchers, we are all included. it's parliamentary staff and researchers. So colleagues, one thing that is also important, is when we go back to our respective parliaments, do we keep all this with ourselves? Huh? So that you just come to discover by accident that Jeff is connected to SADC PF on the project. By accident. Or there's a deliberate process where you bring other members of staff on board. That there's this project that our national parliament is participating in at SADC PF.
No, that's a serious point. Because we talk about the architecture of the project and staff take that for granted. There's no way you can do this project alone as a research. That one underline. Do you see the deliberateness of the hierarchy on this one? It starts with parliamentary staff and you are secondary. So I think it's very important. You can't just sit every month, I can't submit, I didn't do. If you say I didn't, you mean the parliament didn't do. You mean the clerk did not do. So colleagues, I know, can we read our proposal yet again? There was effort put into this proposal, guidance, simplified to the barest minimum. So if we can just appreciate and take this assistance to break it down seriously. There's no way you can say I've not done an activity. The whole 3 months, no reporting. That's why we want you to report monthly. Because as far as we are concerned, there's work to be done.
Thank you, colleagues. We are learning, isn't it? Yeah, and sharing best practice, experiences, and also acknowledging where we've fallen short so that we make corrections. Okay? Now, possible points of intervention. I've talked about the formulation stage. I've talked about the approval stage. I add another stage, implementation. Our committees, do they conduct in year? The budget is approved. As it's being executed, do they conduct reviews, quarterly reviews? Or are any quarterly reviews submitted to Parliament? Budget performance. If that is the case, and the expectation now is that you are interrogating those documents, colleagues. Because if you do this, everyone else will not be, you have something to say honestly. You really have, if no money was released, it's a report that in 2025, we were on these issues of it, we only received 25% as at the end of June. There's something to report. Yeah. Okay. So where maybe committees are not doing it, actively doing it, it's a conversation that you can start. We are all reform agents. You know, you can pose reforms. And there's, I think, in our experiences, there are certain things that have happened simply by what we've put before the clerk and our bosses. They'll run with it. And if you have champions, members of parliament, they also do it. We approach the thing from so many fronts. You know, use an MP, your champions, and also you yourself as staff. So it's something that we can move towards if you're not actively doing it. But even where you're not, but there is the reports on budget, a quarterly budget review come to Parliament. This is something that we can start following up. Okay? But within there, It doesn't mean that it's just parliamentary committees that can do this. There's also a possibility of other oversight mechanisms that we have within our institutions. Questions and also motions. Members, depending on how we have, but I think it's something that I've posed at the end. For those that may be privileged, that you have parliamentary caucuses on Srhr. For those that have, then you can even use them now for certain things. Questions, both questions and motions. So these are opportunities of our intervention. Colleagues, in order to assist members in budget analysis and good deconstruction during the budget sitting. Okay? So I think the point here, and from where we started, we are able to do something. It's always possible. So, number 3. Srhr researchers conduct a situational analysis of national budgets and identify prevailing budgeting gaps to assist MPs in parliamentary deliberations. Now, here, I have not indicated points of intervention, but here what is key is collaboration to actualize this. You cannot possess all the information. Collaboration becomes key. With the PBOs, these are within our parliaments. We can work together. First, we are a phone call away, a few doors away. We can work together on this as we look at conduct this situation analysis. Let's work together. And I think Former did raise these issues yesterday. Yeah, but I think it's we've always worked together. I think even when you were in the research department full time, now with your institute, but even with the institute, we are doing so much things together. Why not here? Probably we can even push it further, colleagues, where we have budget offices. Approach the boss there and ask them, do you have any of your analysts looking into these issues? These are very practical, but low-hanging fruits within our parliament. These are low-hanging fruits within our parliaments. Just influence or because where you can have one of the analysts assisting you with this. Okay? With key public institutions, even us as PBOs, when the budget, we engage other public bodies. They're the ones that contain the implementers of the budget, and they're the ones that sit on the information that we want sometimes. You have to have the connection with the Zambia Revenue Authority I'm giving you my example, with the central bank, with the Bureau of Statistics. You just have to have arrangements with them where you can have access to information even before the official documents are done. You have these agreements where you say, no, this information is not yet approved by cabinet, but for your work, you can use it. We do that, okay? We have all sworn to the secret of the oath of secrecy. So it's not something strange within the public service. So you need this collaboration. Civil society organizations, think tanks and academia, and cooperating partners. I highlight some examples of how we are doing this one. And SG, and this is another thing that has happened in a different way. We have signed MOUs before, but the current one we have is unique in that stakeholders came up together. The academia, civil society, think tanks, and other professional bodies came together as one and signed an MOU with Parliament. So they operate as one. They don't operate as individuals. Yeah, it's a very interesting one, and we're seeing how it's going. Yeah, but we have benefited immensely from it actually, both in terms of resources, information, support to MPs. It's been coming through this same MOU, including our own parliamentary budget office. We recently had a network meeting, our annual conference for PBOs. Our attendance was facilitated through the MOU. That's how we can leverage on some of these things. Remember what we talked about innovation? This comes back again. These are some of the ways in which we can help deal with it. Yeah. So our own PBO also has as an accountability, social accountability desk, but this also came through negotiation, the way I'm encouraging that we can have. But the beauty with Srhr is very much something that is active within the social accountability activities. So there, at least we can see what is happening there. We've worked closely with ActionAid, with the Public Service Accountability Monitor. I'm sure we are all familiar with PSAM, and also with the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, partners for such as Srhr. These are providing a lot of support and give insight. Particularly Srhr, I think Srhr is very active on the areas that we're dealing with here. Srhr, here in Zambia, they've been developed an app where they track all these things. So it's something that we can see and see how we can be utilizing the information that they are having. We feed to members at the point they are discussing the budget estimates. So these are some of the things I think that we can see and work together. But like I said, it's something that we need to be working on way before the budget is presented. Yeah, there's a hand there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katesh. I think this is very important. The point you have raised and how we have broken it down. The partnership framework and also the architecture for the project, as the SG said, is very clear in terms of the sequencing where internally within Parliament, unless you are deliberate about collaborations, about awareness raising, about engaging, it is going to be very difficult, particularly for colleagues who are coming from support departments, but even those that are in core functions like committees. Like you have highlighted the Parliamentary Budget Office as one of those internal points that we need to collaborate with. One of the opportunities that is also there, which is part of the architecture of the project, is the National Working Group. If the same way you pay attention to external, internally you also ought to have some arrangement. I think it would be important to hear how this is structured in terms of institutionalizing internally, because externally there is a formal structure of national working groups, but to what extent are those national working groups being utilized? How are they being convened, and how regular? How do you deconstruct so that they are able to understand the project in the manner, for instance, you have presented? If you yourself sometimes struggling to be clear about the project, the beauty of the partners is that majority of them have a mandate and they have the resources, have capacity, but it's the way we coordinate and link them to what we are looking at, and in terms of the reporting requirements, what we are tracking in terms of the outputs and outcomes.
Don't worry, this is just a training that we have to. Colleagues, you all receive guidelines on the launch of the Srhr project for your countries, isn't it? You'll appreciate that some countries did it better, some countries did not do it better. In some countries, I was able to meet with the technical working groups. And part of the idea is that we want to look at whether you do have a resource for all the areas that you have to deal with in the project and report on. If you don't allow SRHR to assist you and audit your members of the technical working group, you are going to end up with people who are not into social accountability, for instance. You are going to end up with people who are not, for instance, the police. Are some of you having the police where they run victim support centers for GBV? How are you going to get that information? So sometimes when we insist on certain interventions by SRHR, it is not because we don't trust what you are doing. We recognize the limitations. When we say, look around in your parliament, don't just take the Committee of Health committee clerks. Look at this, it is because in the long run, you will see the value of these people in helping you report on all these areas. Otherwise, you are certainly going to be stuck. And when you get stuck, the project does not move. When the project does not move, there's no funding that will come because when evaluation comes, we're stagnant. We seem to be saying the same things that we said a year ago, 2 years ago. There is no marked improvement in the quality of X, in the number of motions for X. The variety is not there. And this variety can only come from these other donors. Mr. Kateshi talked about the partnership metrics that we have. It is very clear. And by the way, there are very few donors in the region. We are all funded by the same donor. Mamehela, you came to the partnership forum for CEDA. They get surprised that they are funding us with different partners, but we are not utilizing those partners in a manner that can add value. So colleagues, take what is being said for seriously. For instance, we have MOUs with those partners. In fact, PSAM and all those other guys, we've been gatekeeping. We said to them, you can't all go to Parliament's 111. CEDA had funded us to come with a partnership metrics. And we call it, what do you call that metric? So where we want people not to go one by one to parliaments, for them to be organized around a theme where all of you, but at national level, you'll find that there'll be many from the same portfolio. Why? Surveys will come under social accountability as a CSO also. The others will come from the regional level like Action Aid. The others will come, but you all need them so that at the downstream, members of parliament can have people who can whisper to them about what's happening in the country. And you cannot do this work without collaboration. You cannot have a technical working group meeting so that you tick off. It's governance. How often do they meet? A proper functioning technical working group will have to meet monthly. And I think that, we have a joint financing agreement where we have partners coming in to say we are all funded by CEDA. You will see during your capacity development session, all these partners are coming to present to you for free because all of us are funded. They don't need money from you. Zambia will tell you that they have many, many meetings. They don't have to write to Rush to say we need money because the same partners also have money that they can host some of these meetings. What we just want is that they must meet at Parliament because we want ownership. We want the clerk and the various stakeholders to be involved. Today, the meeting may be chaired by the clerk. The clerk may delegate to the director PBO. The clerk may delegate to head of committees. The clerk may delegate so that people can see the wealth of collaboration within Parliament. So let's take this into account. Some of these processes, the questions will come, why? Because you are collaborating. Where does advocacy come from? Because there's intelligence coming from the processes that you are looking at. Also remember, CSOs don't have time to also sometimes get into this detail. But internally in Parliament, if you have something to offer for them to run with advocacy and predict that, oh, last year, it looks like this year we're not going to have ABCD. They start putting pressure at different points for them, at least, even if they don't succeed, there'll be a motion in Parliament. There'll be a question in Parliament. For us, that is the quality of the debate that we measure. And honestly, if we are saying, looking at these reports from October last year to now, there's been absolutely nothing in your parliaments. These are the questions I'm going to ask the clerks. They are meeting after you. Because sometimes we really need to look at where is the problem. Or are you going to revise your reports? It's too late because we look at quarterly reports and other things. Can we reflect and be born again, please?
No, I just wanted to assure colleagues that this is not too much work. Because when you said you need to have these collaborations, if you collaborate with the budget office has links with the revenue authority, with OCSOs, with ministries. So you get all the information from the budget office for those parliaments that have budget office. Doesn't mean as the researcher, you need to have linkages with the PBO, with the revenue authority, with whoever as the researcher. But as an institution of parliament, there should be an arrangement where you have these arrangements and these MOUs. So you just ride on those arrangements rather than you as an individual researcher having to then have that MOU or those arrangements with CSOs. Just ride on the existing arrangements.
And if they don't collaborate internally, they'll find themselves starting afresh. From the same parliament, 4 people sending emails silently to different people. So the value of collaboration, colleagues, is important. Coordinate your partners inside parliament. And then it will be very clearer when you go outside.
This one, I'm just stretching it a little bit more on the situation analysis. It's quite critical because I think it lays the groundwork of what we're supposed to do. This one is very straightforward. Just the need to know key national documents on health, gender, equality, and climate action. In all these things, it's important to know them. I've, in our work, you come across so many people who, with social media now, anybody can comment on anything. But they may be commenting on something that is already well documented. So you even wonder that why is this person coming out as if nothing is happening? Instead of, and I'll tell you why it becomes critical. So instead of taking the position like there's nothing happening, when you engage your documents, you find that there are actually certain programs that are happening, but maybe they're just not being done properly. So it becomes a better way of, because if you just assume that there's nothing, remember you're going to meet colleagues from the executive also, who are also well capacitated and are dealing with it. So if you go there with half information, then they have a field day before you with the committee. You see? So it becomes critical for you to just be familiar with national documents. Here, I just highlight some of the documents, particularly in our case that we may deal with. Vision 2030, 8th National Development Plan, National Health Strategic Plan, National Community Health Strategy. All these are there containing different information. Some of the linked, yes. We have the National Gender Policy, very, very new, 2023. National Policy on Climate Change, I know this one is being reviewed, but also an important point to come in with our interventions. And then there's also the National Determined Contribution Implementation. Now, this one, I'm sure, I don't know how many of you have, most of our countries have signed this. It is commitments of countries on these gas emissions and what. So these are some of the things, particularly if you, on that question that was raised on linking of gender issues to climatic change and all these, this becomes critical because when you pick this document, actually, you'll be surprised. The document itself makes the work easier for you. Yeah. So now your job is just to follow up that what is stated therein is being acted on by the government in the way that you deem appropriate from your professional point of view. Thanks, sir.
This is a very important point you are raising. Often the challenge is when you are not aware of the framework, existing national framework, which places obligation on the state to deliver. The focus becomes the project, not viewing the project as a vehicle for delivering agreed to priorities. One of the questions that you will hear sometimes when people want to evade accountability is, this is donor-driven. If you're talking to priorities that are already set within the national framework, remember the question that Dubisan asked yesterday. Is it the budget following the national plan, performance plan, or the national performance plan following the budget? The focus must be on the national framework and the obligations there. And the project is just but one of the many opportunities we have to spotlight specific outcomes that we are wanting to be delivered. When that happens, even when you must formulate questions for a member of parliament, you must formulate a motion for a member of parliament. Your point of departure is a national commitment. Sure.
Probably this emphasizes the point that he's just raised, made it easy. So for example, in the National Health Strategic Plan, the national health priorities are stated. The health delivery service, and these are the ones for currently in Zambia. This is how they are stated. The national health service delivery priorities are those, 9 of them. And then on the health system priorities, the 6 of them. So already this makes our easy, as you begin to interrogate this, you start linking it to these issues. But they are contained in the documents which you need. You just have to. Otherwise, the researcher title may be a problem now. I'm just joking.
No, seriously, because when you spoke, I just said to myself, maybe the researcher title, people have not internalized it, because it's not about waiting to be given by the next person. You are supposed to be the one digging for information in order to formulate responses. So yeah, you took the words from my mind.
Then I also stretch further on this situation analysis, because it's, remember, it's in the document. You are supposed to conduct, and I hope they've conducted SG. We need also, we're interested to know how these things are happening. Now, politicians are politicians. A dynamic and heterogeneous group, they're not the same. Okay? We have some that are already enlightened, making our work very easy. Some of them are former executive members. They were ministers. Some of them were senior public officers, but now they are MPs. Then we have others that may not have that much knowledge, but are very interested. And so you'll be surprised that most of them that are the ones who are even eager to push certain things. When you decide that, sir, can you move this motion? Oh, they run with it. They really run with it. So now this is because when you also know your members, you know which one to use for what. They become very critical, including sending a message, direct message to the speaker. Where you feel that maybe through the clerk it will take a bit of time because I have to deal with my boss, then he also looks at what but when you get a member, the member will just go and knock on the speaker's office and it's the message is relayed. Okay. Then in our work, we may also see some of the expected results even happening, as we conduct here. So when you see it happen, it becomes an opportunity for you on how you can enhance it further so that you get to, we had, and I'm sure Madam SJ, this you may be very familiar with. In 2019, one of the members of the ruling party moved a motion in which he urged the government to be providing adequate sanitation and sanitary to all girls in public schools. That was in 2019. His name is Dr. Honorable Dr. Copeland Sebastian. And this motion was successful. The House adopted it. So I did a quick check in the yellow books, the estimates of expenditure. Actually, there's from 2023, there's a line under head 8 Ministry of Education on secondary schools. There is an allocation for provision of sanitary towels to schools. It's there. You can check it out. I did a quick check on it. The only issue that I had with it is that it's only reflected in secondary school. But it would be important that it's also in primary education. But these are the gaps probably that as researchers we enlight to members that yes, something is happening, but probably not in the way that captures everyone. Remember the issues of inclusiveness in the programs that we're doing. Yeah. So these so this happened. I don't know whether we have very experienced as colleagues where you are, but members also do certain things like this. Yeah, we had one like that. It was very successful.
Mr. Kateshe, let me just say, colleagues, are you picking what Mr. Kateshe is saying? It is not enough that in one report you say, for us in Zambia, sanitary repairs are enough. Are you following up? And are you following up to give what happens in that budget line year on and year on? Are you even beginning to look at the population for school-going children that should really be covered? And just divide that and see how much a sanitary pad costs and is this sufficient? You don't have to go that mathematical, but the simple logic that shows somebody who's reporting that they're interested in what they're reporting about. If, for instance, Pamela received things like this, we're already seeing areas for follow-up. When this proposal ends in 2026, we are able to say to CEDA, this outcome needs to be sustained in the project. Why? Because when you looked at when the decision was made and the progress that was made, there's need for us to now take this angle for domesticating that decision. We need ABs. That is how we do the project proposals. You don't just do a project proposal. There has to be value. They'll say, but we've been funding parliaments for this over this long period of time. What will change? And why are we keeping this in there? So I think let's think about the value for reporting and for the future growth of the project, and also the future confidence that should continue to be instilled in parliaments. It is not just HIV. Srhr is not just HIV. Srhr is not, I don't want to go back and forth in that, but can we improve on our reporting? Even before you report, can you sit with colleagues? There are a few parliaments that I've been to when we're training. I think it was the end, I can't remember which cycle of one of the phases of the project that we're doing. And we decided that we're going to bring everybody from all the departments From Hansard to IT to whatever, all of them came. I think we did that in Zambia, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Tanzania. There were several of them. Do you know what happened? As we were sitting there, people were raising their hands, giving us results we never received. And they said, no, our country did well here. Why is this not reflected? So I said, we never received. One lady from Hansard just punched in and said, look, they never came to me. They never asked. In fact, it could have been easy if they came. The other one from another department, no. In fact, this is what happened. That is why you hear me coming back and saying the architecture of the project is drawn from wisdom. Some people will not give you those results. One, they're not getting the allowance. So why should they help you? No, I'm just putting it out there. There has to be value addition to institutionalize the project. That is why we are signing agreements with parliaments. That is why we are orientating parliaments to know how this project operates. There has to be ownership. So be friendly to your colleagues. Build a collaboration that will work for you. I recall Zimbabwe, there was some time where they had a national working group, but they also had what was it called? Who was there? I can't remember, which was housed in the UN. So what they did is that they, just in order to harness all this information, they also became part, I can't remember what it was called. It has a different name, but that's the name of an existing technical working group at national level. So what they did is that they asked for a membership of two, the researcher and the chairperson who was a member of parliament to sit in that group. That's where all the permanent secretaries met monthly. That's where all the UN agencies met monthly. So they didn't have a problem of information and gaps. They knew when a policy is coming up. They knew when data for countries are concerned to be tabled. They knew when a green, white, red, green paper was coming out on a particular issue. So that also assisted. So even if the project says have a national working group, the project doesn't say become deaf to any other processes and innovation that can come up in your country. So I think let's think about how you strengthen opportunities for you to be engaged, where you give leadership positions to people who matter in these platforms. I know in Zambia, there was a time where the permanent secretary health was part of the working group. And who was there? Was it you, Jeff? Or Ifoma? Are you newcomers? Yeah, newcomers. But the permanent secretary for health, they were even sponsoring meetings. They had money. You find that these PSs have money for parliament, which sometimes they don't use. It's for you to say, okay, can we bring this on board? And also you'd have helped your colleague who's in the climate change, whatever, to actually access money for their committees. So look at how you leverage so that you open parliament to these capacities, you assist the clerk to coordinate activities. That is the value of the project. And that is why the clerk is your immediate reporting person, because they will assist you with processes that are going to be running all over the place where they need to. And that is why when I pick up the phone, I speak to the clerk. Simply because the clerk is the one who signed the agreement. As far as I'm concerned, there's that obligation that has to be carried forward. Thank you.
All right, just a quick one, probably to add on what Madam SG said. One thing that I'm noticing as well in the reports is the fact that people, they don't get to reflect on the results framework before implementation of activities. So in a way, when they are doing activities, they are lights out on what they are looking for, what results they are supposed to be reporting on, which is very important. Another key example that I realize, I'm not going to mention names here, our results framework for 2023 up to 2026, November 2023 up to 2026, have changed slightly so many lines have changed, but researchers he had not picked it. They were still using the results framework from last. That one, they know it very well. Because they didn't, that shows that they don't read, they don't reflect on the results framework before they implement. Because if you are to understand that I'm supposed to do a situational analysis here on the gaps, definitely you know that, okay, when we are getting into this activity or this working session with all the stakeholders, we are looking for the gaps. You take note of them so that by the end of the month, you have so much to report on because you are looking up to them during your sessions. So probably that's a point we need to encourage one another to say, let's reflect. I always say this statement, I think every now and then. Reflect on your results framework. Check on the causal link with the theory of change on outcomes throughout the impact. By then you would understand what you are supposed to do, and definitely reporting will come in easily. Thank you.
Okay. This one we've already tackled it. I hope our machine is not. Let's see what we have now. I should be winding up, colleagues, so that you do some work. Now with this, wireless, this is setting up. With the questions you were asked, that question that came from Master Pep, and from what you've taken, I'm sure now you can refine your answers, isn't it? It gives you time to refine. Yeah, I think we get this should be, yeah. One step back. Let's see. Okay. Back. This one is very similar to what we've discussed. Probably the only part that we have included here is the reporting stage. Now, how many of us have taken an interest on performance reports that the Auditor General produces? The performance reports, fortunately, will target on something. There will be health delivery or not. Yeah. Yeah. Have we taken interest, colleagues? Huh? Yeah. At least I can hear a yes. So, colleagues, for those that we are trying to come to a covenant so that we know how we move from there, isn't it? Going forward. So these reports as well, take an interest. There are some that are specifically on what we are discussing here. In our case, we had a report of the Auditor General on preparedness of the country on SDGs. Sometimes the executive won't like it, but it highlights because the beauty with performance audits, the Auditor General doesn't use auditors. They use other experts to assist them come up. So they contain valuable information. So this is another point, colleagues, at the reporting stage, when that committee that is considering the performance audit report is sitting, we have an opportunity to intervene. This is something that is also, and I guess, not within our, unless the system is so unfriendly. Oh, apologies. Unless the system is so unfriendly that you can't get information to the committee. But I think that's not, that should not be the case. I think this is just any question. I'd pose the question on now which parliaments of us have got caucuses for members on Srhr or just general health, gender, climate change, or environment. If these are in existence, use them. These are opportunities as well. Other than waiting for committee members here can pick up issues, can raise questions, can raise motions. Yeah. So I'm sure a number of us may have these caucuses. So these are opportunities to utilize, colleagues. These are within our parliaments. And like I'm saying, calling them low-hanging fruits, really actually. Yeah. These are just some questions to reflect on as we continue in our work. These are some of the things that even in our work we encounter all the time. Issues of when we have certain benchmarks or things set. The question that is there is that for us resource constrained countries, we don't have all the resources. How are they affecting us? We recently had the annual conference for PBOs in Uganda, the one I was referring to. The question of public participation was so hot because, and people have different views, which are valid sometimes, depending on how somebody argues it. That's the beauty of the social sciences. Because one of the parliaments just said members are already representatives of the people. So why do we need to go? It's an argument. So these are some of the things that you encounter when you meet as a group. You have different views. So there are all these things that we do. But also probably in the second question, when a country faces some headwinds, economic headwinds, that these things are not, you cannot really predict properly. You have a drought. There are all these things that have affected you. Within our work, what is it at the minimum would still want to ensure that we look for, despite the challenges, so that we still see that we're still within what we are supposed to achieve. These are some of the, even if people, we encounter these things that, okay, we wanted this, but the electricity issue cannot allow to do one or two things. The drought has affected this. So these are some of the questions that you still need to provoke your minds as you interact with members of parliament. So this is the last slide. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I haven't spent a lot of time.
What happens when you've heard? You stand up, shake and clap your hands. Can we give a round of applause for our facilitator? Yeah. Are there any questions for clarity? Have we heard? I think this time we should go one by one so that people speak for themselves in terms of how have they internalized this presentation. Any questions that you'd like? Any reflections for your own methods of work and how you think you need to improve on that to be able to benefit your parliament's agreement that they've signed on the project? I'm rubbing this in, colleagues, because this is not your project. It is your national parliament's project that you have to really look into. So I'm looking for, okay, Mr. Simon, can I have hands so that I have the list? We take a few questions and then questions or interventions. I see Namibia, I see Simon, I see Ida. Yep. Anyone else? You are going to speak anyway. So I just want to take five of you for now. Jeff, Doctor, the last one. There's only one woman. Okay, I'll put both Dr. Jabu, and then I'll put in, why is your name escaping me? Mozambique. Okay, in that order. Simon, Ida, Jeff, Chiremba.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam SG. My mind is just to get some clarity in terms of allocation to the health sector for SRHR issues. For example, in our country, I can say that most of the contributions normally comes not from the state necessarily, but from either the private sectors and the global community. So how do you interlink between what you are getting from state in terms of reporting, what you are getting from the state and what comes from the private sector or from the global community? How is the linkage in terms of reporting?
Can I ask a question for clarity? Is this not what the government is already doing? To track and know what money is coming into the country and not? Because I don't want you to go and start a new system where you think you're going to be doing what government is already doing.
Yeah, in some instances, for example, the global fund, you will be able to know exactly what is coming through global fund because they are more linked to the Ministry of Health. But then you get the other stakeholders that really necessarily does not report to the government, but you only learn about what they are contributing in terms of certain aspects of SRHR in the media or either through the communication.
So what do you want to do?
What is the linkages in terms of your reporting? Do you also need to focus on what you are getting from, for example, from the media in terms of reporting, or do you focus on what is streamlined through the government?
Okay, I think you must answer that because I have a lot of questions in my mind in terms of your role in the project in this regard. We don't want you to have a stream of data that is not official. Just as a starting point, every government has systems and pools of money in terms of how they report on that. That is your focus. And your focus insofar as what we have outlined, not to then critique and say this one does. I know some of these questions come up on the floor of Parliament. We don't know where the money is coming from. We hear about this, but that should not be your preoccupation. But I've heard you. I think the experts are here. Our resource persons, you can also assist where the need arises. Ida?
Merci, Madame SG. Et merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kateshi, pour la présentation qui était vraiment explicite, très claire et concise. Et j'ai beaucoup appris et je suis en train déjà de réfléchir sur comment je vais procéder à partir d'aujourd'hui, après cette session de renforcement de capacité. Ma question, c'est par rapport au plaidoyer qu'il faut mener sur le fait que dans la loi de finances initiale, par exemple pour Madagascar, le financement extérieur est estimé à 65% par rapport au budget qu'il faut utiliser pour la santé. Donc, quel plaidoyer doit-on mener pour qu'on puisse augmenter le financement interne? Vous avez parlé de la durabilité. À chaque fois que je mène des plaidoyers auprès des parlementaires et auprès des ministères, je parle toujours que quand on parle de durabilité, il s'agit d'augmenter le budget de l'État, le budget de financement public. Donc, comment mener vraiment, en tant que moi, je suis SCSR, chercheuse en SCSR, qu'est-ce que je dois faire, comment influencer on utilise plus le fonds extérieur et pour augmenter le fonds interne. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Next is Jeff.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that presentation. It brought out quite a lot of important issues. Before I ask my question, there was a question which was posed yesterday in the session we had on at which point can we engage the process, the budget process. in order to carry out effective analysis. And I think that today for me, it came out clear that the most opportune time is the process that have the pre-budget processes before the budget is actually presented. There's a lot of things happening before. You talked about the core circular, but also talked about a document that is used for consultation and so forth. And in our different countries, I'm sure there's consultation that is happening at different levels, district level, county level, or whatever level. Now, I just wanted to learn the possibility of engaging, especially the Ministry of Finance, because I know that the CSOs, like in Zambia, are not all of them, but a few do engage the government, particularly the Ministry of Finance, before the MTF, to sort of suggest what should be or what they expect to be seen in the annual budgets. How practical, or what is the practicality of a researcher like me undertaking that process? Because as you know, sometimes the MPs may not be available to do it. They may be out in their constituencies, or they may engage the process in their constituencies. But as an SRHR researcher, am I able to interact with that process at that very early stage? Or it would be cleaner or neater to go through the National Working Group, in this case, the CSOs that we work with? I just wanted to know the opportunity that lies, that is available for me as a researcher.
That's a good question, because I can see already you have a fire inside you that needs to, yeah. But remember collaboration. Remember, it doesn't have to be your face all the time. When you have these partnerships, those who are doing it also, but also I hear what you say, you'd like to be the face of the consultation. Dr. Chiremba?
Thank you, SG. Thank you for the presentation. For me, the major take home has been, I think you notice that there have been a lot of gaps in the reports that we've been sending. I think the presentation is done very well. There's an appreciation now on item 2 and 3. I'm sure we will then be able to fill those gaps, particularly the importance of collaboration is as we fill those gaps with the budget office. I think some of the challenges been, if you miss the initial part of the report, then it becomes so difficult then to fill the links. You cannot be able to just sort of paste something about Santa page once initially you have not put something how much is budget on Santa page. I think that's also been that's some of the reasons why consciously we could not be able to fill it, but now it has been explained. I think going forward, we should be able to do it right from the first time. Then it will make things a bit easy as we track certain areas of interest. My question, I want to learn from Zambia's experience around budget performance report. How often are you doing budget performance report, monthly or quarterly? Why ask it? Our framework is that something has to be reported on the budget each month. So I just want to just appreciate in Zimbabwe do it quarterly. So certain element of the budget that you might wish to report on a monthly basis, the information through our systems might not be available. So I want to know if you're able to sort of have information on by doing analysis of budget performance report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shirima, for that humility and owning the process. But what I want to say to your questions, you know, parliaments in the SADC region have been implementing the Srhr project from as far as 2007. From as far as 2007. Can we make sure that we protect the institutional memory of our parliament? Because where there's no transfer of skill, where you find that this parliament used to set up these systems and they did very well in this, perhaps we need to really look at whether these are owned by a person or it's a mechanism that the parliament also owns. Because it's very sad to find that we are starting all over again just because there's a change of face. I think, colleagues, let's really reflect on our methods of work. And institutional memory systems, the architecture is very important for it to be owned by parliament so that we don't have a system where, you know, there's no transfer of that information at all. Dr. Jabu, and then Ludish.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. And thank you so much to our resource person for such a sterling and reflective presentation on Zambia's case on the budget analysis pathway. And thank you so much for such a reflective interventions with respect to our project proposal, as well as our project outcome. The highlights to share was that my prayer is to have this kind of session shared even with our clerks to parliament, for instance, especially with reference to the circular call for Zambia with respect to budget, how they integrate our focus thematic areas for our project. I strongly commend this. It is so much informative. I wish we could have this shared across for them to appreciate so that it is cascaded rightfully into parliament and further. Also, with respect to outcome 3 on issues of advocating for Srhr budget enhancement with respect to predicability, sustainability, and innovation, have such a take home in terms of leveraging on issues of technology to realize our goals with respect to Srhr, issues on how best we can be innovative, on maybe commodity to security assessing of services, Srhr, like having vending machines for our sanitary pads distribution or distribution of our condoms, etc. And my take home is a call for a tabling of motions to do with endorsement on this particular outcome, especially on innovation, and also integrative approach with reference to STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics endorsement amongst the girl child to enhance issues of innovation and more support for the girl child and boy child on the issues of Srhr. More so, my colleagues have already alluded to this one, the importance of collaboration. I strongly commend, the MOU collaboration where MOUs have been signed with various stakeholders, including CSOs and more. That's a very notable one, and it is a take home. And more important, with appreciation of dynamism of our parliaments, and the fact that we are always complaining that we are thin on the ground, but to echo what the SG is saying in terms of institutionalizing our Srhr HIV and AIDS governance project. It is very much important. I think for us, it is indeed a retreat where we are repenting and to spell out that no one is super perfect. We are really, really learning. It's a learning curve. Also appreciating the partnership metrics, especially with the UN for Zambia, and to endorse that we do have such in Eswatini, but now it's to this kind of information. It's going to really help for us as SRHR researchers to help to see to it as to how do we best collaborate and get more to achieve the outputs of the outcomes of our project, which is the SRHR project. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
I'll hand over to you, sir, to respond, and other colleagues. Dr. Janji, you could come up front if you'd, to add value to some of these. Huh? There's another hand. Oh, Ludesh, yes. Ludesh, sorry, go ahead.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária-geral. Primeiro quero parabenizar o palestrante pela experiência que nos passou do seu país e que achei muito importante. Pude reter que para o sucesso do nosso projeto, na verdade, temos que ter como base a planificação, porque se priorizarmos também o trabalho em grupo, acho que é nesse trabalho em grupo que iremos planificar e mais tarde podemos avaliar e sabermos o que é que podemos colher ou o que foi elaborado. Outra questão que queria partilhar, achei interessante a questão da revisão trimestral dos orçamentos, né? Que é apresentado nos parlamentos. Porque no nosso parlamento essas revisões não acontecem. Apenas o Executivo ou o Ministério das Finanças tem prestado informações, primeiro em sede das comissões e depois apresenta no parlamento. Então, nessas apresentações é onde os deputados têm tido oportunidade de fazerem a sua avaliação e também verificarem como é que os aspectos previamente abordados e acordados estão sendo seguidos. Portanto, foi uma experiência positiva e é de reconhecer. De fato, temos um grande desafio no nosso trabalho, porque temos que reconhecer que nada podemos fazer caminhando sozinhos. É necessário agregarmos também outros colegas, porque também sozinhos não podemos conseguir fazer nada. Os colegas também estão inseridos em outras unidades, em outros órgãos, que é lá também onde estão deputados, estão inseridos também em outras unidades, como nas áreas de planificação, orçamentação. Portanto, é necessário essa colaboração. Por fim, voltar a agradecer essa apresentação, que nos foi útil. Obrigado.
Thank you, Ludish. Sorry, I forgot you. There was a proposal that the clerks should have this presentation. What happens is that annually at the IPU and before every plenary assembly session, the clerks meet. So they are going to meet starting is the next week or the other week at the IPU. I think for IPU it's a little bit late, but that's where they propose topics for things that they want to discuss and share lessons from other parliaments. It starts with maybe, for instance, Zambia, encouraging the clerk to present on what you want. The other parliaments will come prepared to share the similarities and differences. So there's that platform. Also, the Srhr Committee of Clerks, Zambia is hosting the plenary assembly the clerks are going to be hosted. Fortunately, you have Mr. Katesha in Zambia. If the clerk of Zambia, through this project, can be assisted to, during the clerks meeting, table this matter, it's entirely also up to your innovation as a project. If Eswatini has a similar, feels they have a different process which they want to share and ask for areas to strengthen, your clerk can also do the same and say, this is how, that's how they do it. They come in and say, this is what I have for the conditions of members of parliament, for instance. And I realize that in other countries, there's a pension, there's this and this. Can you share with me? Because what I have is this. So that is the approach that clerks want to share information. They don't find it, they don't want to be trained by other countries. They don't want somebody coming to talk as if the parliament is better than the other, but they want a situation where they share ideas. So this is where you come in. For any topic to make it to the floor of the clerks committee, you can deposit some of these learnings for other countries to share, for countries that are implementing. So that's just what I wanted to say. It's not impossible, but the clerks, because of diplomacy and interparliamentary cooperation, those two areas allow them to share in a diplomatic environment. But in this instance, you are being trained. It's a retreat. That is why you find that the methodology is different. So it doesn't mean that when you leave, you've heard. You can talk among yourselves and say, how do we strengthen this thing to make my process a little bit much more bearable? Remember, this project can propose reforms, but it may not get you to a bigger objective. So focus on the results of the project. There's a lot already to deal with and be able to do it. The other ambitious goals, I think, leave them as recommendations to government and to the systems that are there, because sometimes you go beyond your area of jurisdiction, so to speak. You find that you are crashing everywhere, there's nothing to do. Whereas the project already has given you what you can do at every level until you achieve something. I felt I should say that, but I'm taking it back to you, resource persons.
Thank you, Madam SG. The first question was on the contributions that you may receive outside the appropriations and also reporting mechanism. Yes, that happens. But these resources that come outside the budget appropriations or budget estimates, there are two issues that we take into account. There are those that you know that there's a possibility of money coming in. Possibility, but the sources are known. For example, government may have investments in certain businesses. So you can't predict with certainty that it will make a profit and they will declare a dividend. Okay? So those ones, good practice demands that there is at least a statement to that effect so that there's some disclosure, okay? But for these donations that will just come in, for example, we had a national disaster, the drought was declared, and there was an appeal. And then donations come. The law, the Public Financial Management Act, is supposed to be instructive on what should happen, unless there's just a gap in the. But normally, there are provisions on how those additional resources are captured in the consolidated fund, because that's what is key. They become part of the consolidated fund and are supposed to be drawn outside the consolidated, because that's how the mechanism works. But the beauty is that us as researchers now, you have brought in another angle which maybe I didn't mention it, but I think it's in the next presentation. is the issue of the financial report, end of year report. The end of year report should capture what came in, unless there are serious gaps in the PFM system to that effect. And I think even the SADC model law on PFM should have, I think, issues to do with some of these things. It's just a way of making sure that everything that comes to the state is accounted for. So even if you don't see it, but you expect that at reporting stage, there should be somewhere where it's indicated that there were additional resources that came to the state. The second question was on issue of sustainability, 65% coming from cooperating partners. Now, I think what is important is to recognize that Static PF already in the project recognizes the issue of donor funding. This is why when you look at it critically, it says leading. So you expect that progressively, we are supposed to move towards more sustainable way of funding our budget activities. The monies the resources that are made available by donors are recognized, but I think the issue here is that we shouldn't forget that one day, a decision will be made that the funding should stop. And our friends don't hesitate to stop. I don't know how many of you have dealt with some of the very tough donors who just one issue happened in the morning. By the evening, a decision is made that suspend aid to this country. And these things happen. No, whether it's 90% they fund that doesn't matter to them. Yeah. Then there was a question on possibility of engaging the Ministry of Finance when we're doing proposals. Yes. When the call is published in the newspaper, not the call circular now, but there's a call that is published in the newspaper, a notice is given that the Ministry of Finance is calling for proposals for the budget, next budget. That is always there about May, June. You should just take note of that. That is for colleagues in Zambia. It may be a different time in other jurisdictions. So there's an opportunity there for you to make proposals. I've personally made proposals as a PBO director, and I've been called to appear before the ministry on to get more to get they want more clarity or questions on what I've made a proposal. So that is very possible. But the issue, like Madam Wesley has guided, is that do you want as Mr. Zulu to make that, or you can also operate through other partners. What is important is to highlight to them, and you'll find that actually that's exactly what all of you want to. Then you can make that single proposal for the next budget. So there's it's actually very, very possible to do it, Mr. Zulu. Then there's a question on performance reporting on our experience. In the law, only the annual budget performance report is tabled in Parliament. Annual budget performance report. However, the Ministry of Finance always produces monthly, quarterly budget performance reports. For monthly ones, in our case, we don't need to labor much because they are published now in the press. So every month you just see something in ministries now are even more innovative. They're even using social media. So they'll use their Twitter and Facebook So they'll publish that information now. So you get it on a monthly basis. How much has been released? How much has been raised through taxes and what? So it is there on yeah. However, what is important here is for Parliament, if it's possible, committees of Parliament should include in the annual work plan at least some days when they can meet ministries under their charge in terms of oversight and find out how they're performing budget-wise. Because it's at that point when you can they will appreciate whether what we talked about are the resources being released at all. And resources, at what point are they? It's only through this activity when you are active that you can see the desired results. At least the ministry will be kept on the toes. Then there's a question on yeah, but in addition, there is a possibility by your parliamentary budget offices, and this is something that you can be agreed with the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance can give Parliament access to what we call a view-only access to your information system, the financial management system. View only, you cannot enter anything, so you can only view. So your PBO, what normally happens is they will work with one officer in the PBO who they will give those rights. It's not everybody who have the rights. So they will give one officer who they will be interacting with. So that officer will have certain information at any point in time within the government system. So that happens, it depends on the PBO that what you can agree. It's something that we have started on ourselves, but our colleagues in Kenya, in Uganda have already the view access, view only access to their the information management system on PFM. Then budget, there was a budget core circular. Now this one, the beauty with the budget core circular, you can actually have input in what will be contained or for ministries to, as they work on their budgets. In our case, the one for 2025, because we are doing sector budget analysis on a full scale this time around. So we had to ask the colleagues that as you issue the core circular, tell ministries that they will appear before parliamentary committees this time around. And it was put in there. So at least all the ministries, provinces were aware even at that time. So you can actually have input in what goes on there with respect to what you do. But it all depends on the relationship also that you've built. Remember the relationship I said with key public institutions. So if you have that relationship, these things become easier to handle. So that issue of collaboration now has come back. That's why it is key. I think on the last question, Madam, there were more of comments, and which I just want to say thank you very much from Angola. Unless there are additions from my colleague, maybe.
You know, I prefer sitting behind. You know, I used to, when at school, when we traveled with, went out to other schools, I sit at the back seat, you know. You know, back seat people always became naughty, so, but I wasn't that naughty. So I'm getting used to the back seat. So, Madam S, you know, I do go out a lot, so it's quite easy when I'm sitting here to quickly pounce it without disturbing the procession. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, everybody. I think I haven't greeted everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's still morning. It is still morning. Yes. No, thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Secretary. It's very, very powerful and useful. I wanted to also comment for the comments as well from colleagues. I just want to comment on the issue around the donor funding and but I look at it a lot in terms of, you know, how do you stretch that and how you go about getting more of it coming as a part of your spending. I think in an inception, we always argue that. I think Madam SG asked a question yesterday about, do we think there's enough money to fund the healthcare in our countries? And it's a very important question, because what we have been debating a lot in South African Parliament with our colleagues from Treasury is really to say a lot of our pushback as a budget office was around cutting expenditure, because there's been a big drive to cut spending to deal with that apparently. But the question for us, which our pushback is to say, but if you cut spending, do you provide evidence of the impact of the cutting of the spending? Largely to say, clearly, you know, if you understand what spending on SRHR mean for productivity, for macroeconomic implications, for demand in economy, and so other things, you'd take a thorough think before you cut spending. Linking back to the funding as well, and clearly what we have shown, as I was saying yesterday, we argue a lot to say, you know, cutting spending without really providing evidence that it not lead to worsening of developmental indicators, it is a problem. Because the other way around, it's actually you have more better equity, better fairness and well-being in society. And when you have that, you have growth, you've got productivity, macroeconomic variables improves and so many other things. So coming back to the issue of the donors, what I've really realized, we don't have a lot, we have not worked a lot in TVO with understanding the situation around donors, but I think our health sector is funded a lot also by donor funding. I know around HIV project, which the US funds quite a lot. There are a lot of discussions over the time in terms of they want to cut it and so on. But I think what has been a very important determination, I'll show now in my presentation in the afternoon, showing the donors how much that funding improves the situation has been very useful for us. We've seen the lifespan improve quite the lifespan at birth, improving quite significantly over the past year. I'll show you on the graph later on, as a result of more allocation given on ARVs and other support to society. And really it's difficult to cut funding when you're showing that, because for many of the funders, remember now, they have to report back to their governments and so on, how have they improved situation where they provide funding. So my contribution to that dedication is to say, maybe the colleagues, they should see it differently, see it in a way that show your donors that what has the funding done in terms of improving your objectives on SRHR, and that for me, I think has been very positive in forcing them their hand to continue to provide funding. Obviously, they always this negative perception which is not backed by any evidence that there's corruption, you know, they become cutting it. But if you show them, change the conversation in that way, it'll be very difficult for them to cut the funding. Of course, we need to be self-sustainable, but I think for me, it goes core to the debate around budget in our country, is that we need to move away from seeing it separate from what we need to do, which I think Mr. Karish also emphasized that. Sorry, taking too much time. I just want to comment around that, but I'll provide more input later. I don't think I understood the question though, but I wanted to contribute to that around the donor funding and how to deal with that. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. I think Ali Dong had their hand up. I also think later on, we must, I think Simon's question, I think it's issues of budget support and you know the pooling of resources and which ones are declared or not. Although I think it's not relevant for your role, the response that you got was very clear. Some declarations are made. That's why sometimes you go to countries where you hear government is closing down, has a legislation, nobody can receive money. No NGOs can receive money, but that's counterproductive. I don't think it helps. What government can declare, what it has sight of. So this project is not interested in picking up such data, because it may result in clamping down and creating, what do you call these things, perceptions and rumors around certain, it will always be NGOs, certain NGOs receiving money that government doesn't know about. So I normally don't get into that, but I think at the end of the day is to look at, the types of support that donors give. And donors have made it very clear that they will always give money to NGOs, non-state actors, and that money will not always go through government, because those were authoritarian regimes which wanted to control the agenda of everybody else in the country and seeing how much money they have. So it can open up another field of how you look at these monies. But what I wanted to say is that for some of you who've been in the trenches longer, you will recognize that for most of us, the first time you were able to take antiretrovirals, or a family member in your country was able to take antiretrovirals, that money did not come from your own government. The advocacy, and I'm bringing a practical example to you, Ida, where you say, how do we start talking about domestic resource mobilization? And I want to tie this to what Dr. Janchi said yesterday. If the health sector is funded by a sympathizer 90%, like it was said now, when that person decides to stop, what happens? We're going to die like flies. So that is the advocacy. The advocacy is you look at, for instance, the programs that are being funded by donors and the percentage. Because if you're at 90, if you're at 10%, maybe government can rearrange and you can take the money. But if you start talking about more than 50%, 60, 70, 80, you mean that you're at the mercy. The advocacy that we used to do around treatment, flexibilities of treatment, where South Africa had to lead and make sure that we insist on reducing the medication of treatment. The advocacy was, should a white man somewhere sign a check before I can know I will live? So sometimes it's messaging. Sometimes it is not about the numbers. Sometimes it is about some of those things. So we used to go around and say, oh, should a white man really care about me as a citizen of this country? Because there used to be delays where treatment flow dependent on somebody signing before the global fund was put together so that there's sustainability. So sometimes it's just you understanding, where does your source of life come from? We can be sitting somewhere negotiating about the minerals that we have. We talked about critical minerals. Meanwhile, your airports, your hospitals, your education system is overburdened by money elsewhere. Then you want to say, Africa is rich, no, we have money. In fact, no, let's put this barrier so that they cannot mine these minerals. This time we're going to do it. Yes, I understand. But then you wonder, why is government not moving as fast as we know? We are so rich. It's simply because at the end of the day, they know if they close your airport, you're going to sit in your country like Venezuela. You'll sit with your oil. Nobody's going to buy it. You're not going to do anything. There are all these sanctions that are imposed one or the other. When you look at the healthcare system, in most countries right now, these drones that are dropping medicine, somebody was asking you, are you talking about people in the cities or asking about people in the villages? These drones are not funded by our governments. It is funding from elsewhere that says that person in the far-flung village, let's have a drone to drop the medication. So it's all these things that we want to introduce and the basics of what needs to be done for our healthcare system to be sustainable. So you look into that. Who's funding your education sector? Who's funding your healthcare sector? Who's funding A, B, C, D? And if you owe me, let's just take it as a basic level. If you owe me, let's say you earn $100. These are what do you call them? Machonisa, what do you call them? No, oh, sorry. These ones that borrow you money at 30%. Cash loans. Do you know the cycle of cash loans? Do you know the cycle of cash loans, how traumatizing it is and how it locks you in? First of all, you earn 100, you pay 30%. The next time you take again, sometimes you take longer, you end up owning 60%. How feasible is it that you have control of your? Yeah. So I think let's use such analysis like that and look at, and it's not just, it's even our institutions of governance that we want to say we want to own. You know, look at your funding. Who funds SADC PF? I'll start with SADC PF. Who funds SADC PF? No, I'm just giving a practical example. Who funds SADC PF? How much of SADC PF is really mortgaged to elsewhere or not? So you go back to yourselves and look at issues of sustainability and looking at when we start saying, please increase the subscription. That is the only domestic resource mobilization we can do. Should we have all these vacancies when we don't have donor funding? That's the thinking. I'm just giving you an example. Should we not have programs for the forum at all, simply because we don't have external funding? A typical question could be, and look at your country reports this time and assist your members on sustainability. Looking at the money that you pay for subscription, how much of it is left to capacity development and the core? We have a very nice constitution. We have a very good strategic plan. Just start there and begin to appreciate the data and the thinking that can go into why you need to mobilize resources that you're independent of. Let's look at GBV. Why are a lot of us who are in relationships that are, what do you call this? Toxic, thank you. That are toxic, stay because you have no way to go out. They actually know that, okay, she has $100. She'll go as far as the next 2 villages. She'll be back when that $100 finishes. So look at these dynamisms and look at, really, if we want to eradicate GBV, should it always be that it's funded externally? Child marriages, should we really eradicate them through the Africa Agenda 2063, eradicating HIV/AIDS by 2030? Meanwhile, the resources that go there are not even our resources. This project that we are operationalizing, there's a clause in there. If they suspect or if there's a report, they just stop today. That's it. We stop everything. So these are the conditionalities that have been referred to. Sometimes let's not make them abstract. It is real. Sometimes it's about sanctions. Countries like Zimbabwe who've gone through sanctions, they know that it stopped and it stopped like a heartbeat. So domestic resource mobilization brings a level of independence, brings certainty, and it really allows you to govern. This project has a governance component. It's not always about resources that have been stolen. It's about human rights, democratic environment within which we operate, where there's a rule of law and constitutionalism, among others. So I just wanted to say, the Simon and Ida, I hope these are examples you can look into to appreciate that role. Thanks.
Permission by the Master of Director of Ceremonies to sit down.
Our resource person, a round of applause. I can't hear the clap, but thank you. Thank you very much. I think you deserve tea. You deserve to chit chat. You deserve, I don't know what happened to, we used to have 3 countries coming together to discuss where they think they have similarities. 2 countries coming in just like that. Go and do the networking, see who you want to bring on board to assist you, what tactics they have as we have tea. It is now 11, may we kindly come back at 11:30? Or is it too long? It's too long, I'm told it's too long. Okay, let's come back at 11:20.
May I propose that we go downstairs to the lawn where we had promised? I'm sure your makeup is still standing. Let's go and do our group photo before tea. So let's go down to the lawn. And the researchers, please hang around with me down there when everybody else goes up. So we do the mug shots that we agreed on yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, so now let's come back at 11:30. Join info that you can memoir. It's not a problem. Because it's very sad, there are companies who are so ahead. So ahead to the back.
The desk officers themselves.
Colleagues, to our side, we are about to resume. I'm sure we can start now. Hope everyone is refreshed. We had the chit chats during the tea break. Are we all refreshed and raring to go? Hello, are we all refreshed? Yes. So after the last session, which really looked at what we are supposed to do at each and every level of the budget process, and also which documents can we look for, which partnerships can we forge, and what we really need to do in terms of advancing at outcome 3. I'm sure we now need Mr. Kateshi to take us through what was previously session 7 on our program, which looks at performance indicators and SDGs. Mr. Kateshi has to leave after the presentation, so that's why we had to bring his presentation forward. So I will leave this time to Mr. Kateshi to take us through what we were supposed to do in session 7. Then after that, we can do a group exercise before Dr. Jandis can then come and take the podium to do what was previously session 6. Thank you, Mr. Kateshi.
Apologies for that. So we go into the next session, but I should admit that some of the info we've already covered it, so we may actually move much faster and probably engage more. But for this presentation, colleagues, I'll advise that you do not let it not intimidate you because of some of the things that you share. These are the same documents, same documents that you engage. And to make it more practical, I've used the same ones, so that even if you go on our website, you pick the budget estimates, this is exactly what you are going to see today. So just follow what the messages that we're trying to put across. Okay. So maybe I start with some very basic information, because this, as you do your work, also becomes important that you know where you situate yourselves and your parliament. So as you do indicators, as you you follow through the budget, checking out for SDGs, this becomes a bit important that you are familiar with it. So there are various kind of budgeting systems, and I've given examples of some. These are not the only ones. So whatever, you may have something different in your setting, okay? So for example, in our case in Zambia, we use output-based budgeting. other countries who have program-based budgeting. You know, we've got all these things that we as others, those that are very sophisticated, may have graduated to outputs. I mean, outcome, some. So you have then, but basically all these fall within the framework of performance-based. It's performance-based kind of budgeting. That's where they all lie. But even as you look at these systems, there are also other issues that you just need to take into account. For example, as you work, you will come across issues like it's based on accrual basis, it's based on cash basis. These are accountants use those things so much, but there's no harm in also you at least just being familiar with those phrases or terms. Okay. There's also multi-year budgeting. Remember I talked about the medium-term expenditure frameworks and what this is what they speak. So other than just having one of these budgeting systems, it will either be on accrual or cash budgeting system, and it will be multi-year. And multi-year basically is the normal term is 3 years, and it's in a rolling basis. I'm sure these you are very familiar with. So I'd pose the question, but I think we had dealt with it initially. But just in case, I'm sure we all know the budgeting systems that we have. Are we all familiar with them? Are we all familiar with the budgeting systems that we have? You know that it's output, program, whatever it is, it's multi-year, and you know that it's on cash base. Most of us are running cash base. Yeah, very few countries have migrated to accrue. Yeah. So as people are interrogating the budget, these are just some of the things that you may need to be aware. This is why I call them just some basics. Then also, as we continue in the basics, because you are going to be looking for here. Our interest is performance indicators. There are two main formats in which the budget information is presented. This is to facilitate international comparison. So whether it's the budget for the United States, for Britain, for Germany, these are the main formats. It will be either in economic classification, or you see it as classification of the function of government. There are other classification administrative, but the administrative is very easy because most of this is just the way the budget is aligned. You have a head mentioned, even the departments there where the money is going. That's administrative. So it's something that we are very familiar. But these two become key because the budget estimates that you are going to be interrogating, they will be either in economic classification or classification of the function, which we call simply COFOG. Okay? And COFOG has got 10 functions. Now, as researchers, it is important to know that these 9 functions, there are other sub-functions under them. So for our purposes, maybe it would be important as you go to your rooms or home after this, please try to find out what is under the 7th function there, health. Because it will detail everything that our governments should follow and what we can expect in the budget. Then for economic classification, for our purpose, it becomes critical. It becomes critical in our analysis because when you have, and this will be the same information, the totals will be the same, except that one will be classified like this, the other one will be classified like that. So under economic classification, this gives an indication of where the bulk of the money that has been allocated is going. This is why this one becomes important. So you can have all the allocation be consistent with what is internationally demanded. Let's say you've got 15% of the budget allocations towards the health sector. Okay? That will be fine. You can find it under COFOG, number 7. And you when you calculate your 15%, even 16%, okay? The story doesn't end there. When you get to this detail, the economic classification of the same amount, you realize that 80% are personal emoluments. Then the story changes. You move from being happy to being sad. This is why these two become important, because this gives you an indication where the bulk of the money is going. So when you've got a good allocation under function and you go to economic classification, you note that the use of goods and services is more, then you know that this ministry is okay. At least that one you're comfortable. But if the bulk of the resources are personal emoluments, then it's business as usual until the next budget. Yeah. Yeah. So now, since we're still talking about the budget systems, but in this topic, there's also a link to the SADC model law on PFM. So the model also has certain deficiencies within our budgeting systems, which it's trying to address. And like as SG has, these are well-informed processes. They just didn't happen. So some of the deficiencies, and I think this concept note you can find, you should have it. Some of the deficiencies that were identified that link to what we are discussing now is that budgets were not related to clear performance indicators. Okay? And another one was that there was a disconnect between international commitments in the budget, in the commitments and budgeting. And some of the cited commitments are these ones, which I think even PEP yesterday went through. So, like I mentioned, the model law is meant to address some of these deficiencies, among other things. So, as we engage our members, let's be alive also to some of the weaknesses in our systems so that they can try to correct. And as much as possible, we try to be in line with the SADC model law. We try as much, because it's not just our PFM systems or what. This is it's happening in so many areas. Even in the area of environment, we have SADC guidelines now. Even under central banks now, I think they're also talking about there's some SADC models. I think that they are all now trying to get some conventions. So it's not just under parliament. So, but what we need to do is ensure that our laws, as we make any amendment, we cross-check that we are consistent with with what is required of our institutions. Now, there are certain provisions in there which may actually be very positive in our work as people who give technical support to members. In that there are provisions for the minister in charge of finance to issue certain statements. Now, these are for certain countries, including ours. It's not been a very easy journey to for the executive to be issuing certain things. It's really been a slow process, but we are headed there. Okay, so there's a requirement for a statement on issues of sustainability and sustainable development goals, international commitments, and matters on equality and diversity. This is in terms of gender equality and diversity, yeah, including other marginalized groups. Now, interestingly, there are other countries that are already ahead of us. Of course, not that in SADC with the region they are not, no. But there are other countries where you see almost exactly of what we are trying to have. For example, I picked Uganda, outside the SADC region, but if you look at their PFM law, it's one of the most comprehensive, I should say, because they even have certain things which I may just mention, but you don't need to bother yourselves. But at your own time, you can research on them. They've even got what they call a charter of fiscal responsibility. I don't know whether you've heard of such things. Yeah, but when you pick the Finance Management Act there, you can get the details. Because the Charter of Finance Fiscal Responsibility specifies things that you need to follow as you handle public resources. Yeah, but specifically related with what is in the model law is what is in section 10 of the PFM Act. And I've reproduced it there, which says a minister to issue in consultation with they've even created an Equal Opportunities Commission. I don't know how many of us have in our jurisdictions have this arrangement. So a certificate certifying that the budget is gender and equity responsive. This is in their law. It's not like, in their law. It's yeah. So the Parliament has got all the power to hold the executive to account on this one. The other, what they need to certify also is specifying the measures taken to equalize opportunities for men, women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. This is in their law. So what is in the SADC model is not, we shouldn't take it like, very hard things, maybe other people are already practicing. So it should not be an issue. So we can intensify our advocacy. So you can pick up that, I can even share it. I think I have a soft copy so that participants can engage it. It's really very interesting. Now, similar to what I had highlighted, as analysts or as researchers, and because we are now delving into performance indicators, we just need to know also the key budget-related documents that are within our respective countries' legal framework. So in our case, and this should be very similar to most of us, is the medium-term budget plan, which we dealt with, the budget core circular we dealt with, the estimates of revenue and expenditure for a particular year. In our case, we call it a yellow book. It's because it comes, it's yellow. I don't know, in other countries, it may be any color, but this is what is tabled with the budget speech, the estimates. You need to be very familiar, and the way the formatting is, because I should admit that even us, when you are dealing with that document, most people find it very difficult to comprehend it, including members. They will pick one part here, do this, and yeah. But for you, it is now becoming a must, just a must. Unfortunately, SG, it's a must now that colleagues have to know this estimate, the way it is in its entirety. Yeah. Then you also need to know the financial report. I referred to the financial report in relation to that question that was asked on monies outside the government. Yeah, but like as you had contributed, there are also monies that donors will give to other organizations and not come through the government coffers. We have such situations even in ourselves. We had a project under the EU. Despite us falling, it's more like it's under parliament, but within there's a component going direct to civil society. It doesn't come through parliament, but it goes to civil society organizations. Yeah. Then there's a report of the Auditor General of the Republic. This is National Republic. Now, this one becomes critical in that one of the checks that we normally conduct as we scrutinize budget estimates for an institution is we have to check what audit queries were on this institution. And you bring them to their attention. So it's just identifying possible risks that, look, honorable members, this institution is well funded, but the audit reports are not very good on it. So that has to be highlighted and have to take note as they approve the next budget estimates. In some developed countries, and I'll be very specific, for example, in Germany, when their committee on the budget is scrutinizing this and they find an adverse report on an institution, they approve that vote, but they call it with a qualified freeze. They approve it, but qualified with a qualified freeze. Now, what that entails is that Parliament, yes, has approved your allocation, and it's in the appropriation bill. You will not receive any releases from the Treasury until you resolve issues that are in the audit reports. So it's incumbent upon the authorities now to deal with those matters. Yeah. But like I mentioned previously, there are also audit reports that are specifically produced, that may be specifically produced on particular with our areas of interest. And I did mention that in our case, we have an audit performance report on SDGs. Okay. Now, beyond the key budget documents, there are also these, I think we had touched on this, and I won't spend much time. You already are familiar with these ones. But probably it's to ensure that you're also familiar with the legislation that is with respect to the, but for purposes of this particular session, I highlight this what is contained, just a portion, an extract of what is contained in the National Health Strategic Plan 2022-2026, because this is where you start your story in terms of the numbers of what you are trying to track. So the official document, which is the National Health Strategic Plan, specifies under the goal to reduce maternal mortality from 278 pay 100,000 in 21-21 as the base year, okay? To less than 100, pay 100,000 live base by 2026, 2 years from now. And then there's an objective there and specific interventions. These become key because this is what you start following up. Okay? To hold them to account. Remember, it's holding the executive to account now. They stated it. And probably this document came to Parliament for its information, not necessarily for approval. So this becomes what you start following up. So in terms like in the BEP check 1 there's to increase the proportion of pregnant women attending the first antenatal care. I don't know whether that's clear. It looks like a clear there. The editing by the institution was, yeah. Within the first trimester from 33% in 2021 to 60% by 2026. The beauty with when you have this information, with your connections to other partners who are regularly doing certain projects and carrying out studies, and you may actually get some indicative figures of what is happening between 2021 and 2026. Particularly if you're working we are working in close collaboration with institutions like UNICEF. They're always carrying out these activities and other civil society organizations and other, including academic. They usually use academics a lot also from universities. So you may actually get indicative figures of whether this is 2024. We are entering into 2025. So you expect that figures should be indicating that we have somewhere 50, 55 or somewhere there. At least it should be higher than 33. If it's below 33, then we raise a flag to members that according to this information that we have from these studies from our partners, looks like these numbers we are not on track. This becomes critical because then corrective action can be taken. And that corrective action, you also speak to the specific interventions that are there. Maybe it's the interventions that are not working out well. But this is why it becomes critical as you start building those for monitoring, that you are also very familiar with what is in the national documents. Now, I did highlight that Zambia, we have an output-based budgeting system, and I'll use it as an example, but it's basically the same, because what these result-oriented budgeting systems do is that you see individual departments within an institution or section disappear and replaced by a program. Okay? This is what normally happens. So here you see programs, but instead of seeing Department A, Department B, you are just going to have a program under it. And then under that program, there will be sub-programs. And under sub-programs, that's when you have the outputs, which we now become critical for us to be monitoring. Not only just monitoring, but sometimes you can even engage the executive in the appropriateness of certain things, because this is what we've observed. Initially, when our committees were not in sectors, by the time we started with piloting the exercise. These are some of the things that we're discovering. Actually, colleagues in the executive were just punching in figures because they knew that Parliament would not. Yeah. I mean, they were just doing it. So they would put 100 here, 200, 200, 200, 200. And I mean, initially we never used to bother. But with sector, that becomes a bit of an issue because you have to monitor the outputs now, including where it's possible, because members, members are from different geographical so then it becomes more critical actually. They want to see something in their area. Actually, that's the problem. If it's you are talking of building new infrastructure, is either health posts or health centers, and they don't see themselves there, then it becomes an issue. Yeah. So this is just a brief on outputs-based budgeting on what. So it's mainly you just see a disappearance of departments and replaced with program. So in order to ensure that, like I said, in order to ensure that we look at the actual documents, our budget was presented for 2025, was presented last Friday on 27th. This is exactly how it is. This is the budget that is before Parliament for approval. So nothing hypothetical here. We are just getting exactly like it is happening in the Zambian case. So I hope, Master Pep, you can give an exercise so that they can contribute and we send the information home. That from SADC PF retreats, these were the observations on this head. Yeah. So under the estimates of revenue and expenditure on head, I just picked a head, one head. Other countries will call it a vote. It's the same, same things, different ways of expressing. So here we call it a head, but other countries will use vote. So this is vote for cabinet office, and it's under the office of the president. So the first part will give a summary of the estimates on this head, okay? And the estimates are in the economic classification. You remember the classification that I talked about, huh? Yeah. So we can even do a quick one. I'm sure even if we are not all mathematicians, but these percentages are very easy to even determine. So we have got allocations for 3 years here. Where has the bulk of the money been going? This becomes, it's just an indication where you see that, oh, actually, yeah. Goods and services, huh? This is what we're talking about, that it gives you some comfort that at least the money is not all going towards the personal emoluments. So here we see that, oh, here it's a worth head to make follow up, even in your tracking, to see what happens. But this is not the end of the story. To be comfortable, we need to see what is behind the goods and services also. Yeah, we need to be aware of what is between what is in that goods and services. Okay, same information. But now, instead of seeing emoluments, transfers, and what, it's now broken down into programs. Same information. Okay? So this head has got 6 programs. And one of them directly relates to us, isn't it? You can see it, huh? Gender equity and equality. So when you look at the programs, which one gets the bulk of the resources? Yeah. So already a story is emerging. Okay, you seeing something happening there. So out of the resources, the bulk of the resources is state and presidential affairs. For politicians who already this is of interest now, they will, depending on how competitive the politics are, they will start saying, you see now, all the resources here are just for for presidential affairs, state and presidential affairs. Yeah. So, but this is how it is. How are we doing on gender and equity? How was it in 2023? How far were we from the top ones? We were number what? Number 4. The second was management and support service. Oh, number 3, huh? We're not, it's not very bad, isn't it? Third, but when you look at it, of course, percentage terms, we are nowhere closer to 344 in. But how is the story like in 2024? Gender equity and equality, they are conflicted. Oh yeah, I was just doing it for people because our interest is on gender. I just specifically picked it. There was also public service leadership there. So is the story the same on in 2024? We have said, hello? Yeah, there's that incremental, of course, here, I don't know, if you want to, as an analyst, you can work together with the budget office where you can provide further detail. You don't have to do it yourselves. Remember, through collaboration, you can find out in nominal terms, I mean, in real terms, how this increment is when we factor in inflation, okay? So that you see whether you are really going up or is just a nominal. Nominally you can change, but in real terms, you may not be doing very well, okay? Then we have now 2025. So already we have a story of gender. When you are looking, that is if your interest is just gender equity and equality. But this is just one head. There are so many heads in the yellow book. So you have to bear that in mind. So this is just assuming that you are assisting the committee that is scrutinizing this head, and your interest is on gender equity and equality. So you already have this. But again, that's not the end of the story. Let's see what happens next. Okay. So under that program, gender equity and equality, under that program, the estimates go further. Within that program, you still have the economic classification. So remember, we had the allocation 46 million in 2023, 2024, it's increasing, huh? But because as we are interrogating the figures, we also want to know of that amount that has gone to equity, where is it going? Correct. So of that amount, you can see what has gone for personal emoluments. For example, in 2023, of the 46, only 10 went to emoluments. And what went to goods and services is higher, isn't it? which is and there's this general operations. So under this head, looks like yeah, also a bit of comfort. I think that we are becoming a bit more comfortable that we are seeing something happening there. But probably what you can also interrogate, you can see is the breakdown of what has gone under that head. There are sub-programs. You've seen the sub-programs. There's gender rights protection, women empowerment, gender mainstreaming, and there's also planning, policy coordination, and information management. So now, all these are related to what to gender equity and equality. So unless there are specific reasons why you would want more money to go to gender rights or women empowerment, why you would build something there, that is if there's information that you may have come across from your interaction with other partners. Now, yes. Yeah. Correct. Sub-programs.
Some programs.
Sub, yes. Okay. So under them, there will be specific activities.
It's activities, it's not actually. What about women who are small traders? Are these empowerment programs or are they social protection programs to cushion?
Yeah. Now, colleagues, you're following, and I'm hope you are all provoked because this is this is real stuff, and it's currently present. If I'm sure if Ifoma has an opportunity, she can raise the same issues with the committee that is looking into these issues. Yeah, because you can raise those questions because you would have remember at this stage you would have you would have also engaged what you agreed. What are the agreed priorities under this from the National Development Plan and what you have seen and what you are seeing in the allocations. Now, this is where we start linking what you observed in terms of policy direction and where the money is going. So there has to be that that trail that you should follow. So if there's a disconnect, then these are some of the things that we need to flag. So already, colleagues, if we were given that assignment, you already have something to share with the committee on these issues. But probably as we move to the next one, it will become even more interesting because at this stage, you are not looking at the outputs yet. Because even whatever is under there, we have to now look at the output. What are the outputs that you expect with this money? Because if you don't see what the SG has brought out, then it's an issue. Then this is something we need to flag to our members. Okay?
Get that I'm speaking. I'm just thinking, where does education fall, Ifoma and Jeff? Because, you know, there are other structural issues that go with gender equity and equality. We normally talk about the girl child, boy child before 10 years old, there are all these issues of development that needs to be looked at for us to even begin to talk about these concepts of who's disenfranchised, who was left behind, and things like that. So in a program like this, you also need to look at what are the other issues that can be correlated for members to see. Okay, you may be happy with this, but did you look here? How are we going to achieve this when this looks like this here and that? When so far, I don't know, child marriage is an issue in Zambia still. Go there and begin to look at what programs are going to now address the issue of gender equity and equality. Just conceptually, from birth, antenatal care. You spoke about, we know what happens. If you are not bothered about the number of deaths at that level, then you are not going to catch up. So all these things are related. High maternal mortality, that should not just be numbers for you. It should be the pain that is going to be carried. Malnutrition, among others. How do you even prepare for gender equity and equality when the malnutrition levels in your country are high? Children don't begin to learn, they won't absorb. 10 years old, they won't be able to read and write. I'm just throwing it in there so that as we are discussing, it's not just that it's good that we have these numbers. Let's go and see what else supports some of these aspirations that Zambia has in this budget.
Yeah. And under this program, you note that in 2023, the bulk of resources went to gender rights protection. The same happened in 2024, but in 2025, the focus is now gender mainstreaming. But we expect that when you interrogate, remember when you are interrogating these numbers, you would also have, or maybe I didn't mention it, you would also have the ministerial policy statement issued before the members. So this you can also relate to why, because that should explain why there's a shift in the bulk of going towards gender mainstreaming. There could be something that is happening there. So that is another document, colleagues, I may not have mentioned it, but I just said key budget-related documents. So the policy statement by each institution is also critical, because that's what we would try to explain why they've done certain allocations. But the story doesn't end there, despite these allocations. But let's look at what is expected. What is expected under this program? Those are the outputs. Just internalize them for now. I won't say anything. Just look at them and let's see. Because even us as PBO, when it becomes to very specialized activity like SHR, you are the ones who can provoke. Yeah, because us will just be comfortable with the numbers. If we meet certain percentages and what is fine. But when you have a critical eye like you can tear apart the outputs.
This issue of menstrual hygiene that we talk about, do we know that it falls here? The issues of menstrual hygiene, the issues of, because do you see where the money is going? Research, private institutions, sensitization on cultural resetting and negative cultural social norms. Sector engaged in to implement intervention of affirmative action. Mostly process. You don't have to answer. I'm just provoking your thinking that it's important to really look into that and get partners to really, just as an exercise. Sometimes it will be notes for the debate. That's also counted. And the ability to link women's financial inclusion, hygiene, school-going children, child marriage, all these things fall in those parameters. Line ministries trained in gender-responsive planning and budgeting, dissect and be able to say what are the values that will come out of there. Before conception, the life cycle. Reproductive health opens your eyes to look at the life cycle of a human being. You have entry points here and here.
Okay. Comments. You've seen the outputs. And we have come as budget office, we've done, then we come to you and consider that, look at this, what has been presented. Do you have any immediate comment? There we are. Any comment, Ifoma?
Thank you, SG. Thank you, Mr. Gateshi, and good morning, everybody. I think these are some of the issues I was mentioning yesterday when I was saying, because when you look at this particular head, and then you break it down to a program, then you go to sub-programs and the outputs, you will realize that as you go down, yes, it sort of like breaks it down further. But this is just one head. We have, is it 69 heads?
61.
61 heads. And SRHR being a cross-cutting issue, at least I've had a few of some of these with the Parliamentary Budget Office. And that's why I was looking at other opportunities, maybe learning from South Africa. But even with our own Parliamentary Budget Office, I think there have been opportunities, especially when they were piloting. So we started with 3 committees, then we went to 6 committees. But even in the 3 and the 6, at least there's an in-depth analysis compared to the other before sector budget analysis came on board. So if we're going to look at 61 heads, I think in the morning we were talking about, for us, home affairs is where you find the police, that's where you find victim support. So you break it down, you find GBV, you find what, and you find that even GBV is also found in other programs. So I think it's putting our hands to it and seeing how we can best do it. One of the issues I was thinking of is maybe we develop a checklist for ourselves because then it will sort of like guide us, like under this head, what is it that we can look at? Under this head, what is it that we can look at? And try to pick those as the issues that we can run with in the next 2 years and see how they unfold. I just wanted also to comment that as he said, the budget was presented last Friday. On the 13th, the president gave his, his motion or policy statement. So even there's some analysis. You can look at what the president said on the 13th vis-a-vis issues of or related to sexual reproductive health, because he made very heavy commitments towards that in terms of addressing that. Then you have the budget which was presented, which is very, it's not broken down to that, it's a speech. But within the speech, there's so much talk around SRHR and how the government intends to commit to that. For us, the researchers now is to dig into this and say, is what the leaders are saying, are they putting money where they have said they are going to actually commit that? Sometimes we start with that. It's a technical area, but I think we try here and there. But also for us, the other opportunity we have is the National Working Group. They are in various areas. As people in the National Assembly, Jeff and myself, have tried to create space for the National Working Group because they're already experts in that. So when they appear before the various committees, because it's just Jeff and I, we have an opportunity of the voice of SRHR, specifically people who speak to SRHR issues, those who are dealing with gender-based violence, those who are dealing with matters of abortion, those who are dealing with early and unintended pregnancies, those who are dealing with early marriages, whatever it is, they are able to raise those issues within the particular committees. I think what we need to look at now, as I said, is an inventory. Secondly, is also to look at, okay, when that is presented, what has been touched? And then we follow up with how it will go in the particular on plenary, as it goes to the expanded budget committee, vis-a-vis the main report now that goes to the House. So it's an area we're grappling with, but we hope we can get there one day. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you, Ifoma. Don't be academic about this exercise. It will overburden you. Be selective in what you are going to do right and very well, looking at the people who are going to be around you to support that agenda. I don't know some of you who listen to news or who follow news in other countries. Every time the US president speaks or the UK president speaks, people immediately develop agendas of what to follow through. I don't know if you've noticed that. It doesn't mean they don't have all those other complexities to deal with. But there's something important about being strategic. Remember, you talked about champions earlier. If you are going to start everything from ground zero, you'll end up being overwhelmed with things that are unfinished. But you need to be able to say, what do you have right now? Whether it's in the technical working group, whether it is members or whether it's caucuses. What is it that will be easily received and quick where government is open to doing certain things? And remember, let us not always make SRHR so messy that it doesn't appear to be talking to other structural issues. If you decided to take the school setup and deal with it, there's so much around SRHR. And already, immediately when you keep children in school, you are dealing with child marriages. Without even going further, you are dealing with the social protection element of things and many others. So while I hear you, it's important to go there and there, but sometimes target just 1, 2, 3 spaces that are there and allow the action taken report or the minister's response to be the one that educates the House. See your role as triggering and exposing for questions to be surfaced. Otherwise, this means that now plan for the next 2 years. And at that time, you want to do what Bob Sichinga did. Because it took him time, he had a lot of support. I don't know if you know about Bob Sichinga. You remember what he did with the budget in Zambia? Do you remember Bob Sichinga's example? The Harvard graduate. He was able to single-handedly make sure Zambia Parliament doesn't pass the budget. And he didn't work alone. He had support from globally and everywhere else over time, studying the patterns, knowing exactly what he's targeting. And that time he was a member of parliament from the opposition. So what I'm trying to say to you, I hear you, but don't do a metric that's going to almost make you feel like your life is all going to be all about. I hear what you're saying, but be targeted and focused. And other elements becomes offshoots for debate. And then you are not going to have a lot of people dealing on one area or people now going through documents in this short period of time. 66 heads, too much. Bite what you can, perfect it, make a case to contend with. Tomorrow you deal with another issue. The next year, you prepare for that. You'll still be able, I mean, just looking at just this one example, it's enough because that is the beginning of policy commitment. If you go back to what he surfaced earlier in terms of what government, the restatements in some of the model laws that already give you solutions, you have your case packaged. And it can just be 2 case studies out of this project, which have to be written by your partners together, pulling together international commitments and blah, 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 picking up a few, and then encouraging government to re-look at certain components. They don't have to be accurate. Remember, it's not about the numbers. It is about the epi info in your country, the social sector info, where children are at, and you want to profile that agenda in the life cycle of a human being, and you'll make it.
You wanted to say something, sir?
Je voudrais remercier ce que Madame la secrétaire vient de dire. Donc, effectivement, il faudrait qu'on puisse peut-être encourager le gouvernement à revisiter certaines choses. Les éléments que vous venez de dire, par exemple, aujourd'hui, au niveau de la RDC, le budget est déjà donné. Il y a les éléments de SDR qui sont classifiés auprès du ministère des Genres et Familles. D'autres éléments classifiés au ministère de la Santé. D'autres éléments classifiés au ministère de l'Environnement. Donc, nous devons travailler en collaboration avec ces ministères-là et encourager à ce que les éléments qui concernent les SDR puissent effectivement être appliqués. Par exemple, dans le ministère de la Santé, l'argent qu'on a affecté pour la mortalité infanto-juvénile, qu'on a affecté pour la santé de la mère, qu'on a affecté pour la malnutrition, qu'on a affecté pour maladies transmissibles. C'est ce que nous devons poursuivre afin que cet argent-là puisse convenir et effectivement être affecté à ces éléments-là. Et nous devons suivre ça et mettre ça à la disposition des parlementaires pour que les parlementaires puissent inviter les ministres et qu'ils puissent, si il n'est pas à mesure de le faire lui-même, il peut effectivement inviter le ministre pour montrer au niveau du gouvernement. Je sais que ces projets est bienvenu. Il y a eu un cas au niveau de la RDC où le ministère, le budget qu'on lui a donné, le gouvernement ne lui a pas donné le budget qu'il fallait. Et pour se plaindre, c'était difficile. Il s'est plaint au niveau du gouvernement, ça n'a pas réussi. Il est allé voir un parlementaire qui a invité le ministre pour venir justifier pourquoi on ne lui a pas loué le budget qui est. Donc, et il y a eu aussi la société civile qui a d'ailleurs proposé un texte sur les violences domestiques qui ne se trouvent pas dans la loi. Et cette société civile se réfère toujours aux parlementaires pour que cela puisse être inscrit dans la loi. Moi, je pense qu'effectivement, ce sont les éléments qu'il faut d'abord voir ce qui se trouve dans le budget, ce qu'ils ont déjà mis dans le budget. Et comme Madame la secrétaire vient de dire, les éléments qui ne se retrouvent pas, il faut encourager avec la loi modèle que le gouvernement puisse inscrire dans le projet à venir et que cela puisse être suivi. Je pense que c'est cela. Merci.
Yeah. We are getting comments. You know, this is, like I said, this is not so, this is a real situation we have. And we can give, because some of the issues that have been highlighted, they already suggested ways on how to go around them. Remember, you are not so many SRHR researchers within our parliaments. You're just one or two, okay? And then you've got 61 heads. You will not be available to do everything and make a presentation to all the committees, no. But there can be a way in which you can still do something. And the idea is whatever you do, we should ensure that it has got maximum impact, no matter how small it may appear. Okay? So these are the practicalities, colleagues, of which you face. Now, the Ministry of Finance, and it may be the same elsewhere, also does assist in that they will give you another format of the budget, in another format. They normally give it as in access. There's an access format that they have, which makes it easy for you to punch in what you want, and then you get an aggregation. Okay? So within the ministry, they also do that. So, and that thing is free, actually. You just walk in and they give you. Yeah. So there are these opportunities that are also there. So like we highlighted earlier, this collaboration with other government institutions is important. Yeah, because they do provide that support as well. That one makes it easy because once you get whatever is in the budget related to that will be highlighted. and at least give you an indication. And you can do one or two computation or make follow-ups on some of them. Do you have any other, based on the observations on the outputs and because this is what you have to be monitoring, colleagues. And like I mentioned, me and Mr. Pepkai, although he has run away now, but with Professor Yanchis, we won't go into so much detail unless we've got expert hands assisting us. We can never have that insights on ourselves. Yeah, we'll end up at the figures. In fact, maybe our interest will be out of the target in 2023 actuals 98. You start wondering, you analyze it, that is it within 10% or above. If it's within that range, you say normal. You pass it. For me, it's okay.
Ifoma, now that unfortunately Zambia is the one that's giving us the information. Where is Jeff? You are supposed to be, you don't to face me face to face. So can you do a brief? The list that you can do with your partners. Can you do a brief on the current budget? And I just shared with all of you an example from Kisumu, where they did a sexual reproductive health budget analysis brief. A brief can be the beginning of what you're going to workshop around going forward. You already have the PBO office. You spoke about other stuff in your parliament. You have the technical working group. Get people together, put this up. The data already exists. Some of it is already existing. If you look at it, there's nothing complex about this brief. They've just put together the country context. They've put together takeaways from whatever health sector context. The data is what's already been done for you. And this can be the beginning of showing them. And some of it is already in the presentation here. You put it together as a brief, which then becomes a tool for advocacy going forward. You may, as you say, not be able to intervene in things, but the statements that have been made, those are promises that you hang on. Get those three, do literature review, put it together as a brief to open eyes to other partners. And then you can begin that. If you tell Pamela you've done that, it is something. You'd have dealt with a lot of things. I know guys say they don't have time, but we have to find the time. We have to find the time and make sure that we do that. And Mama Hela, Ida, Gome, who else is full-time on the project? Many of you, there's more than one in each parliament. So we have to find a strategy of how we divide our time to contribute to the project so that it is not becoming a problem that, certain things cannot be done. So there's a lot of resource. In fact, the UN will run for it. UNFPA used to do these. They just got off. I know they'll fund you. And you're asking somebody to just sit with a lens and the triggering that is being given to us now to be able to choose certain areas in Zambia that you think the numbers are just too high. And then you go to those budget implications and put them in there. That brief should become something that you focus on for advocacy. That's just an idea.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator, for the presentation. Just wanted to add to your previous slide on outputs, just to highlight that in the Zimbabwean context, what we also used to do was to make sure the outputs align with the strategic plan, because we expected every committee and every committee researcher to have the strategic plan for the ministry to which they overshadow. So you also check whether the strategic plan of the ministry, which in any case
is developed by a rigorous needs assessment, a consultative process. So whether the strategic plan is aligned to the outputs in the budget. If there is that misalignment, you raise it with the members to say there's a misalignment. Then once they are aligned, you also check whether these outcomes are also speaking to the MTEF, medium term expenditure framework. Are they speaking to the national policy documents? Are they speaking to the SDGs and other international commitments? If they are, in Zimbabwe, we used to have the column for outputs. Then there's also another section for outcomes. Although outcomes then are a result of contributions from the various sub-programs or programs, but also looking at the outputs, whether they are aligned and everything else, and even the impacts. Then after that, during the budget implementation season, we used to receive reports from the MDAs, the implementing ministries. That's when we then check whether the resources have been released. If released, is the ministry reporting on these outputs? Have they met these outputs? And have they met the outcomes where possible? Well, some of the outcomes are met probably at the end of the year. But have they met where possible the outcomes that they are supposed to meet? That's when we used to then see that ministry receive funding. They put it on salaries. At the end of the year, they say insufficient releases, so we didn't meet any outcomes. Then that's where we used to come in and then raise those issues. And we had so many ministers who were summoned to appear before Parliament to say, so you received 5 million. Out of the 5 million, you have nothing to show for it except people who are sitting in the offices doing purposely doing work, but they don't have anything to show for the work that they were doing. So that used to raise so many questions. And ministries knew that when they report, they are supposed to report on the outcomes as provided for in the budget and in the strategic plan, as well as the outputs and the outcomes. Once we do that, then we are on course to achieve what we have set ourselves to achieve, especially the SDGs. Thank you.
And let me just say, colleagues, how many of you have used, we report this, for those who are new, I can pardon them. But you know that we have an MOU with with APHRC. APHRC has always said, if you need a research, come to us. If you need to do a brief, come to us. If you want to write an abstract, come to us. If you need to do literature to analyze some of these things, come to us. How many of you have had time to even think that you can get that support from APHRC? I know Lesotho has. Lesotho has utilized and Namibia has. And I know Zimbabwe did. What is the problem? Are we even too busy to see where we can get the help, which is part of the design of this project? You know very well that APHRC is funded through this project to provide this support to yourselves. And they're always waiting. They have professionals, they have researchers, they have all these. We had a budget rush for developing briefs. That was never used in the previous cycle. We are starting it again. Can we recommit to doing briefs and utilize in support of partners they are coming to present during your capacity development again? I hope that colleagues, and the turnaround time is not a year. It was 24 hours that they give each parliament. If you want them to find out information for you, it's a 24 hours turnaround time. So in this context, Ifoma and Jeff, if it's only two of you, you also have APHRC to test them and see what they can get for you and what support they can do to make sure that we take advantage of this process unfolding currently. Who doesn't have that email here? APHRC. All of you have contacts for APHRC. Namibia, you are new, I can understand. Ida, or you don't have? You have. How many of you have met APHRC? Eswatini, definitely. Lesotho, Malawi, Zambia. Can we take advantage, colleagues? And when you meet them, in this capacity development take seriously, because they are looking for work that they can integrate. Otherwise, they're just receiving funding. And what they report Srhr PF did not use, they come back to me, because if they get a funding, I'll sign off and say, yes, we need this service, because I cannot disadvantage all the parliament simply because we're not taking care of that. I just wanted to say that APHRC can augment all the other resources that we have. So sometimes let us not be inward looking in terms of thinking that it's only us. Yet the project has provided a facility of a research institute that can do that with you.
Yes, colleagues, I had suggested an exercise which my brother Chihore will look into if he can change it and what. It's just to, because we have these documents before us readily available. We could carry out an exercise. We pick another key head, 46, Minister of Health, and then check one or two things there. Then also, let's see what can come out from our professional work that we do on concerning the project, because you are the ones with the the information and what we can we can highlight in our brief based on what you've done to the committees. So that exercise, Professor Chori, there are some other exercise that is working on. He'll look into that, whether it's possible. Probably for now, I can take points of clarification or questions, then we'll proceed. Yeah.
I want to raise a question to our Zimbabwean colleagues, and probably if there is any other country that is in a similar economic situation. He spoke about the MTEF and he gave the figures for 2023, 2024, 2025. I just wanted to know how our Zimbabwean colleagues will deal with the situation whereby what they plan in the medium expenditure framework using, because the budget in Zimbabwe is in Zim dollars, using Zim dollars. How then do you do a comparative analysis over 3 years for the money where you know the economy is very volatile? How do you make sure that the figures for 2021, 2022, for 2022, 2023 and 2024 are comparable given the volatility in the economic situation? Otherwise, if you have to take the figures as they are, then it means you won't get an accurate picture. Just to tease out my Zimbabwean colleagues. Apologies for putting you on the spotlight. And please, don't beat me when I come to Parliament, please.
I'll try to respond. In most cases, we turn the value to US dollars. When the budget is presented initially around December, we make calculations to change it into US dollars using the official bank rates, at the same time using also the black market rate at that particular time, so that you are able to follow up when lists are coming. You simply turn the lists again into US dollars and also the black market. So you keep that variance and know whether in real terms is whether there is increase or there is not increase. I guess it's sufficient.
Yes, thank you for that. That's the response that I expected. So, colleagues, just an encouragement to convert the figures to real figures. If you ask your economists in your parliament, they will support you on that. How to convert the figures to real figures. Not only to convert them to US dollars, but there's also a component of US inflation. If you are now to compare the figures that you allocated in 2020 with what you allocated in 2025, they won't make sense because of inflation. So you convert them to real figures so that you get an actual picture of the allocation in 2020 and in 2025. If you are really trying to track budgetary allocation towards a certain specific area, probably up to 2026, the end of the project, or probably up to 2030, maybe you are looking at SDGs. So you convert the figures to real figures using a GDP deflator. The economists will assist you how it's calculated.
I don't know whether the question will make sense, but I just want to understand what there was a slide where you had the actuals and the targets. And then you were saying for the people that have that what I don't know, I was trying to look at it and try to make sense. I don't know what, that one there. I just wanted to know maybe what you wanted us to see there, because I don't know whether I saw what you wanted me to see. So I just wanted, yeah.
Yeah, understood. From this one, it all started from this looking at this head. Okay, we've got one vote, which is before a committee. They are scrutinizing the budget estimates. So we've got the figures, some figures given under economic classification, where we see what has gone through personal monument and everything. Then the same information, same figures, we look at the programs under that head. Okay. Now, even with that, even within these programs, then I picked one head, 34. I mean, one program 3466. Okay, to just see what is behind the allocation to that. So we zeroed in on just one. That's just as an example. Okay. So under that head, there are 4 sub-programs. Okay. And that is how that money that has gone to that program are distributed under there. Okay. But also within the sub-programs, under that same head, we can see what is for personal emoluments. Okay. So that we see whether the money actually is just going for salaries here or what. But under this, fortunately, it shows that the bulk of the money is going for goods and services. However, the story doesn't end there. As we are again interested to know what goods and services are these. So now we can only get that detail, at least an indication of where this in the outputs now. We look at what exactly the outputs are for this program 3466. So this is now what the whole money, this is what it's expected to do. So there's a line ministries trend in gender responsive planning and budgeting. Okay. Then there's a figure there, a target proportion of line ministries trend in gender responsive planning and budgeting. Target is that they should be 100 and then actual was 98. Now, this the assumption here is that these are in percentages. They've converted in percentages. So it's out of what they expected, 100, and then they achieved 98. Okay. Now, you may actually interrogate this further. Okay. Because if you targeted 3 ministries, which is not indicated here, and you deal with 2, you still get a good message. So this proportion thing can hide information. You can be only dealing with 5 out of all the ministries in the country. So these are some of the questions that, again, you start raising. And if that is not clear beyond that, then it's an issue we raise with the committee. That the committee, you have to ask the ministry that can we get the number actual, the absolute numbers, so that we are comfortable with this 98. Because even for just 3-4 ministries, we can still get the 98. 100%. Yeah. So this is what we're trying to see what happens. But there's a colleague. Can
you go before this?
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Merci beaucoup. Vous voyez effectivement dans le cadre de genre et famille, et si vous éclatez, vous voyez les émoluments, donc les salaires de personnel, vous voyez les services et les autres éléments. Vous voyez que réellement, la grande partie de cet argent va dans le service et dans les salaires. Alors, la partie d'argent qui concerne effectivement les personnes qu'on doit, par exemple, les traiter, elle est petite. C'est 10 000. C'est au niveau de la RDC, vous avez même oublié, il y a même les infrastructures, c'est-à-dire que les hôpitaux, ainsi de suite, qui consomment beaucoup plus d'argent qui est affecté, par exemple, dans tel ministère de santé. Et vous allez voir que la partie qui est réservée maintenant pour les soins, soit maternels ou soit mère et enfant, elle est petite. Et c'est comme cela que le but, effectivement, n'est pas souvent atteint. Merci.
That is true, but for these ones, these are some of the issues that we also have to take into account in terms of what they are spending on assets. Because under assets, if there were anything to do with infrastructure, then it would also be another line there with the so like in that case, non-financial assets refers to infrastructure, most related to infrastructure issues. But then it should be a very small thing that they are doing, because out of an amount of 12 million is really not much. But let's see what from the outputs, whether we see anything related to infrastructure, because it's there, isn't there's money going there? Is there anything that relates to infrastructure here? Okay, so that's already some info missing, huh? Yeah.
Would the infrastructure not be under the ministry? Because this is Vice President's office, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Non, les infrastructures dont je parle, ce sont par exemple les infrastructures des hôpitaux. Vous voyez, on a construit les hôpitaux, les centres de santé et les équipements de moyens matériels de déplacement. Ce sont les éléments qui entrent effectivement dans ces ministères, par exemple de la santé ou bien de genre et famille. On affecte les véhicules pour les déplacements de personnel. Et il faut aussi construire certains centres, par exemple, dans le cadre des genres ici. Vous voyez, chez nous, à RDC, il y a les conflits armés, il y a les victimes de conflits armés, des femmes qui ont été violentées, tout ça, il faut le mettre quelque part. Ce sont les infrastructures qui devaient apparaître là. Merci.
Yeah, but yeah, I hear you. The capital can be anything. You can probably assume, but these are some of the issues when you are interacting with committees.
Yeah, sure.
These are some of the things that you need to. You just want to have clarity that in the probably when they say number of research on major drivers, that so I assume that maybe they are buying some equipment to conduct the research or something like that, but that has to be clarified.
Sure.
By the executive authority under this. So these are some of the issues. Immediately, for us as in our work, immediately we see this issue where we are not clear, that information is not clear here. Then you ask the members that here we have an issue here. Yeah. Like I said, and fortunately, when we're doing this rollout, we had the opportunity to interact with ministries themselves. So these are some of the things that we are very categorical. Said, you've taken us for a ride all these years, but this time it's totally different. So there's nothing like punching in figures, because you know that Parliament will not have the time to interrogate these outputs further. And like I said, there are members who raise the issue that number of private institutions certified under gender. They'll ask that, can we have a sense of where these are located? it can arise, yeah. Because there's the issue that Mr. Chihore raised yesterday, urban, rural inequality. So sometimes members may want to know exactly where all these things are. It's just to certify themselves to make sure that we all are fitting into these issues. So this is where these outputs, interrogation of these outputs becomes critical, colleagues. Yeah. The first time, like SG says, the first time you don't worry. As we go, you start building capacities further. Also working with other institutions like what is EPI, who have offered themselves.
HRC.
Yeah, even us, I think, would want to ride on.
Yeah, I've shared the strategic plan and I've shared the PowerPoint. You guys never acknowledge receipt, so that tomorrow you say you didn't get accept Jabu and Ida.
Yeah.
So please look at that, share with other colleagues as well.
Yeah.
So that, yeah.
Madam, from the, are we okay? Is it clear now? Huh? Okay. So that being good that you must stay.
Colleagues, can we please give our facilitator a round of applause? The presentations will be shared, their numbers will be shared. Some of you say we don't have budget offices, but you have a resource which is here, who can begin to, who can even, when you've made a request which is clear, they can study your parliament's framework and whatever you need and come to your parliament to educate other staff and other members and come up with a case study for your country for you to utilize as part of the project. So it's a matter of really you utilizing and seeing how you can build on to some of these particular areas. So with that said, travel safe and thank you very much. there's a process happening in Zambia, but because of the commitment that our resource person has to this process and the fact that he's been coming, I don't know whether we do it in summer or winter, to this summer retreat every year, he has really made sure that he comes. I've also shared with you his previous presentations so that you can see the integration that he's done going along with yourselves for you to really come on board and get the support. I'm very worried that I'm not hearing from Angola, Mozambique, because I know we have different systems. It would be good for you to also share when you come back with other colleagues to integrate your systems into what is happening here so that it doesn't appear as if we're only looking at the English speaking cultures of doing things. But as the facilitator said, we can only do as much as you give us. If you give them information to work with you, they'll be able to assist. But what they don't have, they cannot use. So let us make sure that we surface some of your examples from your countries. Thank you. But DRC, you've been trying. Thank you so much for that. Ida, you've been trying, but give them more of your framework. So let us make sure that we surface some of your
what's happening?
examples from your countries. Thank you. But DRC, you've been trying so much.
What's happening, colleague?
You've been trying, but
Should be YouTube. Is that not an unlocked? Should be YouTube.
Okay, so let's give him a last round of applause for the sacrifice. I'm confident that tomorrow during the capacity development, we'll be doing the integration and we'll be flying. So thank you so much. We may go for lunch now. It's 1:18. Can we be back at 2:18? All right, thanks.
Princess Jean.
Good afternoon, colleagues. May I show by raising of hands anyone who brought the special presents that you requested? Did you bring the special presents? You, thank you. So this afternoon, we're going to request those special presents. We put them in a basket. We have our presentations, report back sessions on the assignment that we gave you yesterday. You will be the judges to determine who did it well and who will give them the presents. So that was the purpose of those presents. So this afternoon, we're going to begin by a presentation from Mr. Kurasha. It's not a long presentation, it's just a short presentation. Then after that, Dr. Jantis talked to us briefly on session 6, then we do the exercise. We end the day. We want to strive to finish early so that we have an informal catch-up session at the restaurant. Hey, Dr. Jantis, isn't it? People should relax, meet, talk. No, informal. Informal, meet and talk.
I support that, even the suggestion.
Dr. Jantis was our host here. Okay, fine. So let me take this opportunity to invite
all the dogs and the cats so everybody can relax, loosen up, you know. So
yes.
happy for that. Sure.
Thank you. Let me invite Mr. Grasha to come and make the presentation that he has for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. How is the food? Okay. It means you are very healthy at this rate. Anyway, just as an icebreaker, I've seen that you are not sharing with us your icebreakers. What are they called? Icebreakers, right? But also on a serious note, I've requested Mr. Sheunene Kurasha to come and share with you excitement and something that should encourage you all. I don't know for you, some of you like Jeff, who've always known me for many, many years. I don't know who else is older here. Mr. Gwakwara, Mr. Dr. Ms. Jabu, Dr. Jabu Lile, and Dr. Moses Magath. You know that I've always been harping on the fact that all of you are sitting on a wealth of information. By virtue of being in parliament and by virtue of the work that you do, all of you have been baptized through going through technical education and beyond. And you should be encouraged to really write what you know. Nowadays, I also hear this AI. You can even tell AI that, you know, I want to write this. Just give me an idea. I hope it works in that regard, but I'm not sure. So I'm always encouraging. I was very excited that Mr. Kurasha eventually has published in one journal something that he does in his portfolio for peace and security. Now, I want you to listen to what he's talking about, but also to recognize the linkages of Srhr to peace and security. Because some of these things are not natural linkages, but they require you to also think about some of these linkages. So let me welcome Mr. Kurasha so that you are the first audience that he will be launching his journal and sharing with you the journal. And hopefully the next meeting, I'll have, if I close my eyes, I've already seen 5. I'm prophesying at least 5, at least 5 to come out of this. So we encourage scholarship like this. And feel free to notify us when you do the scholarship or whatever, because we'll support you. It's something to be proud of. Thank you very much. Mr. Sheunene Kurasha, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, for the opportunity. I'm greatly honored to for the recognition. I'm mostly motivated by the desire to encourage others to seize the opportunity For many years, SG was pushing me to say, but why don't you reduce all those ideas into something? And for me, it was always about the first step. And I can assure SG that this is one of the many others to come. As I go into the subject matter of the article, the numbers that I want to throw around, and I want you to remind me to talk about them before I leave the podium. The first number is 2,500. The second number is 7,000. The third number is 21 million. The other number is 70. The other number is 130,000. Then the other number is 4.5 million. And the last number is 670 million. I've been privileged to have co-authored a chapter in a book published by Routledge, Taylor and Francis. Our chapter is on peace and security, as Madam SG has hinted. Specifically, I could read the title, Towards an Integrative Regional Conflict Prevention and Peace Building Infrastructure in the SADC region, a policy proposition. When we are talking about the linkages in terms of peace and security and SRHR issues, first of all is I've been privileged to have been serving as the program manager for democracy, governance and human rights since 2010, and that has given me an opportunity to deal with peace and security issues within the SADC region. And I was also privileged that SADC PF allowed me to enroll for a diploma in African peace and security architecture with the Uppsala University in Sweden under the international training financing of SIDA, coincidentally. And under there, I was able to be exposed particularly to the African peace and security architecture. And that also will speak to the issue of the linkages. Yesterday, when we were talking, it became clear that circumstances of lack of peace or presence of conflict are circumstances that do not allow for the realization of SRHR services. They either retard or exacerbate. We have seen in northern Mozambique, Cabo Delgado, when the conflict arose, leading to the intervention by SADC. The figures that we're emerging in terms of the vulnerabilities of children and women, young people who were either being targeted or were exposed in terms of lack of services, or had to end up recruiting for the terrorist groups for the search of security. One of the things that it laid bare is a concept that I want to put across to colleagues so that you integrate in your analysis of context when you look at peace and security issues. In peace and security, there is a traditional conception of security where we're looking at territorial security, where we're looking at the territories of our countries, the borders, vis-a-vis the external threats. There's a new concept which the UNDP has been pushing, which is called human security. Human security is more of an integrated approach where the threats that we must look at are no longer border-related threats, but threats that put risks on individual citizens. So we talk of, from a human security perspective, economic threats or economic security. We talk about health security, and that's where most of the SRHR issues would fall. We talk about environmental security. We're talking about the issues of climate change and natural disasters yesterday. And this is the approach we took in this policy proposition, where when you look at the African Peace and Security Architecture, so at the turn of the century, in 2000, leading up to 2012, the African Union came up with a comprehensive framework, which is called the African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA, where they integrated all elements related to peace and security inspired by the human security aspect. And this includes elements such as the panel of the wise, which in other words integrates elements of mediation. Then you have the continental early warning system, which means gathering intelligence about possible conflicts and security risks in communities. If you have conflicts arising, for instance, in a community like in South Africa where we are, leading to xenophobia, the chances are certain agents of the state would have known about this. But to what extent are we ready, our structures ready to then infuse this into systems that allow us to respond? You would have also heard about the African Standby Force and then the Peace Fund. So the REX under this framework also had to mirror this framework and develop something unique to each region. So in the SADC region, we have structures such as the panel of elders, which falls under the mediation unit. We have the SADC Electoral Advisory Council, which recognize that elections can be a source of resolving conflicts, but also the reality sometimes they trigger conflicts. And you also have the SADC Standby Force. We have the early warning system. When you look at the early warning system in the SADC region and compare with the other REX, I think in the SADC region, our early warning system is dominated predominantly by the security structures. So people would view this as largely an intelligence job. But the reality is that the people who are at most at risk are in communities. How do we transfer the information that they have gathered, the intelligence, so that that early warning becomes early action? When you have a standby force, colleagues in Mozambique, particularly the citizens that are coming from there, would have felt if only SADC had made an intervention a bit earlier. There was even a joke in one meeting where people were saying, is this standby force permanently on standby? Even when there's a compelling case for intervention. And the fact that it is established but could not intervene early, it also then shows a policy gap. When there is a conflict or conflicts that are simmering through the electoral process when there's been election observation process, to what extent is this referred, for instance, to the mediation process? So that there is that integrative approach. So in essence, our article says SADC has had an opportunity, for instance, in Zimbabwe 2008, when SADC intervened and leading to the elections in 2013, that also included the constitutional review process. Madagascar 2009, and equally that process led to an election. When we look at Lesotho, which is currently ongoing, what are the lessons we have learned, and how can we take an integrative approach to peace and security, one that places the human being at the center, where we appreciate that perpetual economic challenges pose an economic risk, particularly on the individual citizens. When you appreciate the fact that if we have structures that have been established, unless they are, the policy framework allows them to act speedily, it does not only become a missed opportunity, sometimes it doesn't then make sense. How do we establish a structure that when we need it most, it is not ready to be able to be deployed? And so we then make recommendations to say, SADC has done well in the countries where it has intervened, but it is very clear, particularly with what we have seen in Cabo Delgado. I was privileged again because of the facilitation of the SG. Last month, we were reviewing the SADC mission to Mozambique, and I was privileged to represent SADC PF. It is very clear that even as we left in Cabo Delgado, it is not too clear whether the conflict is resolved, or we may have to go back again. But more fundamentally, military intervention must be last resort. The first resort must be diplomacy, which means the early warning and early response systems we're talking about. And in essence, that's what our article recommends, to say, let's take an integrated approach, an integrative approach, where we look at all these elements and ensure that there's coordination, and then we will be able to maintain peace in the SADC region, probably at a cheaper cost than compared to when we have to intervene militarily. Those who deal with counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism will know that no amount of gun force will counter terrorism, or we will counter violent extremism, because these are ideological issues. So to what extent do our interventions recognize the fact that we are dealing with ideological issues? We are dealing with software issues, not hardware issues. Thank you very much.
Forgot to talk about the numbers, but you'll find him another time. I just want to say that tomorrow you'll have another surprise from among yourselves, the researchers. Among you, one has published an article with Kurash at some point, some time back. This researcher, although under Srhr, published something under trade. This same researcher also presented in Germany. I think you know who she is. She had an abstract about the project which she presented. So you'll be encouraged during your capacity development to see how it works. So please, let's be encouraged. You are sitting on a lot of information. You also should make time to make sure that you publish some of these things. I'm also speaking to myself. But for now, they say don't do what the preacher does, isn't it? So I'm asking you to really so tomorrow you'll hear from none other than our own. No, it's not me. Let me say, in case you think it's me.
You know what has happened? We're all clapping except that person. So.
Oh, okay. So, okay, it's fine. So it's fine. Tomorrow, we shall be motivated further with one among ourselves, so that you see that it's actually very possible. Thank you.
I didn't know who that person is, but because of your hint, I now know. So allow me, colleagues, to invite Dr. Jandis to come and take us through the last presentation of the day. It's the last.
It's very difficult to realize. I think you guys have tricked me. You and Kateshi all gave me the last sessions where, everybody's tired, They are energized. All right, okay. I'm just joking. I know they're all energized. Okay, let's plug in. So I'm have a lot of things that I got out with.
Are you energized, or you want an energizer?
Energizer, we need.
Do we pick the ball from where we left it yesterday? Okay. It was with Russia.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you, Madam SG. Yeah, that one. I think it's been very good sessions. I enjoyed listening to colleagues. And my wish is that colleagues will implement going from here. And thank you so much. Okay, all right, thanks. So just to give a context as well, the idea is to just give more snippets, but particularly to build up on the presentation from yesterday, in particular to be on the other side. Yesterday I spoke a lot about the budget process and so on, but I think there's a lot of thinking about how to fit in the SRH. So my idea is to share some of the examples from the South African context and some of the research work we've done, which can also support the colleagues in dealing with some of this issue from their parliament perspective. So summarize some of the policy issues, but also look at the context at which the healthcare is in South African context, which enable us to build up towards setting SRH indicators, and also how some of the key ideas on how to do that and share with you. But I also have an assignment, take our home assignment, which I would wish you to do, where from what we've learned, to do some work and submit it later in a few months' time, but we'll talk about it later. So I'll skip some of the slides because we need to wrap up. I had Shivori talking about drinks, but I understand other colleagues are staying behind MSG. So it will only be cold drinks and nothing else, so that they can wake up early in the time too. So as I say, ideally summarize what we have done here in South Africa, which probably some of you know, but I think it's good to share again with everybody, and also as a way of guiding the process as researchers, where you would want to starting point of analyzing the budget in line with the SRHR, but also setting clearly context where we can start. In our case, some of these rights, particularly sexual and reproductive health rights, are enshrined in our constitution, which makes it very hard for Parliament, for anybody not to do with it. So we have that framework starting point. We stayed out specifically, as you see that everybody has the right to have access to healthcare services. Everybody has to be respected in terms of who they are, and also allowed to take decisions about their reproduction. And that's really put out quite clear in the Constitution. And you've seen over time that since 1994, the country has strengthened that the rights of youth within this perspective, in putting that into policy to ensure that there's a mechanism from which we can hold each other accountable in that regard. And that's what Department of Health also acknowledged when the policy was finalized earlier in the few years ago. So the policy was finalized 2019 on SRHR in the Department of Health. But I think it was more about consolidating various policies that we had, provisions that we had in the system to allow less fragmentation. Because another issue that we have is a lot of fragmentations, having different frameworks, policies, matters that it's always difficult to ensure that there's a good balance. So our sense is that the idea to have this centralized in one policy was to try to deal with fragmentation that would have made it difficult for oversight, but also for implementation, because some of these are very interlinked to each other. So you've seen that consolidating all those other frameworks in place. Just to pause there, one of the challenges that we've seen is, the lack of quite substantive follow through in realizing or in following up on some of these objectives or goals set out. But for me, it's a very good start where we can be able to hold each other accountable. And this plan set out clear objectives, and also just to emphasize, it's quite aligned to the SDG and then regional and also continental aspirations around the healthcare as a society. So we set out some of those objectives. Again, for me, budget analysis has to start here, because you need to know what you're working towards and how to make sure that you measure yourself. So that's really, in a nutshell, the framework from which the SRH is dealt with South African context. But as I said, I'm not so much convinced that there's been a lot of work in check and balances in many areas. And I think one of the areas you hear the Minister of Health recognizing that. But also, you have it centralized at a high level like this, but a lot of our work, a lot of health, the implementation is sitting a lot at the regional level, at the provinces. I'll show you earlier on how different provinces play a role in trying to realize some of these aspects. So that's at the policy level. Framework level to say there has been a clear framework to say how South Africa will go about realizing sexual reproductive health and their health rights. Now, quickly go to look at, the way we look at it, we look at the state at which this policy has to be implemented and how far that has gone over time. But largely for us, just look at the situation of the health sector in the country. And this gives us an impetus to argue or allow Parliament to argue for better prioritization, for better representation, or what have you, when we all know what we're trying to deal with in this regard. And we'll start by acknowledgement that actually in our 2022 budget analysis, we did flag this slide where we showed actually that there has been broadly realization, particularly post-COVID-19, that our healthcare system is generally overburdened, particularly when you look at how do I point? Oh my goodness, okay, let me not point because clearly it's afternoon. So when you look at the number of healthcare workers infrastructure we had and how much of how much we feel as a country we need to have in order to make progress, and we've not been really in power or in where we want to be, which I'll show now with the indicators, but I'm just giving a status quo that largely with a lot of unfunded vacancies around these important professionals, health professionals in the system. But also in South African context, public sector fights with private sector for the same resources for infrastructure. You see how much the dynamics plays out well, that the haves always have better reproductive, sexual reproductive and health rights being realized than the have-nots. And really that plays out a lot in our analysis. We try to reflect that as well, largely because of looking at South Africa as a unique country with so much inequality, so much poverty and unemployment. So that plays out a lot in that regard. And the Minister of Health has raised these issues as well. So only half of the medical professionals are appointed in the public sector, the half are in the private sector, yet the private sector only caters for less than 70% of the population. So you can really see from there that a lot has to be done in realizing these issues. And we also show that actually, as I was saying just now, that actually the evidence that shows that a lot of times households rely a lot on public health care than private health care, largely because of the issues that we're reflecting. This, as a researcher, as an analyst, it built a very strong case for ensuring there is better allocation of funds. Hence, yesterday I showed the allocation per capita. If allocation per capita is where it is, we're not going to get any progress in realizing this thing. So that is a tool you can use to start sharpening your report to the committee. And of course, as I said, many of households actually rely a lot on the public health care. And of course, as I said, South African context, social economic disadvantaged households rely a lot on public health facilities, but at times they postponed dealing with problems largely because of where they are, but also when it comes to sexual reproductive human rights, health care rights. It's afternoon. You have to bear with me. I see Dr. Kuraj, congratulations. Sorry, I meant to say that. Congratulations about the paper. And I would love to read that. Please, if you have a soft copy, share with me the chapter. Yeah, but congratulations. I see you just use SRH, so I must start using SRHR. It's easier to do that, but my tongue just ties up quickly. So when we see in this social reproductive and healthcare rights, many instances, young women, they don't get access, largely because of lack of information, lack of these. And when you put out all these together, you're able to cap something that can emphasize to the committees how much we need to focus a lot on that as opposed to the rents and cents. At times, it takes longer. Eastern Cape is one of the places where it's always worrying a lot because you find that people have to walk long times. So that background helps to strengthen your argument. To demonstrate what I was just saying now, that the bulk of so this graph just shows different provinces' dynamics. We've got 9 provinces in South Africa. The names are there, but the blue bar just shows you how much, even in provinces where we call them rich provinces or better off provinces like Gauteng and Western Cape, the blue bar, the bottom blue, I'm not good with colors, so you bear with me there. So I'm gonna say dark blue. In school, we say dark blue. The dark blue at the bottom there, that shows the level of reliance on public health care. And you can see on average, around close to more than 70%, almost 80% of citizens rely on public health care facilities. And you have all those other colors there, maroon, I don't know what color that is, that yellowish color. It's largely for private healthcare. That's very fundamental point that our public healthcare has to live up to approach. And that's one of the reasons of the debate around having national health insurance or whatever they call it, to try to deal with this, because at times there's a lot of infrastructure at private facilities, yet they aren't providing free social reproduction and healthcare rights, which we would have been expecting it to happen. So there's a very grim picture, but I think it's very useful when you have something like this to show that you want to improve that, or actually it's important to have more resources invested in public healthcare. And that it allows also to have a debate around how is this budget considered. In South Africa, we've got 3 spheres of government. We've got national, local, and provincial. So a lot of the work around healthcare implementation of the policies is done at the provincial level. So at the national level, it's just the policy, but the real work actually happens at the provincial level. So when we look at the allocation for the spheres, we always say, is the provincial able to maintain the need for provide for sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights? And we've seen over time that has been grown over time, really to address some of the concerns that are raised out. But also, more importantly, linking that with education, very important. We saw a linkage, the importance of linking, but also linking infrastructure. I'll show earlier on. That conversation becomes a bigger conversation around, when we talk about sexual reproduction and healthcare rights, those aspects have to come into place. And if you reflect that in your policy, in analysis, becomes very useful for engagement. I showed this slide yesterday. I'm not going to talk about it, but I think what I wanted to show here was just to emphasize that what we've been fighting over the past many years, 12 years or so, is the issue of cutting of spending. We feel that's a human rights issue, because the Constitution says, I showed you the Constitution earlier, it says people should have those rights, which means the budget has to fit into that. But now we see a lot of cuts which impact on the sexual healthcare as a whole, but also impacting on the sexual reproductive and healthcare rights. So that's the issue that I'm trying to emphasize, that we've been pushing back because our concern is that the cutting of spending will adversely impact on realization of these productions. And if you show that as well, it's something that's worth debating and raising more debate to say, or maybe over time, how we go about increasing it, particularly when you look at your developmental indicators around that. So I just want to show the bottom part to say, majority of our problem in our view in South Africa, it's that there has been a lot of consideration, and I understand there are competing interests and so on, but we need to have a different mechanism of allocating budget, and priorities will be one of them. There's also beyond allocation. We've got two ways of allocation of funds in our budget system. We've got what we call equitable allocations, which just basically saying you can use it as you want, you are entitled to it as a province or as a department. And then we have conditional grants, where it's specifically for a particular program, particular project, and so on. And I think many of the sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights have had to rely a lot on conditional grants. And that's a lot that comes also from the donor funding, but it's accounted within that. So when you look at your budget analysis, always go to that as well. Are there specifically allocated funds dealing with the specific issues in that regard? Although in South Africa, we have a different discussion around whether the conditional grants are effective, given that sometimes they're underspent. Because if you don't have infrastructure to provide for testing every now and then, the money cannot be used for anything else and becomes underspent and so on, which defeat the purpose of the need there. We also in our research recognize that it is really complex to realize, and I think colleagues have raised the issues around ensuring that the sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights are realized. It is not as easy, and either you want to centralize it, decentralize it, or fragment it, and so on. But I think Department of Health have recognized that some of the socio-economic status, sometimes people don't get education, that you can go testing. Yesterday it was a International Safe Abortion Day, yesterday, and I was listening to some of the discussion, that whereby this lady was telling the younger women that, after 12 weeks, you can still terminate pregnancy if you don't want it. And I'm like, how many young girls get that information? That also aspect of education at school, life orientation comes into the picture. So it's a very mixed bag, which, becomes important, particularly in rural areas where you find that such information don't reach. And also the issue of gender norms and entrenched cultures. I think Chivoro spoke about that earlier yesterday. And largely those combined, that bag of mix, it makes it difficult to realize it's right. And at times, not always the money issue. If you see, it's also just, we have this, and for you as a researcher, you have to unearth that and say to the committee, actually, we need to do more, or we need to ensure there's better public education, public awareness about what can be realized. It's also, I highlighted the gender-based violence as one of the barrier. I think SG spoke about earlier. We have a bigger problem in South Africa specifically, where, men are busy beating our women. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm not playing it down, but it's a serious problem. And sadly, women and young children are affected a lot. And that, in a way, it disables women to realize some of the sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights. And also, to ensure that citizens are free from all forms of sexual violence and all those matters. It needs to be a lot of public education, and those things affect the realizing of these policy aspirations. But I guess if we as analysts, as researchers, reflect this to our committees, we're able to help them unlock these issues. There's been a lot of fight in South Africa. There's been a framework on how to fight gender-based violence. Because understanding how it cascades down other areas, particularly with women not being able to access, women and young girls not being able to access sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights in this regard. While allocation for health may have implications for gender consideration, yesterday I argued that the budget itself is gender consideration. There's no way you can look, it is like that, but there have to be a very deliberate move, particularly monitoring and evaluating. Pamela was talking about evaluation earlier on, which really drives back to maybe shifting the budget to be more obviously gendered in its nature. And we had a strategy, tried to ensure a budget responsive. I'm saying gender if specifically because I know different genders have different needs and different problems. We had a debate in 2018 around VAT as a value-added tax, where we needed to ensure that sanitary towels are not taxed because only women buy them. We don't buy them. So when you tax them, you're already skewing your budget, disadvantaging women and so on. But we think there has to be a clear framework on that. It was put in place. And clearly there's a lot of work trying to put measures in place to implement it. Even in the office, we try to be sensitive in the framework in how we shape our analysis to reflect some of these measures. But I think in terms of the plan for this year guidelines, department selected to participate. So there was pilots that were done to try to see how to operationalize this policy. And really, our concern is that it has not been very good, obvious measure in the budgets to try to ensure the budget is driven within this context. We have a department called Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities, which back then spearheaded that. I'm not sure if we still have it, in this government of national unity. I need to remember, but I know there's been reconfiguration. So it is a centralized executive which has to drive this policy realization. And as a committee, as a parliament, we're able to have analysis that are presented in the Sins Committee, and this department has to respond to those issues. So that's really in a nutshell a context at which the policy set out, it has to address these issues as I started earlier on. I'll quickly now just give an overview. This is South African experience, of course. And I'll quickly, SG and colleagues, in a few slides to give some quick context on how we in our analysis, we went about looking at how to set up performance indicators around sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights. Kateshi earlier on talked about the SDG. So when we look at the National Development Plan in a context, we do see that it is really based on the SDG and also continental and regional consideration or goals set out there. Specifically, look at maternal mortality ratio target set out there, which really is trying to be in line with the SDG goals, but it's not been realized. But I think a lot of this is to ensure that tracking mechanisms allows that to take place, which fit into the to the analysis going forward to say how far progress we've made. We're still lagging behind because the aim is to have 100,000 births, still staying at 100. It's still quite high. We want to have nil of it, but that's one way you can pick up an indicator to say you want to have, you want your SRD policy SRHR to lead to improvement on this indicator, and then track it over time in that regard. Infant and under 5 mortality rates. There's one indicator we noted where, the national development set out clearly the target they want to realize. And we see it's a mixed bag where some of them haven't realized and some have actually worsened off, particularly look at, I think the infants mortality, because of the indicator. It's easier to, when you have that indicator, to set out, we want to have this rate per 1,000 deaths, and and that at the end of the year, department has produced a report that tells how far that has been for that year, and you use that in your report to say to the committee, actually, we don't see improvement in reducing infant mortality, and department is to respond how that will be addressed. But also over time, because evaluation probably have happen over a long period of time, but having very clear indicators on specific category, it helps a lot to track it, and it can, in my view, it's an easy win for a researcher in the sector there. Infant mortality rate as well, it's indicators in different of those categories to set out specifically, and it's easier to align it with the SDG and continental and regional targets as well. On HIV/AIDS, it's one area I mentioned earlier in my comment earlier on, that we've seen a lot of clear evidence of having a very clear indicator that addresses this particular problem or particular healthcare need, where we've seen the lifespan rapidly increasing of South Africans, largely for making available the ARVs over time. We've seen the death rates, coming down. When you look at this graph, which I promised to show earlier on, where you realize that over the time, which is 2020, I think it was 2021, around that time when government introduced a robust interventions around ARVs, provisions for people living with HIV/AIDS, HIV and people with AIDS as well. And also you see the rate of new infections also declining. So you've seen clear intervention. We put this graph to the committee, it makes a lot of value or provide more impetus for consideration for more allocations, or for showing that the improvement. It's not always that you'll see this graph presented by government, obviously. They'll present it when it's good, but when it's bad, they'll not present it. So you need to present it to them as the information. That. And also I link it back to the life expectancy at birth. We've seen that improving quite a lot. Guys always die quickly. I don't know why, women live long. Why actually, why males always die faster than women, even if the improvement, you can see the graph there that even all of them increase, you see that there's a pattern that moves that shows the intervention that happened in 2021 with more ARVs, seeing life expectancy increasing quite dramatically. So I think the emphasis here is said that I was asking you why men die so younger. Maybe it's an assignment for guys only. Yeah, but this just goes to show that the interventions that were placed under as part of the Srhr earlier have brought fruits by improving on life expectancy. And I think our argument has always been, let's have this debate as part of the budget analysis rather than having the rents and cents in particular. And now we've seen a lot now broadly when you look at poverty levels, stunting and so many other things. It's actually been coming down. Every time we show that graph, government doesn't want to see it, because actually it reflects the impact of budget cuts that it has on realizing some of these social, sexual, reproductive, and health rights. The NDP emphasized the universal access to healthcare in line with the Constitution. So the issue around the plan, it's always the framework of the Constitution and the National Development Plan set those out, social reproductive care objectives and how that has to be realized. Again, I'm just showing how it relates to the broad goals in the SDG and the regional targets there. We've seen a very rapid growth over time of girls aged between 10 and 19 falling pregnant over the year. So what I didn't have here, I didn't have a comparison to show what was the case in the other year. You could have that to say what was the case in the other year, has that improved or not? But I think the number itself was quite a big number to say how to look at it. And even the Medical Research Council was emphasizing that there is a need for, there's a high need that has not been realized around the adolescent girls and young women, around the contraceptive, particularly in the sub-Saharan area. 1 in 5 women in reproductive age have unmet need for contraception. I mean, this allows you to argue how to get more budget allocated in this particular area by showing those dynamics, and those are dynamics need to improve. I won't go through them in detail, but I just wanted to flag that and say use that as one way where you do analysis for your committee. But these are real serious challenges. Particularly, this research has to emphasize how much there's a need for education around social reproductive care, but also the need to ensure that there's access and usability, because we are sure now that it's always important to distinguish those two, access and usability, because in our research that shows that sometimes you can have access but it's not being used the way it's supposed to be, or people don't have that. I'll just show that now as well. But also education, again, the linkage comes in, linking with the broader social services, social function, how much the young girls get more education in school, programs that educate them about this. It's also something that Medical Research Council emphasizes as part of leading to unmet demand or unmet understanding of the need to have conception or understanding other options to ensure that we don't lead to unwanted pregnancy and also which can lead to fatality as well. There's also the Choice of Termination Pregnancy Act, which came into place, which really emphasized the right to choose. I mentioned it just linked back to the Constitution as well, but also a lot about understanding. But also what was worrying is seeing the sketch of the termination of pregnancy there from over a 3-year cycle there, and start asking the questions, has this policy been considered? You know, obviously for us, the difficulty has always been we don't work a lot with Department of Health because we're not health specialists, but we highlight this in a very high level based on the department to say maybe there's need to be more facilities that guide young girls, women in abortion. And sadly, abortion in South Africa, it's not sadly in a way that it's not been used. The service has not been used because abortion in South Africa is legal. But we find that there's a lot of young girls who are not aware of this and are performing unsafe, termination or abortions, which leads to a lot of problems. But we need to flag this and show this information in our analysis as well. Lastly, again, the issue around education plays an important role. And when your analysis as a social, reproductive, and health rights, sometimes it's detection, but sometimes it's about education, how to make sure that you provide more, the system provide more education around understanding at school, how far that is a better linkage. In South Africa, there used to be, a few years ago, I think Department of Health, education, and social development work together. I remember we created a lot of issues where parents were concerned that the children are going to be taught about sex. And I'm thinking, parents don't know, the kids know about these things already. Whether they can, so that need to education, but also for societal awareness becomes quite important. And what is so good about Parliament is the fact that we go out to directly speak with these constituencies, and your research report on this can inform Parliament's public participation around these areas. So we have that mechanism where the clear strategy policy where education system has to take into account a social reproductive care at the school level and ensure that we deal with those dynamics and culture and all of that, which in a way creates barriers unnecessarily for accessing this education about this sexual reproductive and health rights. I think that's really in a nutshell what I wanted to share with you in this afternoon. But just to break it down to say there's a framework, there's a context, and the development indicators help us to realize that, and having a report that consolidated 3 becomes quite very useful. I'm not going to talk about conclusions. You can talk about that yourself, read that for yourself. Merci beaucoup, asante sana. Muito obrigado. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's where I want to end. FG and colleagues. But before I let Chivor come, I said I've got an assignment. I meant it. I've got an assignment for you colleagues. So my interest really, SG, is for the colleagues to write a report for their committee on sexual, reproductive, and healthcare rights. But to say to them, what has been the progress from last year? And what are the challenges? And what do you think those challenges would be? So we've got a similar report that we produce in South African committees called Budget Review and Recommendation Report. I do not say that at the start, but I say report. It's just a report that really assesses. So you take the annual report of the Department of Health. You say, what did they say they wanted to do? Have they done that? And has they made a change in realizing sexual, reproductive, and health rights? So we do that annually for the committees. The researchers in our committees, they do that annually. And it's a very powerful tool because this tool can also be used as a way of influencing the budget allocation. As I said earlier, you have individual functions, but you have to consolidate them at the macro level, whereby all the functions, you have those reports. Now, when Parliament sits, can realize, okay, actually, education are not spending enough on social reproductive care. So they need more allocation and so on. But without that report, the committee are unable to make that determination at the end of the year. So I want you to try and write that report, and I'm happy to look at it. I'm saying deadline is 25th of January. I don't know why, but we've got a budget coming in next month until December. It will be hectic at the office. So I'd be happy to engage further with the colleagues, SG. But try it out. Look at your. I do provide example. What does the report mean? What does it have? It's really about service delivery. I know it's called Budget Review Recommendation Report, but it's about service delivery for the department or for the sector. Has the sector delivered on its service delivery requirements? And it means you have to do a lot of work as a researcher to read various instruments where you can get that data, where you can argue yes or no, and then you submit to the committee. Of course, not listed that way. I'm just saying some that can be considered and useful for as a researcher within that committee. And you can share it amongst yourselves, groups. I feel that would be very value add on to have for the program. So I'll share it with you. Thank you so much, because I can share examples as well of this if you like. But thank you so much, SG. Thanks so much, colleagues. Thank you.
A round of applause. Are we receiving? Have you received the assignment? If you're in a church, what do you say? Hey, amen, and I receive it. I want to see who's not receiving. So all of you received the assignment. So 25th of January, is that a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday? I don't know. It's a Friday.
It's a Friday, yeah.
So will we be seeing emails? Will Ronald create an email just for this one so that they can be deposited and our resource persons can have access to? Is it possible? Okay, it's doable, right? It's also about trying, you know, just putting your best foot forward. He never said you are getting marks for it.
Maybe I should say that that's an incentive.
Yeah, so it's a learning process. Oh yeah, you see, there's going to be certificates. I didn't even think about it. That's a good one. We can actually give certificates for that.
Yep.
So another round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Any questions? So any questions?
Yeah, you have to, yes.
Any questions, colleagues? Those who didn't speak in the previous circle, that would be good to give. No Simon, no Ida, no Jeff, no Chiramba, no Dr. Jabu, no Ludish. Can I have new hands, please? Oh, I can't see. What color is that hand? Okay, Doc. Remind me your name again, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Brenda.
Yes,
Brenda.
Yes, mine is not a question. Thank you very much for your presentation on the South African SRHR overview. Mine, I am trying to answer what the question that kept you on asking, to say, why do men die early?
That's a men's conference.
So I shouldn't answer it.
I'm just waiting. Go ahead.
Okay. From what I've seen is they die early because of their risky behaviors. Even if you inquire.
You have my protection.
So most of the men. Most of the men, they drink, they have concurrent partners, and in most cases, even if they fall positive, HIV positive, they cannot take their pills religiously like what women do. And also, most men do not go to church. I've seen a research.
Go ahead and continue. Order, please.
I came across a research that was saying most women live longer because of faith. That hope they have keeps them going. But men, in most cases, they don't go to church. So those are the issues that result in them dying early.
That's a good start for a conference. That's a good start.
Okay. No, you don't. You're not. Okay. Honorable Brenda, thank you very much. Dr. Brenda, no. She said you can add on, huh? But you can't take away because that was just her contribution, isn't it? And what you said also really tickled me because the majority of men own churches. Okay, I see Ali Dong. I also see how many hands? Let's see. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, merci beaucoup, docteur. Mais le problème n'est pas celui-là. Le problème, vous, les femmes, vous nous stressez. C'est ça le problème. C'est-à-dire que quand vous voyez ici, nous sommes ici, l'argent que vous gagnez. L'argent que vous gagnez, nous ne le demandons pas, nous ne les utilisons pas. Mais dès que l'argent que nous gagnons, c'est vous les utilisez cet argent-là. Et quand il y a des choses qui manquent à la maison, du sel, du piment, tout ça, vous demandez à nous. Vous voyez, ça c'est un. La scolarité des enfants, beaucoup d'éléments vous mettez sur nous, c'est ce qui crée le stress et que les hommes meurent avant. Parce qu'il y a les hommes qui prient, il n'y a pas de problème sur ce plan-là. Donc le problème, c'est vous nous stressez et c'est comme ça que nous mourrons avant. Merci.
Can I request that you submit a motion for this debate? Reduce it to writing. There's no way that I'm going to entertain backdoor motions now. There's a problem. I hope you have a different point. You are fine now. Somebody has taken your point. Okay, this is quite interesting. I think these are some of the questions that sometimes we need to interrogate. You may take lightly that there isn't enough substance to put together for a matter to be taken seriously. And you'll be shocked that there's a lot, Dr. Brenda is saying, there's a lot that can assist us just to make light a matter that can help us look at the other vulnerabilities that we face in our various communities. Any other hands, Angola?
But that is also that gender-based argument to say, yes, what is it that we need to do? What is that we need to do to make sure the other gender can live longer as well? Absolutely, it's that's the point. Because the debate around gender-based doesn't necessarily mean women. Gender-based, gender budgeting process, just both genders, they have different challenges. And how to make sure that the budget represent those challenges for both genders or for all the genders. I'm quite careful there, for all the genders in perspective. So that's good, it's just correct. And you're raising valid point to say, we need to make sure that men realize those services, those functions, and go to church, whatever you say. But that's part of the gender-based, the gender budget responsive years debate. Thanks.
Okay, remember, men, I said to you male involvement earlier on. So these are some of the permutations you can look at in terms of how you can drive an advocacy point home. Any other hands? All I wanted to say, Doc, is that, yesterday, I don't know how many of you recognize that it was International Safe Abortion Day. And yeah, did you see what was happening in South Africa, in Italy? Did you see that? There were marches all over about safe abortion. There were also people giving out information that you can actually, before you reach 12 weeks, you can actually have an abortion pills for like 300 Rand that can help you terminate. So there's advancement in information that is just going out there. But in South Africa, you know that the legislation is enabling. Is that correct? You saw the framework and other things that are there. And I was just whispering to Mr. Shivora that, one of the issues that we have to do is the value clarification exercise. Because doing such work sometimes hits to the core of the type of values that you hold. And when you come up with any programs or when you have to analyze to come up with evidence on some of these issues, your values do not matter. Did you hear what I'm saying? Your values do not matter. So it's a very difficult balancing act that we continuously need to integrate. Even for you, I've shared with you some exercises, even at national level, to continuously remind people that, it's not about you being a Christian. It's not about me being a heathen. It's not about me having come from a relationship where I was beaten up by a man all the time or a woman all the time. It's not about, because we tend to qualify certain values because we think these are meant for certain people because of certain beliefs that we hold. I don't know if I've said it right. So I think this is one of the challenges that we need to reflect on. I know very well that, even basic things, I know at Static PF, we once had an intern. And this intern was very clear. She never went into a male toilet. To a point where admin was even saying, should we change the labels now? They adapted quickly to realize that there are people who identify, and despite the fact that you looked at that person wearing a suit looking like what you think is a man, and very clear, Benjamin was a she. And Benjamin wanted to use in fact, Benjamin went into the female toilets until he left for his internship. So you see, these are things, Gomez is shaking her shoulders. But these are small things, but it's about inclusivity. And these are small things that, small to you, but big to others. So I just reminded myself that, we have to find a way of doing this value clarification in some of these meetings when we meet, so that we remind each other about some of these issues. But I think you may sum up, Prof. This was a good session. I'm sure most of you have seen what type of presentations you can do to your own committees. You've also seen the difference between this type of analysis, if you ask somebody from the Ministry of Health to do it, and somebody who's within Parliament, the type of detail that they're pulling out for decision making and for accountability, among others. So I hope we can see the differences, so that at the end of the day, these can also be leads for you to say, come and do a presentation for us at Parliament, but please focus on the following, so that you don't get members of Parliament now knowing exactly what the minister is already going to say and just having to be a rubber stamp in Parliament, because you have not assisted them to see the other layers of how they can ask more questions about. So I hope today you can see the leaning of these presentations. It's really analysis and what data makes a difference for you to dig further. What does a budget office dig out and how they frame certain issues for consumption by members of Parliament? Colleagues, I hope you've got the point. Just round up and then we can, yeah.
No, thank you so much, SG. No, I think I've covered everything, but just want to emphasize, we'll always be there to support them. Feel free to contact us. But I think for me, I'm glad that the Commissioner was presenting a paper to encourage him to write. The reason why I want the assignment, I want us to have something out of this. So I really hope we can write. It doesn't have to be big. It can be 3-5 pages. I'll share examples also, but sharing examples are not always good because it forces us to copy and paste. So, but try something. If you have a problem, drop an email and you can advise whether, and I can also have a team that can also help them in that regard. But thank you so much for the attention. We'll continue with the next presentation. Chibode, I'll support you, but you let me know when you come in. But thanks, you take over.
Thank you. And colleagues, remember, look up the next HIV/AIDS conference, the next SRHR conference, the next whatever, where these trials can position you to want to present. The next COP meeting, the next what, look up those lines. And I want you to say, I want to give it a try at this meeting so that we can budget for you and work with people who can prepare you to making those presentations about the project. So before the end of tomorrow's next meeting, I'll get names. If I don't get names, it means that there's nobody presenting. And I'll extend that to other colleagues elsewhere to be able to do it. So it's very good for us to budget and know, not for us to go. And remember, you also have members of Parliament who are equally good, who can partner with you on some of these things. So let's broaden the perspective. It's embarrassing to say that October, October is our last spending. You started in October. The year wraps up in October, right? We have a clean $80,000 that has not been touched for regional, international meetings, because the vision was that we would have ourselves showcase parliamentary work in these forums. We'll showcase a parliamentary perspective from SRHR, among others, as a stepping stone on some of these issues. So remember, it's not just us. It could be colleagues also that you partner with at the national level. It could be members of Parliament that you partner. Some MPs are academics, some MPs are scientists. So create a cohort in your own country and publish. Also find each other, 3 countries, 2 countries, put something together and let's take it to the international stage. Equally, some of you go to IPU, right? In fact, all parliaments except Jabu, you service IPU. There are always all these meetings happening at the IPU. You could have a side meeting to surface what you are doing. So many guidelines that IPU produces that you could take advantage of and then have a small side meeting. SADC PF has its own plenary assembly session. When you have such data, such framework, you can share it. And we can start maybe even sponsoring a side meeting of the SRHR showcasing what you do in these sessions. So please, let's seriously consider this. Thank you, Shivor.
Thank you, SG. So up there, I've just put in 7 things that you need to remember about the budget cycle. First, you need to know your legal and policy provisions, which differ across countries. Second, just remember the key activities under each stage of the cycle. This also differs across countries. Number 3, know your calendar and the dates for specific activities. And remember the people, the technical officers and the decision makers who are important in this work. Also collect or try to look for the key budget documents at each stage of the budget cycle. Then remember the spaces and opportunities for influence. Know your spaces, know how you can influence. And in that regard, you also need to know the key influencers and the politics at play at each stage. So in the work that I used to do in Parliament, we knew our key influencers. In Zimbabwe, in the Zimbabwean Parliament, we used to know that once I have something, if I tell Themba Mliswa, then it's as good as done. We also had Priscilla Misaira Bumshonga, SRHR issues, it's as good as that. Because once she raises it in Parliament, she will make sure that it's implemented. So know your key influencers and politics at play at each stage. Having said this was our assignment yesterday. So colleagues, we would want to hear in 5 minutes each insights regarding your national budget process and the budgeting approaches, the key entry points within your budget process and parliamentary structure. Don't take too long. Explain how leveraging on the current role that you are currently playing, how you would contribute to achieve outcome 3. Then also how and when are you going to present country-specific status reports and detailed action plans aimed at meeting the project indicators by 31st. Once you do that, you're home and dry. And there are prizes for this. So you will be the judges. Dr. Jandis gave you an assignment, which is due by 25 January. I was whispering Dr. Jandis that there was this one, which we gave you yesterday. So for this one, those who want to be assisted, please send in the 3rd question that we gave you yesterday. If you can send it by October 15, the 3rd question, then we can assist you, or we can look at it, provide comments by October 20. There was that 3rd question, this one, that we gave you yesterday. You can send in by October 15, then we shall endeavor to provide comments. Then, guided by that, then you can do the assignment for the current budget year. But for this one, for countries like, I know Zimbabwe, for example, you are looking at the 2024 budget, which doesn't make sense, but it's for your own practice. But after this, then, by 25 January, you take the 2025 budget. You are doing the real work that you are supposed to be doing. You send in for comments, then you submit to your respective parliaments. Is it clear? So if you want to get assistance in terms of if you identified the key issues, you can send in this by October 15 to us. We can give you the comments for the work that you did yesterday. I know you did something because we sent the assignment late last night. So today we are doing this. For now, we are doing this one, this assignment. Who is willing to start? You come here, yeah. You come to the podium. While I'll be going around collecting the presents that I requested from you. So you come and make a presentation, but make it very short in 5 minutes. Imagine you are presenting to a committee and the members of parliament don't have all the time to listen to you. They want those key points, those strategic points, the entry points that you should then let them know. Thank you.
Point of order. Shan represented yesterday as the Minister as Assistant Minister of Finance. Can we have somebody from a female in this instance? It follows those of you who spoke yesterday, give way for somebody who did not speak in your group.
You need to submit the plan. How you spend the money. That one that you sent.
Oh, you didn't amend it.
The climate thing is in.
Good afternoon, Madam SG. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'll go, I think I'll address this by going through the questions that we were given yesterday. I'll start with the first one, which was insights regarding national budget process and approaches. Namibia employs a medium-term expenditure framework, which is our MTEF for budgeting, which spans over 3 years and provides a forward-looking view of government fiscal operations. The national budget is constructed through program-based budgeting, which focuses on output and outcomes rather than just inputs. This approach allows ministries, agencies to plan for specific program goals like Srhr services and align their funding accordingly. The budgeting process involves several stages, including drafting by the Ministry of Finance, review by Cabinet, and approval by Parliament. Parliament role is significant in, you just moved, ne? It's significant in budget oversight and approval, with opportunities for engagement in all stages of the budget cycle, from planning and debate to implementation and monitoring. Parliament also works through its committees, such as the Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Equality, Social Development and Family Affairs, which plays a role in influencing Srhr related budgets allocations. But now in this case, especially with a new program that we are on, we are not just going to focus on the gender committee. We are going to sort of look at many other committees, because this issue is very cross-cutting across various committees. So that is our approach.
3 minutes to go.
Back. Oh, okay. Entry points in the budget process and the role of achieving outcome 3. Namibia Parliament has a budget approving role, which means it evaluates and approves executive budget proposal. Within this process, key entry points for advocating improved Srhr budgets includes budget hearing and debates, committee reviews, oversights and mechanism, where MPs can ask parliamentary questions to deem accountability and ensure Srhr programs are attended to and prioritized. Our role as the newly recruited researchers, how are we going to sort of influence this process? We will be preparing briefing notes for the Honorable Speaker to highlight the importance of this project, of this particular program, in achieving universal health coverage and gender equality, advising the Speaker to champion gender-responsive budgeting during debates, support different chairpersons of various committees, support other stuff that we can maybe also lobby in sort of advocating this project. How do we evaluate? Okay, maybe you can step in. How do we evaluate Srhr programs with focus to HIV/AIDS services? One of Namibia's key Srhr programs is the provision of HIV/AIDS services. Basically, for the past years, that's what we have been focusing on more. And maybe the other issues that are related to Srhr are sort of, low key. But it is our role now to amplify it so that it also comes to the fore, and not only HIV/AIDS services. So during the current financial year, the allocations to the Ministry of Health was 10.891 billion. And 15% of that budget was allocated to the HIV in sort of securing or the provision of ARVs and HIV related medications. To present this budget analysis to MPs, I would we would simplify the data by using clear charts showing percentage and health budgets allocation to SRHR and HIV over the past 5 years, and then and see how, and also advocating innovative financing solutions such as public-private partnership, where we can ensure this program are funded aligned so that we align it to the national and regional goals, particularly to the SDG 3, 5, and 13, which covers climate change. I see in the presentations of the previous presenters, they were focusing more on the SDG 3 and 5 and little on the 13, although it's now really also something that needs to be highlighted. And then within our system or government, the Namibian government, we have in the Ministry of Environment and Tourism and Forestry, what we call the Environmental Investment Fund, where climate issues are sort of a provision to take care of climate issues sort of given to that particular ministry to sort of address and also attend to issues of climate change. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Any quick reactions? In 1 minute. Colleagues, you don't have reactions? Did you do well? Okay, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's have the next presenter. Which country is this? I'll give them. So what we'll do at the end is I'll do a Menti. Then you will select the winner yourself. Then the winner will come and the presenter will come and collect the present on behalf of their delegation. Okay? Thank you. Who is coming next? Okay. No, this is HDMI. You need an extension adapter. Yeah, you need an adapter.
Can you use my laptop?
Okay, yes.
So let me get my laptop.
Oh, sorry. Remember, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, SG. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I'll just go straight to the questions.
Our response for question 1 was that in Eswatini, the national budget process involves several stages, beginning with the submission of the budget proposals from various ministries and departments of the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance consolidates these proposals and aligns them with the country's economic priorities before submitting the draft to Parliament for approval. The budgeting approach primarily follows a line item method where expenditures are categorized under specific headings such as salaries, operational cost, and capital projects. However, there is a growing shift towards performance-based budgeting, which links resource allocation to specific outcomes and objectives. This approach encourages greater accountability and ensures that funds are used effectively to achieve key national priorities, including improving sexual and reproductive health and rights, combating HIV and AIDS, advocating and advancing the sustainable development goals, particularly SDGs 3 and 5. Through the involvement of parliamentarians, there is a push of gender-responsive budgeting and alignment of health-related expenditure with universal health coverage and goals. Question 2, discuss entry points within the budget process. The parliamentary structure plays a significant role in influencing and approving the national budget. Crucial entry points in the budget process include the stages of budget formulation, review, and approval. Members of Parliament are actively involved in scrutinizing and debating the budget proposal submitted by the Ministry of Finance, ensuring that they align with national priorities, including health, gender-related initiatives. As an NP or advocate within the structure, as a researcher, would leverage my role during these crucial moments, particularly during the parliamentary debates and committee reviews, by advocating for increased allocation of Srhr programs, HIV and AIDS services, fact sheets, and gender-responsive budgeting, and providing evidence-based research for informed motion debates. Also, by actively engaging in empowering and advocating for strengthened innovations, could help ensure that sufficient resources are directed towards achieving outcome 3, which focuses on improving SRH budgets and fulfilling sustainable development goals, SDGs 3 and 5. As a researcher, there is a need to ensure that the budget reflects a commitment to universal health coverage and the overall well-being of marginalized groups, especially women and girls, thus contributing to a more equitable, health-focused national budget. Question 3.
Yeah, for 3, that's the one that you said you send it.
Okay.
So when the first 2.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, clap hands too. That's an inaugural speech. Even I forgot Cornelia also was that was an inaugural speech. Oh. Clap for them.
Thank you. You did well for your inaugural speech. Any quick reactions? Yeah, quickly, please. Oh, you are coming to present. Oh, come. Okay, I thought it's a reaction. SG.
Yeah, my reaction is just to say that, colleagues, let's not forget to familiarize ourselves with the SDGs, the thematic areas, and map out the SDGs that are relevant. We seem to be just going to only 2 of those, and I think it will limit us in our analysis. The other issue is that also refrain from just saying UHC, SDGs, without telling us what within those concepts you are dealing with. Yes. Because we could be hiding behind a word that we don't, I mean, the earlier presentation was talking about access, the earlier presentation was talking about affordability and many other things. So learn to deconstruct so that you don't feel like you're dealing with the whole UHC agenda or the whole SDG agenda. That will help you a great deal. Thanks.
Boa tarde. Nós vamos apresentar como é que nós elaboramos o orçamento na Assembleia da República. A elaboração do orçamento na Assembleia da República de Moçambique segue um guião com orientações metodológicas em cumprimento da Lei 14/2020, de 23 de setembro, que estabelece princípios e normas de organização e funcionamento do sistema de administração financeira do Estado, com o objetivo de servir de suporte para a recolha e sistematização de informação necessária para a elaboração da proposta de orçamento. A sua finalidade é orientar os órgãos e instituições do Estado a todos os níveis na formulação, apresentação das respectivas propostas que servirão de base para a elaboração do plano e orçamento do Estado. Critérios de fixação de limites. A fixação de limites é feita com base na Estratégia Nacional de Desenvolvimento, que estabelece as bases sólidas para impulsionar um crescimento sustentável e melhorar significativamente a qualidade de vida da população de forma inclusiva. Os limites globais são fixados tomando em conta a responsabilidade setorial, isto é, cada instituição, no quadro dos programas estratégicos definidos na sua Estratégia Nacional de Desenvolvimento. A nível da província, por exemplo, a fixação dos limites para o orçamento obedece o índice multidimensional da pobreza e atribui-se a este indicador o peso de 30%, que é para conseguir assegurar o seguinte: acesso à escola primária, conclusão de ensino primário no primeiro grau no agregado familiar, saneamento seguro, escolarização de crianças, acesso à saúde, acesso à fonte de água, desnutrição crônica, habitação convencional, acesso à eletricidade, acesso ao transporte, acesso à segurança e posse de bens duráveis. É neste quadro que também os parlamentares são chamados a observar na elaboração dos seus orçamentos e também na aprovação dos mesmos, bem como também na fiscalização. Eles têm que observar se estes itens todos estão lá assegurados. Agora vamos falar sobre a elaboração do orçamento no Parlamento. No início do segundo semestre econômico, nós temos uma divisão lá responsável pela administração e planificação, que tem a responsabilidade de recolher as necessidades de todas as unidades orgânicas, que é para poder elaborar orçamento a curto prazo, que é o orçamento anual. Isso significa que o tal orçamento é a expressão financeira para se garantir a realização das despesas em determinado ano econômico. Em paralelo, a instituição deve apresentar o cenário fiscal a curto, médio e longo prazo, que consiste na apresentação de uma previsão orçamental para o triênio seguinte, isto é, dos 3 anos seguintes. É nesta fase que os investigadores devem desempenhar o seu trabalho, que é de aproximarem aos gabinetes parlamentares para junto do secretariado e das comissões de trabalho especializadas, assim como das bancadas parlamentares, para sensibilizar os deputados sobre o seu papel fundamental na defesa de orçamentos aprimorados de SDSR, para impulsionar a SDSR universal, aprimorar os serviços da HIV-Sida em cumprimento dos ODS 3 de 5 e defender o orçamento sensível ao gênero e que garanta a cobertura universal de saúde. Este orçamento é apresentado em dois formatos, sendo um descritivo e o outro por rúbricas, que reflete a previsão de todas as necessidades em termos de despesa dos órgãos da instituição, incluindo salários, após o qual, através do secretário-geral, é remetido ao Conselho de Administração, ao presidente da Assembleia da República, que este, por sua vez, envia ao Conselho de Administração para análise e parecer. Discutido ao nível do Conselho de Administração, é remetido de volta à consideração do presidente da Assembleia, com parecer que pode conduzir à sua aprovação em plenário ou devolução ao secretariado para aprimoramento. Após a sua aprovação pelo plenário, é remetido ao Executivo. Vezes sem conta, o Executivo...
You have a minute left.
Yes.
You have a minute left. It should be in 5 minutes. So wrap up, please. Thank you.
Ok. Em vezes sem conta, o Executivo não tem atribuído os limites solicitados pelo Parlamento, o que impossibilita o desempenho do cumprimento dos programas. Também tem havido alterações de orçamento. Isto acontece quando acontece por solicitação do Parlamento ou do Executivo. No caso de haver um orçamento retificativo para fazer face à ocorrência de calamidades naturais ou pandemias. Temos exemplos de orçamentos que tiveram que merecer a sua retificação. Quando tivemos a pandemia da HIV-Sida e também quando tivemos o problema de fatores climáticos. Em jeito de conclusão, podemos afirmar que os deputados, na sua função legislativa, têm defendido a inclusão de matérias de âmbito social nos orçamentos. Em especial, a mulher deputada tem questionado e provocado debates fortes nos informes do Executivo, porque é ela que tem vivido maiores situações nos seus ciclos eleitorais. E também graças ao trabalho de sensibilização que o Fórum tem desenvolvido nos parlamentos, através dos encontros que a senhora secretária-geral e sua equipa têm realizado junto aos deputados, com maior enfoque os encontros havidos quando do lançamento desse projeto, os deputados têm se demonstrado sensíveis nos seus trabalhos dos ciclos eleitorais, porque têm apresentado relatórios que demonstram que, de fato, fizeram monitoria dos aspectos sobre saúde, direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, sobre o acesso da mulher e criança à saúde, sobre as prevenções de casamentos prematuros, de gravidezes precoces, sobre a distribuição de pensos higiênicos, sobre o acesso da rapariga à escola. E aí tem visto que, de fato, um dos problemas que tem enfrentado ou que tem que se combater é a falta de educação, pois muitas raparigas não têm acesso a essa informação porque não sabem ler, não foram à escola. Isso dificulta o acesso à informação. Muito obrigada.
That's the inaugural speech. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. So I'm hoping, colleagues, our questions. No, it's fine. You can. We are looking at sharing insights regarding your national budget process. So you just write national budget process. If they do well, you mark or you do whatever you do. Then the entry points, you mark or you unmark whatever you can do. Then explain leveraging on your position. If you are in the clerk's office, you explain what you are going to do. If you are a researcher, you explain what you are going to do. If you are in the speaker's office, you leverage on that position. You tell us what you are going to do. And also how and when you are going to present your country-specific status reports so that they are in by 31 October. You also look at the timeliness. So 5 minutes. You also need to look at clarity, look at the content, all those things. Then in the end, you'll be the judges. Thank you. Next country. So I've done that. Yeah. So I'm just,
While the others go up, Doctor, what similarities or differences did you see with the presentation from Mozambique? What stood out in that presentation compared to the ones that have just been presented? Did you see the prominence of the office of the clerk?
Yeah.
Did you see it? Which is law, which is in the law from what they're saying. And there were others. I don't know if colleagues were looking at that. Let me leave it to the instructor, resource persons to share with us. Okay, thanks.
Top chrono. Merci beaucoup. Donc, le processus budgétaire à Madagascar suit plusieurs étapes clés impliquant la préparation, l'adoption, l'exécution et le contrôle du budget. Donc, le cadre du budget repose sur plusieurs approches. Première approche, c'est la budgétisation basée sur la performance. Donc, cette approche lie l'allocation des ressources à des résultats mesurables en mettant l'accent sur l'atteinte des indicateurs de performance spécifiques et cela favorise la transparence et l'efficacité des dépenses. Ensuite, la deuxième approche, c'est le budget par poste. Donc, c'est une méthode traditionnelle où les fonds sont alloués aux départements, institutions ou ministères en fonction de leurs besoins spécifiques. Troisième approche, c'est le budget basé sur les activités et sur les résultats. Donc, ce modèle permet de lier les fonds alloués directement aux activités prévues, par exemple, dans les programmes de santé sexuelle reproductive ou de lutte contre le VIH-Sida. Et ces méthodes permettent de garantir que les ressources sont utilisées de manière efficace et conformément aux objectifs nationaux et aux objectifs, aux engagements internationaux et aux ODD, objectifs de développement durable, que ce soit l'ODD 3, l'ODD 5 et l'ODD 17. Donc, le Parlement, quel est le rôle que joue le Parlement? Donc, le Parlement joue un rôle essentiel dans l'approbation des budgets et ses principales fonctions incluent l'approbation du budget national. Donc, le Parlement a le pouvoir de réviser, approuver ou rejeter le budget soumis par l'exécutif. Il a aussi le rôle d'influencer sur les politiques budgétaires. Donc, ils peuvent influencer l'allocation des ressources en plaidant pour des priorités spécifiques comme la SDSR. Ils appliquent aussi le suivi, le contrôle budgétaire après l'adoption du budget. Donc, le Parlement peut contrôler son exécution à travers des audits parlementaires ou bien des rapports sur l'utilisation des fonds. Donc, en tant que responsable SDSR au sein du Parlement et en tant que chercheuse dans le projet SDSR et VIH-Sida, mon rôle serait crucial pour Premièrement, plaider pour une meilleure allocation budgétaire. Donc, je vais utiliser les rapports de recherche pour démontrer l'importance des investissements en SDSR pour la santé publique et pour les ODD. Je pourrais aussi faciliter les discussions budgétaires en tant que chercheuse. Donc, je peux fournir des analyses factuelles qui renforcent les arguments des parlementaires en faveur d'un budget plus ambitieux pour la SDSR ou pour la lutte contre le VIH-Sida. Je pourrais aussi contribuer à la formulation de budget, donc collaborer avec les commissions parlementaires pour élaborer des propositions budgétaires qui répondent aux besoins identifiés dans les études SDSR. Maintenant, prenons le programme Survie et développement de la mère et de l'enfant comme exemple. Ce programme fait partie des programmes prioritaires dans le cadre de la SDSR et il est essentiel pour réduire la mortalité maternelle et améliorer la santé reproductive des femmes. Il s'agit d'une priorisation du gouvernement. Donc, l'analyse du budget, comme nous pouvons le voir ici, montre que 11% du budget total du ministère de la Santé est alloué à la santé maternelle et néonatale. Donc, cela représente une légère augmentation par rapport aux précédentes années, donc par rapport au 2023. Et cela montre un engagement croissant du gouvernement. Quand on fait l'analyse quantitative, le budget total du ministère de la Santé pour 2024, nous pouvons voir que c'est estimé à 350 millions d'arias, donc soit 11%. Et nous pouvons constater que cette allocation, j'ai pu constater que cette allocation reste insuffisante pour couvrir les besoins réels dans les zones rurales ou dans les zones enclavées où les services de santé reproductifs sont limités. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire alors dans ce cas-là? Comme c'est insuffisante, donc il faudra augmenter ce budget à 15%. Cela pourrait améliorer significativement la couverture sanitaire universelle, la qualité des services, notamment la mise en place sur...
Sorry, we are not on question 3 now. It's only question 1 and question 2.
And
question 3 you share it later.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so... All right.
It was getting interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can share it later.
Can I continue?
No, because of the time, you can share it later.
Okay, thank you.
Please give Ida a round of applause. Ida is somebody who's very inclusive. She did the presentation in English because she saw the majority of you are in English, but she spoke in French because that is. Thank you very much for being that understanding.
Who is coming next? If there's anyone with quick comments, you can show by raising your hand. So next country, please. Yes. Okay, you can just quickly speak through your note. Okay.
Merci beaucoup, Madame SG. Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. J'ai présenté mes excuses. En fait, le budget au niveau de la République démocratique du Congo poursuivait plusieurs étapes d'élaboration. Et cela commence par la récolte de données. Et ça commence d'abord au niveau des entités décentralisées. Donc, le territoire, ça arrive au niveau de provinces. De provinces, ça arrive au niveau de différents ministères. Et après cela, dès que le ministre a déjà terminé, a fait voter le budget au niveau du Conseil des ministres, le budget est déposé au niveau du Parlement. Présentement, le budget de la République démocratique du Congo est de 16 milliards de dollars américains, mais pour une population de 120 millions. Et si vous prenez le budget pour une population de 100 millions, vraiment, c'est un budget qui est très insuffisant pour la plupart des rubriques. Et présentement, avec la guerre, les conflits armés à l'est du pays, la plupart des rubriques de budget ont été affectées au niveau de la défense pour défendre l'intégrité territoriale. Alors, dès que le budget est déposé au niveau du Parlement, on envoie d'abord au niveau de commissions. Les commissions au niveau des fonctionnaires. Comme présentement, je suis ici, le budget est déjà déposé au niveau des fonctionnaires et je fais partie d'ailleurs de cette commission de fonctionnaires. Après cela, on va appeler les ministres, les différents ministres pour venir défendre leur budget au niveau d'abord de commission. Et dès que le budget est défendu au niveau de commission, alors là, on va présenter au niveau de la plénière pour l'adoption. Les interventions des chercheurs à ce niveau-là. Les interventions des chercheurs, dans le cas de la SDR, les chercheurs ne peuvent qu'influencer les parlementaires pour défendre les causes, les aspects qui concernent les ASDR. Présentement, nous avons relevé 4 ministères. Il y a le ministère genre et famille qui doit s'occuper des problèmes de parité et égalité. D'ailleurs, là, c'est une bonne nouvelle que je vous annonce. À RDC, il y avait moins de 30% de femmes qui étaient dans les institutions publiques. Maintenant, ici, avec le nouveau chef de l'État, le pourcentage de femmes est passé à 32%. Et encore, c'est une première depuis l'indépendance que le premier ministre est une femme au niveau de la RDC. Et là, nous avons trouvé que le président est le champion de la masculinité. Après cela, nous avons le ministère de la Santé. Et dans le ministère de la Santé, les aspects sur lesquels nous allons insister en tant que SDR, ça va concerner la réduction du VIH d'ici 2030, la couverture santé universelle, la mortalité, et ce sont des éléments que nous allons voir dans le budget du ministère de la Santé. Ces éléments ont été repris. Et au niveau de l'éducation, c'est parce qu'il faudrait qu'on puisse aussi éduquer les jeunes gens, et le président de la République a, pour la première fois au niveau de la République démocratique du Congo, a déclaré la gratuité de l'enseignement à l'école primaire. Alors qu'à l'époque, c'était les parents qui prenaient les enfants la charge au niveau de l'école primaire. Mais nous allons continuer dans le cadre des SDR pour que cela puisse continuer au niveau de l'école secondaire. Et enfin, le troisième et le quatrième ministère dans lesquels nous allons intervenir, ce sera le ministère de l'Environnement pour le changement climatique. Comme nous avions relevé les conséquences du changement climatique aujourd'hui dans le pays, il faudrait qu'on puisse arriver à combattre cela. Et alors, en fait, c'est comme cela que, pour que nous puissions savoir effectivement que les objectifs des ODD ont été pris en charge, nous allons vérifier tous ces aspects-là s'ils sont respectés dans le budget alloué. Et enfin, pour évaluer, il faudrait qu'après avoir alloué ce budget-là, nous puissions alors voir avec les parlementaires, que les parlementaires puissent convoquer certains ministres pour venir dire si exactement ils ont appliqué le budget qui a été alloué au niveau de la SR. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Now we get to see Alidong. Can we clap hands for Mr. Alidong?
Thank you very much. The next country to come and present can take the floor. If you have any comments, please, you just show by raising your hand or any feedback. But what we'll do is, together with the Dr. Chantis, is he still in, who provide written comments to all your presentations, probably to save on time. So I'm just taking note, then we'll send written comments. So I will request you to send, the written presentation.
Afternoon, colleagues. We're going to start with the budgeting processes where we have zero-based budgeting. In this, all expenses should be justified. And we also have the participatory budgeting, which involves engaging all citizens and stakeholders, allowing the community input. We also have performance-based budgeting. This links allocations to performance target outcomes. The role of Parliament in budget formulation and opportunities for Srhr researchers. Due to the advent of budget and public finance reforms, formulation of the national budget has become a shared responsibility. Section 28 of our Public Finance Management Act requires the involvement of Parliament at the formulation stage of the national budget, with the Portfolio Committee on Budget, Finance and Investment required to conduct public hearings countrywide. Ministries consult their relevant portfolio committees when crafting their bids. Portfolio committees conduct sectoral stakeholder consultative meetings to set sector priorities. Next one. The process goes like this. The national budget is an instrument for national economic planning and for redistributing national resources to meet government's obligation to provide services and goods for the common good. The first process is the budget formulation, which is the preparation phase, which involves consultations of the ministries, the civil society, private sector, and international agencies. The second process is the budget presentation, which is the executive phase, with the Minister of Finance, where he delivers a national budget statement. We also have the third process, which is the parliamentary review and approval, which is the legislative phase. The fourth process, which is the budget execution, which involves the implementation phase, monitoring and evaluation, budget accountability and review. The budget execution, implementation and monitoring and opportunities. The framework for the Parliament's role in budget monitoring and tracking is provided for in Section 32, 33, and 34 of the Public Finance Management Act, where all ministries are required to submit monthly, quarterly, and annual reports to their relevant portfolio committees for scrutiny. Portfolio committees also conduct field visits and public hearings as part of their oversight function to check progress on the implementation of government programs. For example, the committee could look at the recently released compendium of projects implemented by the Second Republic during the period of 2018 to 2022. Thank you. I leave this to my colleague.
Okay. So I'll continue where she left from. We identified the entry points with our process. So entry point 1 is budget formulation, that is during the preparation phase. And then point 2, that is during parliamentary review, that is the legislation phase. And how we come in as SRR researchers to contribute in achieving goal 3, we conduct researches so that we assist members of parliament to make data-based or evidence-based decisions in SRR issues. Then we also do evidence-based advocacy, whereby we can write policy briefs and write fact sheets or even research papers. And we also advocate for SRR issues and gender responsive budgeting. As technical experts, considering that now we know how to analyze budgets, I'm sure we are going to be instrumental in assisting the members of parliament to analyze budgets. So we are going to offer technical expertise as consultants for the committees. And our role in public hearings, usually when we go for public hearings, we draft questions and also probe them, and we are expected to write reports. That is our responsibility. So there, when I'm writing a report, I'm sure I'm able to infuse some of the SRR issues that we would have picked. And remember, Parliament has a representative role. So as a researcher, we are able to amplify concerns, especially of marginalized groups, through influential members. I remember in our committee, we have a very influential group of two members of parliament who are ladies. So I'm sure we can use those to amplify concerns of marginalized groups. Then we'll be able to identify gaps to ensure alignment with global and regional commitments. So that is all on how we can contribute as SRR researchers. Thank you.
Round of applause. These are inaugural speeches. Colleagues, an observation on my end. Yes, we talk about regional international commitments, but you have seen that the presentations from yesterday and today were trying to encourage you to look at your own national frameworks. So if you go there and start hammering on regional international protocols and treaties as a priority over your national processes, you are going to face a rejection. What you just have to see is to amplify by saying, this is restated, turn it around, you're at national level. This is restated in this Maputo, in this, in this, so that members can see that by your framework is responsive, aligned to those other priorities and reporting. Make it the reversal. It is a good tactic to do because that is how members do not see this as a foreign project, but your own internal process. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Madam SG. I think the case of Zambia has been highly articulated. So I'll try to go to the practical aspects in terms of us, the researchers, what is it that we do? We must say, no, it could be seen, but we must say that the budget was presented Friday, the 27th. We have a budget of 217 billion kwacha at 26 kwacha for a dollar. So you could translate that. And then in terms of how do we see ourselves, what are the entry points going forward? Sitting in here, getting advice since yesterday to today for us. Number one is the issue of trying to collaborate as much as possible with the budget office, and having the head of the budget office speaking and saying it's possible to also even give you a specific person that you can work with. For us, that excites us, and we'll not leave it at this conference room. We'll pick it up as we go back. The committee work in terms of sector budget analysis, I know it sounds like it's crucial, but for us, I think it's a plus because now we break it down to different heads in different committees and delve deeper into those issues. I think even in the morning today, we're getting guidance on which area should we think about, which area should we run with. That's an area we're thinking about. The office of the clerk for us is also positive in the structures of parliament. That's the highest from the administrative wing when it comes to political will. And if we are to interact, I don't know about other parliaments, but for ourselves, sometimes the silos can be very strong in parliament, but it will be a strength. It is a strength for us that we're seeing our clerk gravitate more heavily towards the project. So we can leverage through the clerk's office to interface with other departments. Another area for us, which is very key, is the research department. We have a full-fledged research department, and the research department already shows that because our parliamentary budget office is very thin and lean in staff, so they've put or co-opted research officers to also be people that help with developing briefs. So for us, the research department is very key. And don't forget they're the ones who draft what the main members of parliament speak in the house in terms of the motions, in terms of the questions. So for us, that's an entry point because sometimes you can do all the work, but if it is not spoken about in the right places, then we have a very big challenge. So the research department is key. Somebody was using sorry, my computer is gone. The moderator, it's there. Sorry. Remember your flag is there.
Oh, the flag, yeah.
Yes, I need to collect stuff.
Okay, let me take it quick.
Sorry for that, people. I can't remember the next question.
It's on. It's on.
Oh, sorry. Oh, the Hansard department will also be very key for us. I talked about the research department because of the issues that they draft. The Hansard is very key because that's where we demonstrate results. As Pamela comes to the ground, if she wants to, as a means of verification, did we see members of parliament speaking on the floor of the house? So the Hansard is very key. Hansard sometimes take long in our parliament, but when you have a rapport with them, they give you well in advance the raw data itself before they put it in their correct nomenclature. But at least you have access to it. Another area that we see ourselves going forward when we walk out of this place is enhance the national working group and technical working group. I think we have a good relationship, but I think we were told that let's try to to put them in thematic areas. And when we're reflecting with my colleague, I think we're asking ourselves, who is it that is strong in budget? Yes, they submit budgets, but I think we need to bring on board other people that play. And it was interesting to have our colleagues say they already have a network. So let's leverage on that network and see how we can move forward, even as we interact with them. The Secretary General has challenged us. When she was talking at her brief, I was like, oh my God, then there's a lot of work. Then she reminded us that there's APHRC that we can work with. So for us, this is a step that we shall take. But also within our parliament, we have a lot of caucuses, but the key that we've already started working with is the caucus on climate change. And related to the same, we know that at a regional level, we have expertise with Rachel. So we've already also co-opted her in the work that we want to do around issues. So even under the sector, under issues of the budget, for us when it comes to climate change, the caucus on climate change is very vibrant, including the expertise of the desk officer who sits on there, who's like a researcher like ourselves, but has the expertise in climate change, and the regional. We expect ourselves to go far. I think there's a lot of work already done around that. But also the caucus on Srhr, which is the one that we actually give secretarial services, are very key. Explain how you leverage on your own current position and contribute to outcome 3. Already, I think I mentioned we have a rapport. So it's how do we build on those rapports and focus on the issue of the budget. Demonstrate your understanding of your parliament's nature in terms of what budget do we have. When we checked in the constitution, according to Article 2021 of the Constitution of Zambia, it provides for the presentation of a budget to National Assembly for approval. So we take it we are a parliament that approves the budget. My principal was here explaining. However, we have room to vary within the total that is submitted within us. And that's why they sector budget analysis in terms of moving, these are priority areas, these are not priority areas, and there are modalities around that. Choose one Srhr program or sub-program and things like that we intend to prioritize. For us, we'll submit later. Okay, I just have one that I wanted to talk about, which is the Constituency Development Fund. I think I spoke about it last time. This is a fund that members of parliament have a very strong influence on. So away from the budget, I think we've always tried, and I think if you check reports with Pamela, you realize under the budget, we always bring that because we're able to influence members of parliament, especially as far as infrastructure is concerned, to come up with mothers' shelters in the clinic, to come up with maternity wings in the clinic, to come up with safe spaces in the clinic, to come up with good sanitary facilities in schools for the girls and things like that. I want to thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you.
Round of applause to the veteran. This one is not inaugural. Okay. Any areas that you see in terms of presentation? Did you notice that the level of detail is actually activity-based and already telling you what you're going to do? That's something to actually learn from as well. So thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah. Boa tarde. O Orçamento Geral do Estado em Angola é documento que define as receitas e despesas do governo angolano em determinado período. A sua elaboração é processo complexo que envolve diversas etapas e órgãos governamentais. Primeira etapa. Cada órgão governamental elabora sua proposta orçamental, detalhando as suas necessidades e projetos para o próximo ano. As propostas são consolidadas em documento único pelo Ministério das Finanças. Segunda etapa. O Ministério das Finanças analisa as propostas, verificando a sua viabilidade e coerência com as políticas governamentais. A proposta final é submetida ao Governo e, posteriormente, à Assembleia Nacional para sua aprovação.
Boa tarde, Excelência Secretária-Geral. Boa tarde, colegas. Para completar o que foi dito pela minha colega, gostaria de acrescentar que quando o Orçamento Geral do Estado entra na Assembleia Nacional, o Executivo, o Presidente da República apresenta o Orçamento Geral do Estado até dia 31 de outubro. É o prazo para apresentar o orçamento na Assembleia Nacional. Ainda não recebemos a proposta atual do orçamento para o próximo ano. E quando o orçamento entra na Assembleia Nacional, as comissões de trabalho especializadas, as várias comissões da saúde, economia, educação, os deputados analisam a proposta de orçamento e fazem recomendações. Os ministros vão até a Assembleia Nacional para apresentar o orçamento que entrou e com as recomendações feitas pelos deputados. Essas recomendações podem ser aceitas pelo Executivo ou não. E este orçamento é aprovado até dia 24 de dezembro para o exercício fiscal seguinte. Como é financiado o Orçamento Geral do Estado? O Orçamento Geral do Estado de Angola é financiado por receitas próprias do Estado e por via da Conta Única do Tesouro, onde recaem impostos de bens e serviços. Para o Orçamento Geral do Estado de 2024, que é avaliado em 24 bilhões de kwanzas, as receitas fiscais a maior parte provém do setor petrolífero e as outras de endividamento. Respondendo à última pergunta, nós como pesquisadores, como podemos contribuir para o alcance do objetivo do resultado número 3? Podemos advogar junto dos senhores deputados, fazendo uma análise da proposta de orçamento e, posteriormente, advogar analisar as gafes orçamentais em matéria de saúde, direitos sexuais e depois apresentar um relatório com as gafes onde pode ser melhorado aos deputados e às comissões permanentes. É tudo.
Those are you not going to please place your hands to them. Muito bem.
Thank you. Who is next? Malawi. Is Malawi the last, or we still have? All Lesotho is not presented. Oh. Okay. So for those who are in the room, this is the last presenter. Okay.
I was saying the budget process for Malawi goes through different stages, and I'll be quick. The first stage for our budget process is the budget preparation data, whereby the Ministry of Finance collects data on domestic revenues, how much Malawi is going to collect that for the next fiscal year, and also the how much developmental partners are going to provide so that it guides them in terms of developing the baseline estimates. And the second phase is economic and fiscal policy statement and budget consultations. This is a very important phase whereby members of parliament have got an influence, can influence the budget in terms of program-based allocations. So what actually happens is that the budget, the Minister of Finance conducts budget hearing meetings with different ministries, departments, and agencies on strategic issues. So before the ministries goes to meet the Minister of Finance, this is where we come in as a project. We call the ministry responsible for budget allocation towards Srhr issues. We conduct our roundtable discussions with the members of parliament, the CSOs, to determine how best we can allocate Srhr issues and which programs are very much relevant in terms of pursuing the Srhr agenda. So this is also a stage whereby the ministries, after we discuss, they go back to the Minister of Finance to justify their request for increase of resource allocation. And from there, this is whereby they submit their budget lines as well. And this is where after submission of their budget request, the Minister of Finance produces the budget ceilings and sent back to the ministries. And from there, then the Minister of Finance also does the pre-budget consultations with the public through the parliamentarians, the private sectors, the academia, the NGOs. So this is also an area where members of parliament can also influence. They check if the budget is correct with what we discussed during our roundtable discussions. If the budget is low, then the members of parliament, they come in and say, no, this is not what we discussed. We wanted the budget to reach such amount. And the second stage is budget deliberations and approval by parliament. This is a stage whereby there is less possibility or no possibility at all for parliament to influence. So the presentation of the minister comes and presents the budget statement, and the members of parliament deliberate on the budget before they approve. Then the members of parliament, they go through the what we call cluster meetings. They go to their cluster meetings and scrutinize the budget again, but they don't have much influence. And the fourth stage is the budget implementation and monitoring. This is whereby the Minister of Finance disperses the funds to the different ministries through Secretariat to the Treasury. But then the challenge that we see here is that there is sometimes delay in disbursement of funds, where this is also an area where members of parliament need to do oversight to make sure that there is early disbursement of funds. And also the members of parliament do oversight on the budget implementation. What we have seen in most of the parliaments or in most of the nations, we see that when the budget is passed, it's done. Most of the members of parliament, they do not make a follow-up on whether what we agreed is being implemented or not. So as a project, this is also where we influence members of parliament to go and do the oversight to make sure that the programs are properly implemented. I think as the second question is leveraging my law as a researcher to achieve outcome 3. We do a lot of activities to make sure that the outcome number 3 is achieved. One of the activities that we do is to write questions. Members of parliament, most of the times, once they attend the meetings, they influence, it ends there, they forget easily. They have got a lot of things to do. So as a researcher, as researchers, we do write questions pertaining to the budget. Where there's a gap, maybe there's late disbursement of funds. So we write motions, questions, and provide them to the members of parliament to move in parliament. And also facilitate the activities. Follow-up activities like the budget review, whereby members of parliament in their committees, they call the ministries responsible for implementation of Srhr to provide progress on what we agreed. And also we make sure that we institutionalize the project. As the former said, the most important I should say all the sections at Parliament are very much important to know about the project so that they provide support, and also we work hand in hand. And the other section that I've seen is very much important is Hansard, because this is where we collect our information to report our progress in terms of the outcomes. So please, when you go back, make sure that the Hansard is also on board. And for me, from my experience, for now, I don't struggle to get information from the Hansard. I don't even go to the Hansard and ask for the information. Once the parliament deliberations are done, the Hansard, they just send me they know that Gomezian will need this information. I don't need to know Contedo and say, no, I need Hansard. No, they just send right away. So please, for us not to struggle, we need to utilize the Hansard to get the information. And And when to do this country status report, I think by December, it should be done in terms of country status report. And when you go back, for me, as when I go back, I'll make sure that I meet the clerk of parliament and I brief her what has transpired here, and also I make sure that I engage the relevant committees and brief them on the project, on the budget analysis retreat and which areas the gaps that we have. I think now I can be able to do an analysis and make a presentation to our members of parliament, and also not forgetting the national working groups. I was talking about the linkage, about linking the budget to with the commitments, things like that. So we have a lot of work to do when you go back. Thank you so much.
Big round of applause from the warm heart of. All right, thank you so much. I don't see Lesotho, so I guess we conclude, sir.
Yeah. Let's proceed. What we are going to do is, if you can share, some of you were reading from your presentation that you have prepared. If you can share your presentation, we shall endeavor to provide comments to each and every one of you who has shared their presentation. Then for those assignments, if you are willing to do the first assignment, send it. But the second one is compulsory, where you have to really look at your current national budget and submit. Then let's proceed to do the Menti. Just go to your browser and type www.menti.com or just menti.com. Then you input that code 57974823. Menti.com, then input, don't say mentimeter.com, menti.com. If you say mentimeter.com, it will take you to my page. Are we all there? Okay. Menti.com, then input the code or scan the QR code. How many are there? How many are on the page now? And how many do want assistance? Can you show by hand those who want assistance? So it seems like everyone's there now. Yes, you are there? Okay, thank you. Even on the laptop, even on the phone, fine. So the first question. Okay. Not yet. Oh, I thought you are there. Okay. 5974823. Five 5797 4823 23. You should see that page. Yes. You should see that presentation. So are we good to go now? Sorry, I'll be rushing. My flight is at 8 p.m. So I should leave this place at 5:30. So the first page, and the winner is, just pick your winner. 1 vote per person. 1 vote per person. Who do you think presented well all the aspects that we expected? Even if you vote for yourself, there are 4 of you. So if the one says it was the semester, for example, then it will be. But I mean, the winner should be an outright winner with the absolute majority.
Because if you are for, you vote for yourself, then what it means is if everyone else votes for another country, let's be fair, guys. If you think that your neighbor did do better than you, please vote for them. If you think that your neighbor did better than you, please vote for them. Don't vote for yourself. Let's be fair. And I'll be the commission for the votes. Votes are scored. So let's vote. Yeah.
It's someone who's campaigning here.
Who's canvassing for what?
Madagascar. So Madagascar, you can come and select your president here. Oh, the winner can take more than one. After this, she needs to get us Zimbabwe. Wow. Zimbabwe. After Madagascar, Zimbabwe. So ask PSG. Okay. How do we proceed? Should we give the second president to the second country or give the winner two presents? No. Two gifts. Okay. The winner takes one. The winner 10. Imagine 10 votes. Oh, the winner can come for the second round. Okay, the winner will come for the second round. Yeah. So Zimbabwe is number 2. You can come and pick your. Yes. No, I don't know what it is. Oh, that's Zimbabwe. Let me put you back. The third one, let's have Namibia, DRC, Angola, and Zambia.
Wow, that's nice.
The president, then you put it in your home. Wait, they will see what they do. They are different there. They are two things there.
Give a gift, Namibia. You can give a gift. Okay. Okay, let's start. Whoa!
The house is coming. That's DRC. Please don't pick what you give us. You're nuts. Nuts. I know where the nuts comes from. DRC. I can pay for the nuts if the man goes to the that's a t-shirt. This is from Zambia.
Wow. Wait,
Police, remember, regulation is balancing. Let's get this. Okay, let me. So did we get Namibia? Namibia, did you take a president?
Yes.
Then there was DRC, they took Angola, they took Zambia, you took. No, we have informal. Oh, sorry. The informal. Well, let me bring the. I got an explanation for that. So I asked them to come and explain what it is. Yeah. Excellent. Yes. You have declared the dog SRH champion. Yes. Wow. Who gave that gift? It's me. Yes, I know it's me. Okay.
L'explication, oui, ok. De tout. Les deux, c'est moi qui les ai amenés. Je les ai amenés, ça a une signification. Vous savez, les femmes africaines souffrent beaucoup. Ici, nous sommes en train de parler contre les violences faites contre les femmes. La femme, bien qu'elle est avec l'homme, d'abord, elle commence par les champs. Il y a bien élément qui est manqué là-haut. Il y a là-haut. There is a. Sorry. Yes, là-haut. Il y en avait ici. Yes.
It's with the. I can't remember who picked it. The other piece.
Ah là là.
Is this?
Ah, okay.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Vous voyez, la femme africaine, elle vient d'abord du temps, avec un enfant au dos. Après avoir travaillé toute la journée, elle arrive à la maison et c'est elle qui doit préparer la nourriture. Pour préparer la nourriture, vous voyez, elle prend le moitié à Malawi, on dit chima. Chez nous, on dit le foufou. À Zambie, je crois qu'on dit le manioc. Elle tire le manioc pour préparer la nourriture pendant que l'homme est en train de se reposer. Donc, il faut lutter, il faut faire l'autonomisation de la femme, il faut vraiment combattre les violences faites contre les femmes. Je vous remercie.
Yes, answer the question. Why they died?
We have Mozambique. Mozambique, the picture.
Who gave Mozambique?
This came from Malawi.
Malawi. Is that an explanation? Come and give. Okay. Is everybody getting a gift now?
We are left with one gift, and I think everyone has got. So we'll give it to. This one you haven't picked. So we give it to Malawi.
The last one. Okay, explain your gift for me.
All right, this is a sculpture of map of Malawi. But what is more interesting in Malawi is this part. It's the leg of Malawi. Okay. So this is a sculpture of map of Malawi. What is more interesting is this area, Lake Malawi. It's the third largest lake in Africa, and it has got 800 to 1,000 fish species that are found in all the lakes in the world. And it has got beautiful waters. It attracts a lot of tourists. So it's like I'm inviting also you to Malawi, to come to Malawi and appreciate Lake Malawi. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
They're coming to fish the chambo. Call it the chambo.
Yeah, chambo.
The chambo.
Yeah.
I remember seeing the phone. Okay, thank you.
So you pick Malawi. It's only one left, so yeah, that's for Malawi. So there are two small gifts that are left in the bag. One is for the facilitator, one is for the Zimbabwe. So one is for the SG. One is for the facilitator. Not Zimbabwe, by the way. Thank you. So congratulations to the winners. Well, No, we'll share why they want. We'll share why they want so that we all on the same. We are all on the same page. Sorry, yes. Yes. SG, allow me to. SG, allow me to do this. Allow me to do this. There is something that's coming up that we had hoped that you would do it tomorrow, but out of interest, before I go, I thought I can just do this. It's not this one, but it will come. Right? Just answer me, how can we navigate cultural and religious dynamics effectively to increase SRHR allocations? Just pick what you think is the best solution. Just pick the best for you. How do we navigate through these cultural and religious dynamics to increase SRHR allocations? Let's go. Yeah. We are about 22. So the number should correlate to 22. Just pick one. Collaboration is proving to be popular. This is for you, Shira. You serve both committees. So I think we are there. Collaboration is proving to be popular, followed by open dialogue and community engagement. Thank you, colleagues. Let's move to the next slide. I'm sure we are all done. The next one, yeah, this is the one I was speaking to, SG. How do you personally feel about abortion? Just tell us how you feel. Just want to see how you feel. Number one, you strongly support abortion is crucial healthcare option for women, ensuring their autonomy and safety. Number two, you just support. Safe abortion helps prevent unsafe practices and protects women's health and rights. The red one is neutral, understanding the complexities surrounding abortion and its ethical considerations. The yellow one, it's opposed. Belief that abortion is morally wrong and conflicts with personal or religious values. The green one is strongly opposed, holding the view that abortion is equivalent to taking a life and should not be condoned under any circumstances. This is your personal feeling, your personal opinion. Let's see, your personal opinion. SG, this is interesting. Yeah. Because we have yellows and greens who are opposing. So for the translators, we said the blue is strongly support. I don't know what color, support. Then we have red is neutral, yellow is oppose, green is strongly oppose. The pink is support. So we have one person who is neutral and 5 who are opposing this. It's your personal view. Yeah, it's your personal view. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next question. What's your level of knowledge regarding the budget process in your context? Are you a beginner? Are you now an intermediate or advanced, or you are now an expert? What is your level of knowledge regarding the budget process in your context? Yellow, expert. Pink, intermediate. Red, advanced. Blue, beginner. So 22 votes now. Intermediate, advanced, or experts.
That we're going to have very good report and publication.
expect, Pamela, please expect very good reports now. We have so many at the advanced level and so many experts, though the majority are intermediate, but with intermediate, you expect to get good reports. Yeah, and very few beginners. So for beginners, please get in touch. Let's go through this process once again and we'll assist you. We are there to assist you. Then the next question, which budget analysis tools have you used or are familiar with? Which have you used or which are you familiar with? Oh, the first one is Excel spreadsheets, that's the blue. The yellow is budget tracking tools. The pink is data visualization software. And the fourth one is econometric modeling software. Blue, Excel spreadsheets. Yellow, budget tracking tools. Pink, data visualization software. Red is econometric modeling software. Data visualization software, W, those infographics softwares, Adobe Illustrator, etc. We have so many accountants in this room, Excel spreadsheets. Excel spreadsheets.
But what I like is the fact that you are being made aware that these tools exist. So when you do reports, don't limit them to what you know. You are working within a system with partners. Please model your data so that it can be much more interesting for your countries.
You can model your data. This is what you know, but there's no harm in also reaching out so that you get assistance in terms of modeling. Because after modeling, it gets interesting. Okay, thank you. The next question. Sorry. How do you classify your parliament in terms of the power to influence the budget? Is it a budget influencing parliament or a budget making parliament or a budget approving parliament? Blue is budget making, pink budget approving, red budget influencing. Budget making, a very, very good example is Parliament of Kenya. They are a budget making parliament. They make the decisions, who gets what. Budget approving, the pink one, you just approve what the executive proposes. And you can't amend the budget. You have to send it back to the executive for it to be amended. Budget influencing, there's nothing you can do except just to influence allocations. If the executive decides otherwise, then you are content with that. You just influence. So 14 are budget approving parliament and we only have one budget making. I would be interested to know which one is the budget making parliament. Two. Which are those two, if you would want to share? It's Eswatini and Malawi. Oh? Yours is budget approving. So which are the two budget making parliaments? Oh, okay, but we just wanted to know. I'll give an example of Kenya, because I know for sure that in Kenya, yeah, Kenya is a budget making parliament. I don't know South Africa, Dr. Jandis, are you budget making or budget approving? Yeah, both. So I'll assume that you are the one who voted for the budget making parliament. Okay. Okay. Thanks, colleagues. Most of us are budget approving parliaments, so we have to know our end reports. Where we make the most influence, since we are just budget approving. So for the budget influencing, again, with that knowledge, you have to know the entry points for you to influence the budget. So as a budget influencing parliament, you don't wait until the budget is passed for you to influence. So you have to know where to begin the influencing process. Then the next question, how do you perceive the link between climate change and Srhr? Blue, strongly linked. Pink, somewhat linked. Red, not linked. Yellow, not sure or don't know.
We have 22 votes now, with the majority saying it's strongly linked, but there are some people, there is one person who said it's not linked. And there are two people who said not sure, they don't know. Then about 4 who said somewhat linked. Somewhat linked, not sure, don't know. So for those who don't know, please reach out. Let's talk. For those who think it's somewhat linked, yeah, also reach out. Let's talk. Because SRHR issues are strongly linked to climate issues. We gave the link yesterday. Somebody said infrastructure destruction. And you also said prioritization. It says prioritization of resources. It brings those competing priorities. Because you have to fund climate action at the same time you are taking money from SRHR issues for you to fund climate related disasters. For example, there is drought in most of our countries. So they are taking money for contraceptives to fund grain importation. So that's the link. Infrastructure, destruction, that's the link. So they are linked. Okay, next question. Can you identify specific SRHR programs and sub-programs outlined in your current budget? Blue, yes, I can list them. Pink, yes, I can describe their goals. And red, no, I need more information. If we give you your current national budget, can you identify SRHR programs or sub-programs? Can you pick them? This is an SRHR program, this is an SRHR program, this is an SRHR program, or you need more information? Number 2 is you are able to identify and you are able to define the goals. What do they want to achieve? The blue one, you can only list, but you are not able to describe the goals. I hope you understood. I hope you understood the question. Okay. So 18 can only list, but they are not able to describe. So if you see a program like nutrition, can you describe the goals and link them to SRHR issues? If you see a program like contraceptives or gender, women empowerment programs, can you identify that program? Can you link it? Can you describe the goals? Yeah. Supply chain commodity security, can you describe their goals? That's what we were looking for. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Mention any immediate marker or indicator for immediate outcomes. What you expect to see for outcome 3. Mention any. Don't look at your at the document. Just mention any without looking at the document. Don't look at the proposal. Just mention any. Okay, we are going to go. I said I have a plan to catch. What feedback? That's the last one, please. I like that. Right, enhance gender responsive budgeting policies, gender mainstreaming, climate change, motion stable, quality of debate heightened and improved budget allocation. Hey, the way you wrote that, were you not? Okay. I hope you didn't copy. Members of parliament voting for SRHR budget. Okay. Where are others? Just 9 more to go. Please type in. This will also assist us to gauge whether you understand off the cuff, the indicators that you are tracking. Just an idea, not as it is worded in the document, just an idea of it. Do you have? So colleagues, thank you very much. This marks the end of our
program and of our presentation, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of my co-facilitators, Dr. Domisani Jantis, Professor Domisani Jantis. I'm used to say doctor. Professor Domisani Jantis, the director of PBO South Africa, and Mr. Srhr Fitzgerald Kateshi, who has already left, the director PBO Zambia. And I told you that I was with the budget office. I'm now with UNICEF Zimbabwe as the chief of social policy. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for listening, for contributing, for listening attentively, and for contributing. We were also learning from you. And we consolidate everything and share with the Secretariat, even in terms of the comments to the assignment. We'll share with the Secretariat. We'll allocate each other the countries that we are going to support. But please do reach out. We will share their contacts. We will share our contacts with the Secretariat, which they will also share with you. So please do reach out, especially our colleagues in the countries that we work in. You should be the first to knock on our doors so that we work with you. Thank you very much. It's back to the SADC PF Secretariat. I have to take my leave, colleagues, because I have a plane to catch at, my flight is at 8. So I'll be taking my leave now. Thank you so much.
I'm going to invite Rachel to go and give a vote of thanks on behalf of SADC PF. But for now, I want to say that please, a round of applause for these facilitators. It's not often that you get facilitators to conceptualize in a short period of time and be able to integrate the requirements of a concept note into action in the manner that they did. Another round of applause. I want you to think about why were they able to do that in a short period of time? And have we been able to do that? What elements, values do you think they integrated in being able to get there? And I think that for us, it's a learning. You have a resource. They have volunteered themselves to be able to assist. It will be interesting to see how many of us leverage on that support and are able to take it forward. So thank you, colleagues. And obviously, this is the beginning. This was a lab for budget analysis. Tomorrow, we are getting into the capacity development. And I see somebody wrote, please, you want to leave 30 minutes after. And I think they did well on time. Some of the time we're taking pictures, some of it were elsewhere, but I think it's a necessary lab that we want to do. So Rachel, you may go to the podium to say what you want to hear, say, and close on our behalf. Thank you. That's how I operate. I didn't warn her. So I'm sure she's wondering what is happening.
Yeah, I was daydreaming. Sure, SG caught that. Yeah, on behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I'd like to take this opportunity that was impromptu bestowed upon me to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the researchers for taking out the time for during this weekend. We know that it's a Sunday, it's 5:30, everyone is tired and they would much rather be doing something else, but we certainly appreciate your dedication to the program, and we trust and hope that these sessions would add value. And where they do not add value, we as the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as well as all the resource persons that were here, have committed their time and efforts to continue to support you. So this is not the end, this is only the beginning. And we look forward to the second part of this training session tomorrow, which is follow-up on this session focusing on capacity development.
And before we go, there's one very important thing that unfortunately my vote of thanks will be followed by something else. And I really want Mr. Kurasha to explain those numbers because I don't think I will sleep without knowing what they meant. So if he can take 2 minutes from his seat, if possible. I'm personally, I don't know if for the rest of you, maybe we take a vote. If you are interested in the numbers, you stay. If you are not, you can leave. But I'm certainly very curious. But thank you again, colleagues. And also thank you to the leadership of Madam SG, for sitting through this. Usually sometimes leaders, they open the session and then they are committed to other activities. But really, I want to extend on behalf of all of us our appreciation for the SG for sitting through all of this. And I think for still being energized despite the rest of us wanting to doze off. Yeah, thank you.
Colleagues, there are two things: courtesy of gratitude that we should always nurture.
Sure.
Yeah, give each other encouragement. Respond when somebody writes to you, acknowledge. Those are just the fundamentals. So thank you so much, Rachel. Round of applause.
Thank you very much, SG, and that's very important, particularly when you work as teams. It's really important to remember what it means to the next person and the effort you put have no relationship at all. So, Rachel, I honor the fact that you spoke from me and directed that I do this. So, colleagues, the numbers relate to Taylor and Francis, the Routledge company. So why it's a big deal publishing with them, and I'll speak to the numbers. They publish 2,500 journals and 7,000 new books every year. And then they also record 21 million articles downloads every month. They operate in 70 countries. They hold over 130,000 ebooks and 4.5 million journal articles. And their annual revenue is 670 million US dollars. And those were the numbers that I spoke about. Thank you very much.
I think you need to redo your presentation tomorrow. We have a new sense of appreciation for your paper. Thank you, Rachel. Can we say it's a big deal? Okay, colleagues, I know you're very tired. Selective staff, stay behind. We have to debrief quickly, but the other colleagues, please go and rest. The shops are closed, unfortunately. Tomorrow, the new day. Please, colleagues, CEDA is going to be here tomorrow's meeting. Resource persons from the UN are going to be here tomorrow. And they make impressions. So please read your project document, pull up your socks, be engaging, and also be willing to share. I'm not saying being intelligent. Be curious, ask questions, which you'll package, find out about your partnerships that you can, leverage from for your own parliaments, and just really be lively in the process. That will go a long way in giving an impression about yourselves. I invited these people to say they're coming to engage with SRH researchers based in Parliament who are passionate in driving the institution of Parliament to embrace these issues. So kindly, boots on the ground, and see you tomorrow. You all have the program. Who doesn't have the program for tomorrow? Who doesn't have the program? Angola, you don't have? Okay, so please let us relook at that program and make sure that we really are on ground. It's going to be a difficult process as we make sure that we get the interest and locate ourselves. But once we are in, I think it's going to be fine. So they'll be unpacking all the thematic areas of the project.
where the questions were asked, is there a linkage, is no linkage, where the data was a problem, they'll be giving you up-to-date data in that regard. So look forward to learning and see you tomorrow. Have a great evening and thank you for your indulgence. Thank you. He's gone.